host of small ships were scurrying through white-capped waves into the vast harbour of the Bay of Cadiz. They were odd-looking craft to Sharpe's eyes. They were single-masted and had one gigantic sail each. The sails were wedge-shaped, sharp at the front and massive at the stern. "Feluccas," the ambassador said. "Not a word to attempt when drunk."
"For lucky to get here before the storm broke,"
the brigadier commented, earning a smile from Henry Wellesley.
This ends Disc 5. Sharpe's Fury, Disc 6.
The French mortars were trying to sink the feluccas, but having no success. The sound of the guns was muted by the rain and wind. Sharpe could see the blossom of smoke from inside Fort Matagorda and Fort San Jose each time a mortar fired, but he couldn't see where the shells plummeted, for the water was already too turbulent. The feluccas thrashed onwards, heading for the southern end of the bay where the rest of the shipping was safely out of mortar range. They were pursued by dark squalls and seething rain as the storm spread southwards. A lightning bolt cracked far away on the northern coast.
"So the Spaniards kept their word," Henry Wellesley said exultantly. "Those ships have come here all the way from the Balearics. A couple of days to provision them, then the army can embark."
He was a man who looked as though his troubles were coming to an end. If the combined British and Spanish army could destroy the French siege works and drive Victor's forces away from Cadiz, then his political enemies would be neutered. The Cortes and the Spanish capital might even move back to a recaptured Seville, and there would be the rare taste of victory in the air. "The plan," Henry Wellesley said to Sharpe, "is for La Peña and Sir Thomas to rendezvous with troops from Gibraltar, then march north, take Victor in the rear, hammer him, and drive his troops out of Andalusia."
"It's supposed to be a secret,"
the brigadier grumbled. "Some secret," Lord Pumphrey said sourly. "A priest just told me all about it." The ambassador looked alarmed. "A priest?" "Who seemed quite certain that Marshal Victor is entirely apprised of our plans to assault his lines."
"Of course he's bloody apprised of them," the brigadier said. "Victor might have started his career as a trumpeter, but the man can count ships, can't he? Why else is the fleet gathering?"
He turned back to watch the feluccas, which were now out of range of the mortars that had fallen silent. "I think, Your Excellency, that we should confer," Lord Pumphrey said. "I have a proposal for you." The ambassador glanced at the brigadier, who was studiously watching the ships. "A useful proposal?" "Most encouraging, Your Excellency." "Of course," Henry Wellesley said, and headed for the stairs. "Come, Sharpe," Lord Pumphrey said imperiously, but as Sharpe followed his lordship, the brigadier snapped his fingers.
"Stay here, Sharpe,"
Moon ordered. "I'll follow you," Sharpe told Pumphrey. "Sir?" he asked the brigadier when Wellesley and Pumphrey were gone.
"What the devil are you doing here?"
"I'm helping the ambassador, sir."
"Helping the ambassador, sir?"
Moon mimicked Sharpe.
"Is that why you stayed? You were supposed to ship back to Lisbon."
"Weren't you supposed to as well, sir?" Sharpe asked.
"Broken bones heal better on land," the brigadier said. "That's what the doctor told me. Stands to reason when you think about it. All that lurching about on a ship doesn't help a bone knit, does it?"
He grunted as he lowered himself into his chair.
"I like it up here. You see things."
He tapped the telescope. "Women, sir?" Sharpe asked. He could think of no other reason why a man with a broken leg would struggle to the top of a watchtower, and the tower did give Moon views of dozens of windows.
"Mind your tongue, Sharpe," Moon said, "and tell me why you're still here."
"Because the ambassador asked me to stay, sir, to help him."
"Did you learn your impudence in the ranks, Sharpe, or were you born with it?"
"Being a sergeant helps, sir."
"Being a sergeant?"
"You have to deal with officers, sir, day in, day out."
"And you have no high opinion of officers?"
Sharpe didn't answer. Instead, he gazed at the feluccas that were rounding into the wind and dropping anchor. The bay was a turmoil of whitecaps and small angry waves. "If you'll excuse me, sir."
"Is it anything to do with that woman?" Moon demanded.
"What woman, sir?" Sharpe turned back from the stairs.
"I can read a newspaper, Sharpe," Moon said. "What are you and that bloody little Molly cooking up?"
"Molly, sir?"
"Pumphrey, you idiot! Or hadn't you noticed?"
The question was a sneer. "I'd noticed, sir."
"Because if you're too fond of him," the Brigadier said nastily, "you've got a rival."
Moon was delighted by the indignation on Sharpe's face.
"I keep my eyes open, Sharpe. I'm a soldier. Best to keep your eyes open. You know who visits the Molly's house?"
He gestured at the embassy's houses that were gathered around 2 courtyards and a garden, and the Brigadier pointed to a house in the smaller yard.
"The ambassador, Sharpe, that's who. Sneaks into the Molly's house. What do you think of that, then?"
"I think Lord Pumphrey is an adviser to the ambassador, sir."
"Advice that must be given at night?"
"I wouldn't know, sir," Sharpe said. "And if you'll excuse me—"
"Excused,"
Moon sneered. And Sharpe clattered down the tower stairs, going to the ambassador's study, where he found Henry Wellesley staring into the garden where the rain crashed down. Lord Pumphrey was by the fire, warming his behind.
"Captain Sharpe is of the opinion that Father Monsigny was lying," Pumphrey told Wellesley as Sharpe entered.
"Are you, Sharpe?" Wellesley asked, without turning.
"Don't trust him, sir.
A man of the cloth."
"We don't even know he's a real priest," Sharpe said, "and I saw him at the newspaper. Whatever he is," Lord Pumphrey said tartly, "we have to deal with him."
1,800 guineas, the ambassador said, sitting at his desk. Good God! He was so appalled that he didn't see the look Sharpe shot at Lord Pumphrey. Pumphrey, his peculation inadvertently revealed by the ambassador, looked innocent.
"I would suggest, Your Excellency, that the Spaniards saw the ships arriving before we did. They conclude that our expedition will sail in the next day or 2. That means a battle within a fortnight, and they are entirely confident of victory. And if the forces defending Cadiz are destroyed, then the letters become irrelevant. They would like to profit from them before that happens, and thus the acceptance of my offer."
1,800 guineas, though, Henry Wellesley said.
"Not your guineas," Pumphrey said.
"Good God, Pumps, the letters are mine!"
"Our opponents, Your Excellency, by publishing one letter, have made the correspondence into instruments of diplomacy. We are therefore justified in using His Majesty's funds to render them ineffectual."
Lord Pumphrey made a pretty gesture with his right hand.
"I shall lose the money, sir, in the accounts. Not difficult."
"Not difficult?"
Henry Wellesley retorted. "Subventions to the guerrilleros," Lord Pumphrey said smoothly. "Purchase of information from agents, bribes to the deputies of the Cortes. We expend hundreds, thousands of guineas on such recipients, and the Treasury has never glimpsed a receipt yet. It's not difficult at all, Your Excellency."
"Monsigny will take the money," Sharpe said stubbornly, "and keep the letters." Both men ignored him. "He insists you make the exchange personally?" the ambassador asked Lord Pumphrey.
"I suspect it is his way of assuring me that violence is not contemplated," Lord Pumphrey said. "No one would dare murder one of His Majesty's diplomats. It would cause too much of a ruction."
"They killed Plummer," Sharpe said.
"Plummer was not a diplomat," Lord Pumphrey said sharply.
The ambassador looked at Sharpe.
"Can you steal the letters, Sharpe?" "No, sir. I could probably destroy them, sir, but they're too well guarded to steal."
"Destroy them," the ambassador said. "I assume that means violence."
"Yes, sir."
I cannot countenance acts that might aggravate our relationship with the Spanish," Henry Wellesley said. He rubbed his face with both hands.
"Will they keep their word, Pumps? No more letters published? I imagine the Admiral is content with the damage done by the first, my lord, and is eager for gold. I think he will keep his word."
Pumphrey frowned as Sharpe made a noise of disgust. "Then so be it," Henry Wellesley said. Buy them back, and I apologize for causing this trouble." "The trouble, Your Excellency," Lord Pumphrey said, "will soon be done." He looked down at the ambassador's chess game. "We have come, I think," he said, "to the end of the matter. Captain Sharpe, I assume you will accompany me?" "I'll be there," Sharpe said grimly. "Then let us gather gold," Lord Pumphrey said lightly, "and be done with it." The note came well after dark. Sharpe was waiting with his men in an empty stall of the embassy stables. His 5 men were all in cheap civilian clothes and looked subtly different. Hagman, who was thin anyway, looked like a beggar. Perkins resembled an unappealing street rat, one of the London boys who swept horse shit out of the way of pedestrians in hope of a coin. Slattery appeared menacing, a footpad who could turn violent at the slightest show of resistance. Harris looked like a man down on his luck, perhaps a drunken schoolmaster turned onto the streets, while Harper was like a countryman come to town, big and placid and out of place in his shabby broadcloth coat. "Sergeant Harper comes with me," Sharpe told him, "and the rest of you wait here. Don't get drunk. I might need you later tonight." He suspected this night's adventure would go sour. Lord Pumphrey might be optimistic about the outcome, but Sharpe wanted to be ready for the worst, and the riflemen were his reinforcements. "If we're not to get drunk, sir," Harris asked, "why the brandy?" Sharpe had brought 2 bottles of brandy stolen from the ambassador's own supply, and now he uncorked the bottles and poured their contents into a stable bucket. Then he added a jug full of lamp oil. "Mix all that up," he told Harris, "then put it back in the bottles." "You're setting a fire, sir? I don't know what the hell we're doing. Maybe we're doing nothing. But stay sober, wait, and we'll see what happens." Sharpe had thought about taking all his men, but the priest had been insistent that Pumphrey only bring 2 companions, and if his lordship arrived with more, then probably nothing would happen. There was a chance, Sharpe allowed, that Monseigneur was dealing honestly, and so Sharpe would give the priest that small chance in the hope that the letters would be handed over. He doubted it. He cleaned the 2 sea service pistols he had taken from the embassy's small arsenal, oiled their locks, then loaded them. The clocks in the embassy struck 11 before Lord Pumphrey came to the stables. His lordship was in a black cloak and carried a leather bag. "It's the cathedral, Sharpe," Lord Pumphrey said. "The crypt again. After midnight." "Bloody hell," Sharpe said. He splashed water on his face and buckled his sword belt. "Are you armed?" he asked Pumphrey, and his lordship opened his cloak to show a pair of dueling pistols stuck in his belt. "Good," Sharpe said, "because the bastards are planning murder." "Is it still raining?" "No, sir," Hagman answered. "Windy, though." "Pat, volley gun and rifle?" "And a pistol, sir," Harper said. "And these," Sharpe said. He crossed to the wall where the French haversack hung and took out 4 of the smoke balls. He was remembering the engineer lieutenant describing how the balls could be nasty in tight places. "Anyone got a tinderbox?" Harris had one. He gave it to Harper. "Maybe we should all come, sir," Slattery suggested. "They're expecting 3 of us," Sharpe said, looking at Pumphrey, who nodded in confirmation. "So if they see more than 3, they'll probably vanish. They're going to do that anyway once they've got what's in that bag." He nodded at the leather valise that Lord Pumphrey carried. "Is that heavy?" Pumphrey shook his head. £30, he guessed, hefting the bag. "Heavy enough. Are we ready?" The cobbled streets were wet, gleaming in the intermittent light of torches burning in archways or at street corners. The wind gusted cold, plucking at their cloaks. "You know what they're going to do," Sharpe said to Pumphrey. "They'll have us hand over the gold, then they'll make themselves scarce. Probably fire a couple of shots to keep our heads down. You'll get no letters." "You are extremely cynical," Pumphrey said. "The letters are of ever-lessening use to them. If they print more, then the Regency will close them down." "They will print more," Sharpe said. "They would rather have this," Lord Pumphrey said, raising the bag.
What they'd rather have, Sharpe said, is the letters and the gold. They probably don't want to kill you considering that you're a diplomat, but you're worth 1,500 guineas to them, so they kill if they have to.
Pumphrey led them west towards the sea. The wind was brisker and the night filled with the booming, slapping sound of the canvas covering the unfinished parts of the cathedral's roof. Sharpe could see the cathedral now, its vast grey wall flickering with patches of light thrown by torches in the nearby streets.
"We're early,"
Lord Pumphrey said, sounding anxious.
"They'll already be here," Sharpe said.
"Maybe not. They'll be here, waiting for us. And don't you owe me something?"
"Owe you?" Pumphrey asked.
"A thank you," Sharpe said.
"How much is in the bag, my lord?"
he asked when he saw Lord Pumphrey's puzzlement.
1,800?
Or 15? Lord Pumphrey glanced at Harper, as if to suggest Sharpe shouldn't talk about such matters in front of a sergeant.
15, of course, Pumphrey said, his voice low. And thank you for saying nothing in front of His Excellency. Doesn't mean I won't tell him tomorrow, Sharpe said. My work requires expenses, Sharpe. Expenses. You probably have expenses, too. Don't count me in, my lord. I merely do, Lord Pumphrey said with fragile dignity, what everyone else does. So, in your world, everyone lies and everyone's corrupt? It is called the diplomatic service. Then thank God I'm just a thief and a murderer.
The wind buffeted them as they left the last small street and climbed the steps to the cathedral's doors. Pumphrey went to the left-hand one that squealed on its hinges as he pushed it open. Harper, following Sharpe inside, made the sign of the cross and gave a brief genuflection. Pillars stretched towards the crossing where small lights glimmered on the temporary high altar. More candles burned in the side chapels, all of the flames flickering in the wind that penetrated the vast space. Sharpe led the way down the nave, rifle in hand. He could see no one. A broom lay discarded against one pillar. If trouble starts, Sharpe said, lie flat. Not just run away? Lord Pumphrey asked flippantly. They're behind us already, Sharpe said. He had heard footsteps, and now glancing back saw two men in the shadows of the nave's end. Then he heard the scratch and bang of bolts being shot home. They were locked in now. Dear God, Lord Pumphrey said. Praise on our side, my lord. There are two men behind us, Pat, guarding the door. I've seen them, sir. They reached the crossing where the transept met the nave. More candles burned on the temporary high altar. Scaffolding climbed the four huge pillars, vanishing in the lofty darkness of the unfinished dome. Pumphrey had gone to the crypt steps, but Sharpe checked him. Wait, my lord, he said, and he went to the door in the temporary wall built where the sanctuary would one day stand. The door was locked. There were no bolts on the inner side, no padlock and no keyhole, which meant it was secured on the outer side, and Sharpe cursed. He had made a mistake. He had assumed the door would be bolted from the inside, but when he had explored the cathedral with Lord Pumphrey he had not checked, which meant his retreat was cut off. What is it? Lord Pumphrey asked. We need another way out, Sharpe said. He stared up into the tangled shadows of the scaffolding that surrounded the crossing. He remembered seeing windows up there. When we come out, he said, it's up the ladders. There won't be any trouble, Lord Pumphrey said nervously. But if there is, Sharpe said, then it's up the ladders. They will not dare attack a diplomat, Lord Pumphrey insisted in a hoarse whisper. For 1,500 beans, I'd attack the king himself, Sharpe said. Then led the way down the steps to the crypt. Candlelight glowed in the big round chamber. Sharpe went almost to the foot of the steps and crouched there. He thumbed back the rifle's flint, and the small noise echoed back to him. To his right he could see the second flight of stairs. He could also see 3 of the cavern archways, and he edged down another step until he could see the remaining 2 passageways to his left. No one was in sight, but a dozen candles burned on the floor. They had been arranged in a wide circle, and there was something sinister about them, as if they had been placed for some barbaric ritual. The walls were bare stone, and the ceiling a shallow dome of rough masonry. There was no decoration down here. The chamber looked as bare and cold as a cave, which it was, Sharpe realized, for the crypt had been hacked out of the rock on which Cadiz was built. "Watch behind, Pat," he said softly, and his voice bounced back to him across the wide chamber. "I'm watching, sir," Harper said. Then something white flashed in the corner of Sharpe's vision, and he twisted, rifle coming up, and saw it was a packet thrown from a passage on the far side. It landed on the floor, and the sound of it hitting the stone reverberated in multiple echoes that didn't fade until the package had slid to a stop almost in the centre of the ring of candles. "The letters!" Monsigny's voice sounded from one of the dark passageways. "And good evening, my lord." Pumphrey said nothing. Sharpe was watching the dark archways, but it was impossible to tell which cavern Monsigny was speaking from. The echo blurred the sound, destroying any hint of its source. "You will put down the gold, my lord," Monsigny said. "Then pick up the letters, and our business is concluded." Pumphrey twitched as if he was going to obey, but Sharpe checked him with the rifle barrel. "We have to look at the letters," Sharpe said loudly. He could see the package was tied with string. "The three of you will examine the letters," Monsigny said. "Then leave the gold." Sharpe could still not determine where Monsigny was. He thought the packet had been thrown from the passageway nearest the other flight of steps, but he sensed Monsigny was in a different chamber. 5 chambers, a man in each, and Monsigny wanted Pumphrey and his companions in the centre of the floor where they would be surrounded by guns. Rats in a barrel, Sharpe thought. "You know what to do," he said softly. He lowered the flint so the rifle was safe. "Pat, take his lordship's arm, and when we go fast." He trusted Harper to do the right thing, but reckoned Lord Pumphrey would be confused. What was important now was to stay away from the packet of letters, because that was in the lit space, the killing place. Sharpe suspected Monsigny didn't want to kill, but he did want the gold, and he would kill if he had to. 1,500 guineas was a fortune. You could build a frigate with that money, you could buy a palace, you could bribe a church full of lawyers. "We go slow at first," he said very softly, "then fast." He stood, walked down the last step, looked as if he was leading his companions to the package in the floor's centre. Then he swerved left to the nearest passageway, where a burly man stood just inside the masonry arch. The man looked astonished as Sharpe appeared. He was holding a musket, but he was plainly not ready to fire it, and he was still just gaping as Sharpe hit him with the rifle's brass butt. It was a hard hit, smack on the man's jaw, and Sharpe seized the musket with his left hand and wrenched it away. The man tried to hit him, but Harper was there now, and the butt of the volley gun cracked on the man's skull, and he went down like a slaughtered ox. "Watch him, Pat," Sharpe said, and he went to the back of the chamber, where the passage linked the separate crypts. Some small light filtered back here, and a shadow moved, and Sharpe hauled back the rifle's flint, and the sound made the shadow move away. "My lord!" Monsigny said sharply from the dark. "Shut your face, priest!" Sharpe shouted. "What do I do with this bugger?" Harper asked. "Kick him out, Pat." "Put the gold down," Monsigny called. He didn't sound calm now. Things were not going as he had planned. "I must see the letters," Lord Pumphrey called, his voice high. "You may look at the letters. Come out, my lord, all of you. Come out, bring the gold, and inspect the letters." Harper pushed the half-stunned man out into the light. He staggered there, then hurried across the chamber into one of the far passageways. Sharpe was crouching beside Pumphrey. "You don't move, my lord," Sharpe said. "Pat, smoke balls." "What are you doing?" Pumphrey asked in alarm. "Getting you the letters," Sharpe said. He slung the rifle and cocked the captured musket instead. "My lord!" Monsigny called. "I'm here. Hurry, my lord!" "Tell him to show himself first," Sharpe whispered. "Show yourself," Lord Pumphrey called. Sharpe had gone back to the dark passage leading around the outer rim of the chambers. Nothing moved there. He heard the click of Harper's tinderbox, saw the flames spring up, Then the sparking of the fuse of the first smoke ball.
"It is you who want the letters, my lord," Monsignor called. "So come for them."
The second, third, and fourth fuses were lit. The worms of fire vanished into the perforated balls, but then nothing seemed to happen. Harper edged away from them, as if fearing they would explode.
"You wish me to come and fetch the gold?"
Monsignor shouted, and his voice reverberated around the crypt.
"Why don't you?"
Sharpe shouted. There was no answer. Smoke began leaking from the 4 balls. It started thinly, but suddenly one of them gave a fizzing sound, and the smoke thickened with surprising speed. Sharpe picked it up, feeling the warmth through the papier-mâché case.
"My lord!"
Monsignor shouted angrily.
"We're coming now!"
Sharpe called. And he rolled the first ball into the big chamber. The other 3 balls were spewing foul-smelling smoke now, and Harper tossed them after the first. And suddenly the big central crypt was no longer a well-lit place, but a dark cavern filling with a writhing, choking smoke that obliterated the light of the dozen candles.
"Pat," Sharpe said, "take his lordship up the stairs, now!"
Sharpe held his breath, ran to the crypt's centre, and scooped up the package. He turned back to the steps just as a man came through the smoke with musket in hand. Sharpe swept his own musket at him, ramming the muzzle into the man's eyes. The man fell away as Sharpe ran to the steps. Harper was near the top, holding Pumphrey's elbow. A musket fired in the crypt, and the multiple echo made it sound like a battalion volley. The ball clipped the ceiling over Sharpe's head, striking off a chip of stone. And then Sharpe was up the steps, and Harper was there, waiting for Sharpe. And there were 2 men with muskets halfway down the nave, and Sharpe knew Harper was wondering whether to attack them and so escape out of the cathedral's main doors.
"Ladder, Pat!"
Sharpe said. To go down the nave would be to allow Monsignor and his men to fire at them from behind.
"Go!"
He pushed Pumphrey towards the nearest ladder.
"Take him up, Pat! Go! Go!"
A musket fired from the nave. The shot went past Sharpe and buried itself in a pile of purple cloths waiting to decorate the cathedral's altars during the coming season of Lent. Sharpe ignored the man who had fired, shooting his captured musket down the crypt stairs. Then he took the rifle off his shoulder and fired that as well. He heard men scrambling in the smoke below, heard them coughing. They expected a 3rd shot, but none came because Sharpe had run for the scaffold and was climbing for his life. Chapter 7. Sharpe scrambled up the ladder. A musket fired from the nave, its sound magnified by the cathedral walls. He heard the ball crack on stone and whine off into the transept. Then an enormous crash prompted a shout of alarm from his pursuers. Harper had thrown a block of building stone into the crossing, and the limestone shattered there, skittering shards across the floor.
"Another ladder, sir!"
Harper called from above, and Sharpe saw the 2nd ladder climbing into the upper gloom. Each of the massive pillars at the corners of the crossing supported a tower of scaffolding, but once the 4 flimsy towers reached the arches spanning the pillars, the scaffolding branched and joined to encompass the walls climbing to the base of the dome. Another musket fired, and the ball buried itself in a plank, starting dust that half choked Sharpe as he climbed the 2nd ladder, which swayed alarmingly.
"Here, sir."
Harper reached out a hand. The Irishman and Lord Pumphrey were on the wide stone ledge of the tambour, a decorative shelf running around the middle of the pillar. Sharpe guessed he was 40 feet above the cathedral floor now, and the pillar climbed that far again before the scaffolding spread out beneath the dome. There was a window high in the gloom. He couldn't see it, but he remembered it.
"What have you done?" Lord Pumphrey asked angrily. "We should have negotiated. We didn't even see the letters."
"You can see them now," Sharpe said, and he thrust the packet into Pumphrey's hands.
"Do you know what offence this will cause the Spaniards?"
Lord Pumphrey's anger was unassuaged by the gift of the packet.
"This is a cathedral. They'll have soldiers here at any moment."
Sharpe gave his opinion of that statement, then peered over the tambour's edge as he reloaded the rifle. They were safe enough for the moment, because the stone ledge was wide and it protected them from any shots fired from the crossing's floor. but he guessed their enemies would soon try to climb the scaffold and attack them from the flanks. He could hear men talking below, but he could also hear something odd, something that sounded like battle. It was a booming sound like cannon fire. It crackled, rose and fell, and Sharpe realized it was the wind tearing at the tarpaulins covering the unfinished roof. A louder grumble overlaid the booming, and that was thunder. Any noise of guns in the cathedral would be drowned by the storm, and besides, Monsignor had bolted the doors. The priest would send for no soldiers. He wanted the gold. A volley of musketry cracked and echoed, and the balls spattered all around the tambour, and Sharpe guessed the shots must have been fired to protect someone climbing a ladder. He looked, saw the shadow on the opposite pillar, aimed the rifle, and pulled the trigger. The man was hurled sideways off the rungs and fell to the floor before crawling into the nave's choir stalls, and so out of sight. "You have a knife?" Pumphrey asked. Sharpe gave him his pocket-knife. He heard the string being cut, then the rustle of papers. "You want Sergeant Harper to strike a light?" he offered. "No need," Pumphrey said sadly. He unfolded a large sheet of paper, and even in the semi-darkness above the tambour, Sharpe could see the package had not contained letters, but a newspaper, presumably El Correo de Cádiz. "You were right, Sharpe," Pumphrey said. 1,500 beans, Sharpe said. £1,575. A man could retire on that. You and me, Pat, we could take the money. Sharpe paused to bite off the end of a cartridge. We could sail off to America, open a tavern, live well forever. Wouldn't need a tavern, sir, not with 1,500 guineas. Be nice, though, wouldn't it? Sharpe said. A tavern in a town by the sea. We could call it the Lord Pumphrey. He took a leather patch from his cartridge pouch, wrapped the bullet, and rammed it down the barrel. But they don't have lords in America, do they? They don't, Lord Pumphrey said. So maybe we'll call it the Ambassador and the Whore instead, Sharpe said, sliding the ramrod back into place beneath the barrel. He primed and cocked the rifle. No one was moving below, which suggested Monsignor was considering his tactics. He and his men had learned to fear the firepower above them, but that wouldn't deter them for long, not when there were 1,500 golden English guineas to be won. You wouldn't do that, Sharpe, would you? Pumphrey asked nervously. I mean, you're not planning on taking the money. For some reason, my lord, I'm a loyal bastard. God knows why. But Sergeant Harper is Irish. He's got plenty of cause to hate us English. One shot from that volley gun and you and I are dead meat. 1,500 guineas, Pat. You could do a lot with that. I could, sir. But what we have to do now, Sharpe said, is go to our left. We climb to that window. He pointed. His eyes had adjusted to the gloom, and he could see a slight sheen betraying the window beneath the dome. And we break through, and there's scaffolding on the outer wall. We go down that, and we're off into the city like rats into a hole. To get there they would have to climb the scaffolding above the tambour, then cross a narrow plank and climb another ladder which led to a rickety platform just beneath the window. The ladders, like the scaffolding poles, were tied in place with rope. It wasn't a long journey, no more than 30 feet upwards, the same across and half as much up again, but to make it they must expose themselves to the men below, and Sharpe guessed there were 8 or 9 men there, all with muskets, and even a musket could hit at that distance. Once they left the shelter of the wide stone ledge, then one of them would surely be struck by a bullet. What we have to do, he said, is distract the bastards. Pity we don't have those other smoke balls. They worked fine, didn't they? Harper said happily. Smoke was leaking out of the crypt stairways and spreading along the crossing floor, but there was not enough to obscure the high dome. Sharpe crouched on the tambour, staring at the scaffolding all about the crossing. Monsignor and his men were just out of sight in the nave. They were doubtless waiting for Sharpe to move off the safety of the stone ledge, then they would fire a volley. So distract them, he thought, confuse them. But how? You got any more stone, Pat? There's a dozen blocks here, sir. Throw them down, just to keep them happy. Can I use the volley gun, sir?
Only if you see 2 or 3 of them."
The volley gun was a vicious thing, but took so long to reload that it was useless once it was fired.
"What about you, sir?"
"I've got an idea," Sharpe said. It was a desperate idea, but Sharpe had seen the long rope that was tied to the base of the scaffold opposite. It climbed into the gloom, vanishing somewhere in the dome, then reappeared closer to him. There was a great iron hook on its end, and that hook was tied to the scaffold to his right and on the next platform down. The rope was used to hoist the masonry blocks to the dome.
"Give me back the knife,"
he said to Pumphrey.
"Now, Pat," he said,
and Harper heaved a block of limestone into the transept, and when it crashed onto the floor, Sharpe dropped down the ladder. He didn't use the rungs, but went down it like a seaman using a companionway, hands and feet on the outer edge, and he swore as a splinter drove into his right hand. He hit the plank platform hard and felt it shake. A second stone banged onto the cathedral floor, and Monsignor must have thought they were hurling the masonry because they had run out of ammunition, for he and the 3 other men stepped out with muskets.
"God bless you,"
Harper said, and fired the volley gun. The sound was deafening, a massive explosion that reverberated around the cathedral as the 7 bullets flayed the space between the choir stalls. A man cursed below as Sharpe reached the hook. A musket fired at him, but the shot came from the far transept and the ball missed by a yard. He seized the heavy hook and sawed through the rope, lashing it in place, then carried the hook and its heavy line back along the plank, up the ladder and onto the tambour just as another 2 shots cracked bright in the gloom below. He gave the hook to Harper.
"Pull on it," he said. "Don't jerk it, just pull as hard as you can."
He didn't want the men below to understand what was happening, so the tension on the rope had to be gradual. A faint squeal from the upper darkness betrayed that the rope went through a sheave up there. Sharpe saw the line tighten and heard Harper grunt. A shadow moved below, and Sharpe snatched up his rifle, aimed too quickly and fired. The shadow vanished. Harper was pulling with all his huge strength as Sharpe took out another cartridge.
"It's not moving,"
Harper said. Sharpe finished reloading, then gave the rifle and his pistol to Lord Pumphrey.
"Keep them amused, my lord,"
he said. Then he crouched by Harper and both of them heaved on the rope. It didn't budge an inch. The bitter end was tied to a scaffold pole, and the pole seemed immovable. The knot had slid up to where a second pole was tied crosswise, and it would move no further. The angle was all wrong, too acute, but if Sharpe could just move that pole, he might have his distraction. Lord Pumphrey fired one of his dueling pistols, then the second one, and Sharpe heard a yelp from the nave.
"Well done, my lord,"
he said. He decided to abandon caution now.
"Jerk it,"
Sharpe told Harper, and they gave the rope a series of hard pulls, and Sharpe thought the pole moved slightly, just a shudder, and the men below must have realized what they were doing, for one of them ran out of the nave with a knife in his hand. Lord Pumphrey fired the sea service pistol, and the ball struck the flagstone floor and whipped away down the nave. The man had reached the scaffold and was climbing to cut the rope.
"Pull,"
Sharpe said, and he and Harper gave a huge heave and the scaffold pole bent outwards. The scaffolding was old. It had been in place for almost 20 years, and the lashings were frayed. Masonry blocks were piled on its platforms, and some of them shifted, and once they began to move, they wouldn't stop.
"Pull,"
Sharpe said again, and they tugged on the rope once more, and this time the far scaffold pole snapped clean away from the rest of the structure. Stones began to crash through the planking. The man with the knife jumped for his life, and just then the rest of the scaffolding on the crossing's far side collapsed in a welter of noise and dust.
"Now,"
Sharpe said. The noise was monstrous. The falling poles, planks and stones crashed and tore, splintered and banged as almost 100 feet of scaffolding cascaded into the crossing. Blocks of stone ripped through the poles and planks, but what was most useful was the dust. It was thicker than smoke, and amidst the tumbling stones and timber it blossomed like a dark grey cloud to dim the small candlelight coming from the cathedral's chapels. The scaffolding that Sharpe was crossing began to shake as the destruction spread around the crossing. Then he pushed Pumphrey up the ladder, and Harper was already at the top and using his volley gun's butt to smash open the window.
"Use your cloak!"
Sharpe shouted. He could hear someone screaming below. Harper laid his cloak over the broken shards of glass in the bottom of the shattered window, and then unceremoniously hauled Pumphrey up beside him. "Come on, sir!" He reached for Sharpe's hand and grabbed it just as the planks slid out from under Sharpe's feet. The last of the scaffolding tumbled, filling the cathedral with more noise and dust. They were now balanced precariously on the window's edge, and the crossing behind them was boiling with dust through which the candlelight died, plunging the cathedral into utter darkness. "There's a drop, sir," Harper warned. Sharpe jumped, thought the drop would never end, and suddenly sprawled on a flat roof. Pumphrey came next, hissing with pain as he landed, and Harper followed. "God save Ireland, sir," the sergeant said fervently, "but that was desperate." "Have you got the money?" "Yes," Pumphrey said. "I enjoyed that," Sharpe said. His head hurt like the devil, and his hand was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do about either. "I really enjoyed that," he said. The wind plucked at him. He could hear waves breaking nearby, and when he went to the edge of the roof, he saw the pale white fret of breakers beyond the sea wall. It had begun to rain again, or perhaps it was sea spray driven on the wind. "Scaffolding's on the other side," he said. "I think my ankle's broken," Lord Pumphrey said. "No, it's bloody not," Sharpe said, who didn't know one way or the other, but this was no time for his lordship to become feeble. "Walk and it'll get better." The monstrous sails beat against the unfinished crown of the dome and above the unbuilt sanctuary. Sharpe blundered into one of the ropes securing them, then felt his way to the roof's edge. Just enough light came from a lantern in the courtyard below for him to see where the scaffolding was built. He could see other lanterns bobbing as they were carried through the streets. Someone must have heard the shots in the cathedral despite the noise of the storm, but whoever went to investigate was going to the eastern facade with its 3 doors. No one was watching the cathedral's northern flank where Sharpe found the ladders, and with Harper now holding the gold, they went down ladder after ladder. Thunder sounded overhead, and a flash of lightning lit the intricate pattern of poles and planks down which they climbed. Lord Pumphrey almost kissed the cobblestones when they reached the bottom. "Dear God," he said. "It's just sprained, I think." "Told you it wasn't broken," Sharpe said. He grinned. "It was all a bit hurried at the end, but otherwise it went well." "It was a cathedral," Harper said. "God'll forgive you," Sharpe said. "He might not forgive those bastards inside, but he'll forgive you. He loves the Irish, doesn't he? Isn't that what you keep telling me?" It wasn't far to the embassy. They knocked on the gate, and a sleepy doorkeeper pulled it open. "The ambassador's waiting?" Sharpe asked Pumphrey. "Of course." "Then you can give him His Majesty's money back," Sharpe said. "Less 6 guineas. He opened the valise and found it filled with leather bags. He untied one, counted 6 guineas, and gave the rest to Pumphrey. "6 guineas?" Lord Pumphrey asked. "I might need to bribe someone," Sharpe said. "I imagine His Excellency will want to see you in the morning," Pumphrey said. He sounded dispirited. "You know where to find me," Sharpe said. He walked towards the stables, but stopped under the arch and saw that Lord Pumphrey was not going towards the house where the embassy had its offices and Henry Wellesley had his quarters. Instead, he went to the courtyard, which led to the smaller houses, to his own house. He watched his lordship disappear, then spat. "They think I'm daft, Pat." "They do, sir?" "They all do. Are you tired?" "I could sleep for a month, sir, so I could. But not now, Pat. Not now." "No, sir." "When's the best time to hit a man?" "When he's down." "When he's down," Sharpe agreed. There was work to do. Sharpe gave each of his riflemen a guinea. They had been fast asleep when he and Harper returned to the stables, but they woke up when Sharpe lit a lantern. "How many of you are drunk?" Sharpe asked. The faces looked at him resentfully. No one spoke. "I don't care if you are," Sharpe said. "I just want to know." "I had some," Slattery said. "Are you drunk?" "No, sir." "Harris?" "No, sir. Some red wine, sir, but not much." Perkins was frowning at his guinea. He might never have seen one before. "What does
MBF et H Rex FDB et LDSRLAT et E mean? He asked. He had read the inscription on the coin and stumbled over the letters, half-remembered from some long-ago schooling. How the hell would I know? Sharpe asked. King of Great Britain, France and Ireland, Harris said. Defender of the Faith, Duke of Brunswick and Lüneburg, Arch-Treasurer and Elector. Of course. Bloody hell, Perkins said, impressed. So who's that, then? King George, you idiot, Harris said. Put it away, Sharpe told Perkins. He wasn't quite sure why he had given them the guineas, except that on a night when so much money had been treated so lightly, he saw no reason why his riflemen shouldn't benefit. You're all going to need greatcoats and hats. Jesus, Harris said. We're going out? In this storm? I need the 12-pounder shells, Sharpe said, and the last 2 smoke balls. Put 'em in your packs. Did you fill the bottles with lamp oil and brandy? Yes, sir. We need those too, and yes, we're going out. He didn't want to. He wanted to sleep, but the time to strike was when the enemy was off balance. Monsigny had taken at least 6 men, maybe more, to the cathedral, and those men were probably still entangled in the wreckage of the scaffolding and snared in the questions of the troops who had gone to discover the cause of the commotion. Did that mean the newspaper was unguarded? But guarded or not, the storm was a godsend. We're going out, he said again. Here, sir. Hagman brought him a stone bottle. What's that? Vinegar, sir. For your head, sir. Take off your hat. Hagman insisted on soaking the bandage with vinegar. It'll help, sir. I stink. We all stink, sir. We're the king's soldiers. The storm was worsening. The rain had started again and was coming harder, driven by a wind that pounded the city's ocean walls with heavy waves. Thunder rolled like cannon shots above the watchtowers, and lightning ripped across the bay where the waiting fleet jerked at its anchor lines. Sharpe guessed it was past 2 in the morning when he reached the abandoned building close to Nunez's house. The rain was malevolent. Sharpe fumbled in his pocket for the key, opened the padlock, and pushed the door open. He had only got lost twice on the way here, and had eventually found the place by taking the route along the harbour wall. There had been Spanish soldiers there, sheltering by the cannons overlooking the bay's entrance, and Sharpe had feared being asked his business, so he had marched his 5 men as a squad. He reckoned the Spanish sentinels would assume the 5 men were a detail from the garrison forced to endure the weather and leave them alone. It had worked, and now they were inside the abandoned building. He closed the gates and locked them with the inside bolts. You got the lantern? He asked Perkins. Yes, sir. Don't light it till you're inside the building, Sharpe said. Then he gave Harper careful orders before taking Hagman to the watchtower. They groped their way through the dark and up the steps, and once at the top it was hard to see anything because the night was so dark. Sharpe was watching for a sentry on the roof of the Nunez house, but could see nothing. He had brought Hagman because the old poacher had the best eyesight of any of his riflemen. If he's there, sir, Hagman said, he's staying out of the wind and rain. Probably. A shard of lightning lit the interior of the watchtower, then thunder echoed across the city. The rain was pelting down, hissing on the roofs below. Do people live above the printers, sir? Hagman asked. I think so, Sharpe said. Most of the houses in the city seemed to have shops or workplaces on the ground floor and living quarters above. Suppose there are women and children there? That's why I've got the smoke balls. Hagman thought about that. You mean you'll smoke them out? That's the idea, Dan. Only I wouldn't like to kill little ones, sir. You won't have to, Sharpe said, hoping he was right. There was another flash of lightning. There's no one there, sir, Hagman said, nodding towards the roof of Nunez's house. On the roof, sir, he added, realizing that Sharpe couldn't have seen the nod. They all went to the cathedral, didn't they? They did, sir. I'm talking to myself, Dan, Sharpe said, staring into the rain and wind.
He had seen a sentry on the roof in daylight, and he'd assumed there would be a man there at night, but suppose that man was still in the cathedral? Or was he just keeping dry and warm inside the house? Sharpe had planned to drop the smoke balls down the chimneys. The smoke would drive whoever was inside the building out to the street. Then Sharpe would drop the shells down to wreak what damage they could. The idea of using the chimneys had come to him when he saw the firewood being carried through the city's streets, but suppose he could get inside Nunez's house? "When this is done, sir," Hagman asked, "do we go back to Battalion?"
"I hope so,"
Sharpe said. "I wonder who's commanding the company now, sir. Poor Mr. Bullen isn't?"
"Lieutenant Knowles, I should think. He'll be glad to see us back, sir." "I shall be glad to see him, and it won't be long, Dan."
"There!" Sharpe had seen a glimmer of light immediately beneath the tower. It showed for a second, then vanished, but told Sharpe that Harper had found a way onto the roof. "Down we go."
"How's your head, sir?" "I'll live, Dan."
Sharpe reckoned the flat roofs were a thief's dream. A man could walk all round Cadiz 4 stories above the streets, and few of those streets were too wide to be jumped. The storm was just as big a help. The rain and wind would drown any noise, though he still told his men to take off their boots. "Carry them," he said. Even with the storm, the boots would make too much noise on the roofs of the houses. There were low walls between the roofs, but it took less than a minute to cross them and so discover that there was no sentry on Nunez's house. There was a trapdoor, but it was firmly bolted on the inside. But Sharpe had seen the ladder climbing from the balcony on his first reconnaissance. He gave Perkins his boots, slung his rifle, and climbed down. The ladder went to the side of the balcony, so the big wooden shutters had room to open. The shutters were closed and latched now. Sharpe groped for the place they joined, then put his knife between them. The blade slid easily because the wood had rotted. He found the latch, pushed it up, and one of the shutters caught the wind and swung violently, banging against the wall. The shutters had protected a half-glazed door that began to rattle in the wind. Sharpe put his knife into the gap between the doors, but this wood was solid. The shutter banged again. Break the glass, he thought. Easy. But suppose there were bolts at the foot of the door? He was about to crouch and push against the foot of the door when he saw a glimmer of light from inside the room. For a heartbeat he thought he had imagined it, then wondered whether it was the reflection of distant lightning on the glass, but the glimmer showed again. It was a spark. He stepped to one side. The light vanished a second time, reappeared, and he reckoned someone inside had been sleeping. They'd been woken by the banging of the shutter, and now they used a tinder box to light a candle. The flame burned bright suddenly, then steadied as the candle was lit. Sharpe waited, knife in hand. The rain was loud on his hat, the same hat he had bought from the beggar. He heard the bolts being drawn. 3 bolts. Then the door opened, and a man appeared in a nightshirt. He was an older man in his 40s or 50s and had tousled hair and a bad-tempered face. He reached for the swinging shutter as the candle flickered in the wind behind him. Then he saw Sharpe and opened his mouth to shout. The blade touched his throat. "Silencio!" Sharpe hissed. He pushed the man inside. There was a rumpled bed, clothes heaped on a chair, a chamber pot, and nothing else. "Pat, bring 'em down!" The riflemen filled the room. They were dark figures, soaking wet, who now pulled on their boots. Sharpe closed the shutters and latched them. Harris, who spoke the best Spanish, was talking to the prisoner, who gesticulated wildly as he spoke. "He's called Nunez, sir," Harris said, "and he says there's 2 men on the ground floor." "Where are the others?" Sharpe knew that there had to be more than 2 guards. There was a flurry of Spanish. "He says they went out, sir," Harris said. So Monseigneur had stripped the place of sentries in hope of making an ungodly profit. "Ask him where the letters are." "The letters, sir. Just ask him, he'll know." A sly look flickered on Nunez's face, then an expression of pure alarm as Sharpe turned on him with the knife. He stared into Sharpe's face, and his courage fled. He spoke fast. "He says they're downstairs, sir. Harris translated. "With the writer. Does that make sense?"
"It makes sense. Tell him to be quiet now.
Perkins, you're going to stay here and watch him."
"Tie him up, sir," Harris suggested. "And stop his mouth up, too."
Sharpe lit a second candle and carried it into the next room, where he saw a flight of stairs going up to the bolted trapdoor. Another flight went down to the second floor, where there was a small kitchen and a parlour. A door opened onto the next stairway, which led to one huge storeroom piled with paper. Light showed from the ground floor, and Sharpe, leaving the candle on the stairs, went to the top of the open staircase and saw the press, vast and black, beneath him, and next to it, a table on which playing cards had been discarded. A man was sleeping on the floor, while another, with a musket over his knees, was slouched in a chair. A huge pile of newly printed newspapers was stacked against the wall. Henry Wellesley had been insistent that Sharpe should do nothing to upset the Spanish. They were prickly allies, he had explained, resentful that the defence of Cadiz needed British troops. "They must be handled with a very light rein," the ambassador had said. "There must be no violence," Wellesley had declared.
"Bugger that,"
Sharpe said aloud, and hauled back the flint of the rifle, and the sound of it made the man in the chair start. The man began to lift his musket, then saw Sharpe's face. He put it down, and his hands trembled.
"You can come down, lads,"
Sharpe called back up the stairs. It was all so easy. Too easy? Except 1,500 guineas was a powerful incentive to carelessness, and Father Montigny was doubtless still trying to explain the wreckage in the cathedral. The two men were disarmed. Harper discovered 2 apprentice printers sleeping in the cellar, and they were brought up and put into a corner with the guards, while the writer, a wreck of a man with an unkempt beard, was dragged out of the smaller room.
"Harris," Sharpe said, "tell that miserable bugger he's got 2 minutes to live unless he gives me the letters."
Benito Chavez yelped as Harris put a sword bayonet to his throat. Harris forced the wretched man against a wall and started questioning him as Sharpe explored the room. The door which led to the street was blocked up with rough masonry, while the back door, which presumably led to the courtyard, was locked with big iron bolts, which meant Sharpe and his men had the place to themselves.
"Sergeant, all that paper on the first floor, throw it down here. Slattery, keep one of those newspapers."
He pointed to the newly printed edition stacked against the blocked front door.
"And scatter the rest. And I want the shells."
Sharpe put the shells on the bed of the press, then screwed down the platen so they were held as though in a vice. Harper and Hagman were chucking the paper onto the floor, and Sharpe pushed crumpled sheets into the gaps between the shells so that the burning paper would light their fuses.
"Tell Perkins to bring Nunez down," Sharpe said.
Nunez came down the stairs and immediately understood what Sharpe intended and began pleading.
"Tell him to be quiet," Sharpe told Harris.
"There are the letters, sir." Harris held out a sheaf of papers that Sharpe thrust into a pocket.
"And he says there are more."
"More?
So get them."
"No, sir. He says the girl must have them still." Harris jerked a thumb at Chavez, who was fumbling as he lit a cigar.
"And he says he wants a drink, sir."
There was a half-empty bottle of brandy on the table, with the playing cards, and Sharpe gave it to the writer, who sucked on it desperately. Hagman was pouring the mix of brandy and lamp oil onto the paper covering the floor. The 2 remaining smoke balls were by the back door, ready to fill the house with smoke and impede any attempt to extinguish the blaze. The fire, Sharpe reckoned, would gut the whole house. The lead letters, carefully racked in their tall cases, would melt, the shells would destroy the press, and the fire would climb the stairs. The stone side walls of the house should keep it confined, and once the roof burned through, the furious rain would subdue the flames. Sharpe had planned to just take the letters, but he suspected there might be copies, and an intact press could still print the lies, so it was better to burn it all.
"Throw them out,"
he told Harper, gesturing at the prisoners.
"Right, sir. All of them. Into the back courtyard. Just kick them out, then bolt the door again."
The prisoners were all pushed through the door, the bolts were shot home, and Sharpe sent his men back up the stairs. He went to the foot of the stairs and used a candle to light the nearest papers. For a few seconds the flame burned low, then it caught some sheets soaked in brandy and lamp oil, and the fire spread with surprising speed. Sharpe ran up the steps, pursued by smoke. "Out the trapdoor, onto the roof," he told his men. He was the last to the trapdoor. Smoke was already filling the bedroom. He knew the smoke balls would be seething in the flames. Then it seemed the whole house shuddered as the first shell exploded. Sharpe clung to the trapdoor's edge as a succession of deep thumps and blasting smoke punched past him to announce that the rest of the shells had caught the fire. That, he thought, was the end of El Correo de Cadiz, and he slammed the trapdoor shut and followed Hagman across the rooftops to the empty church building. "Well done, lads," he said when they were back in the chapel. "Now all we have to do is get home," he told them. "Back to the embassy." A church bell was ringing, presumably summoning men to extinguish the flames. That meant there would be chaos in the streets, and chaos was good because no one would notice Sharpe and his men in the confusion. "Hide your weapons," he told them, then led them across the courtyard. His head was throbbing and the rain was crashing down, but he felt a huge relief that the job was done. He had the letters, he had destroyed the press, and now, he thought, there was only the girl to deal with. But he saw no problem there. He shot the heavy bolts and pulled at the gate. He only wanted to open it an inch, just enough to peer outside, but before it had moved even half an inch it was thrust inwards with such force that Sharpe staggered back into Harper. Men suddenly crowded the gate. They were soldiers. Folk who lived in the street had lit lamps and opened shutters to see what was happening at Nunez's house, and there was more than enough light for Sharpe to see pale blue uniforms and white cross-belts and half a dozen long bayonets that glinted bright as the 7th soldier appeared with a lantern. Behind him was an officer in a darker blue coat, his waist circled by a yellow sash. The officer snarled an order which Sharpe didn't understand, but he understood well enough what the bayonets meant. He backed away. "No weapons," he told his men. The Spanish officer growled a question at Sharpe, but again spoke too fast. "Just do whatever they want," Sharpe said. He was trying to work out the odds, and they weren't good. His men had guns, but they were concealed beneath cloaks or coats, and these Spanish soldiers looked efficient, wide awake, and vengeful. The officer spoke again. "He wants us in the chapel, sir," Harris translated. 2 of the Spanish soldiers went first to make sure none of Sharpe's men produced a weapon once they were out of the rain. Sharpe thought of attacking those 2 men, chopping them down and then defending the chapel's doorway, but he abandoned the idea instantly. He doubted he could escape from the chapel. Men would surely die, and the political fuss would be monstrous. "I'm sorry about this, boys," he said, not sure what he could do. He backed towards the empty altar steps. The Spanish soldiers lined up opposite, their faces grim and their bayonets held level. The lantern was put on the floor, and in its light Sharpe could see that the muskets were cocked. He doubted the guns would fire. There had been too much rain, and even the best musket lock couldn't prevent heavy rain dampening the powder. "If the bastards pull a trigger," he said, "you can fight back, but not till then." The officer looked to be in his 20s, perhaps 10 years younger than Sharpe. He was tall, had a broad, intelligent face and a hard jaw. His uniform, wet as it was, betrayed that he was wealthy, for the rich cloth was beautifully tailored. He rattled a question at Sharpe, who shrugged. "We were sheltering from the rain, senor," Sharpe said in English. The officer asked another question in impenetrable Spanish. "Just sheltering from the rain," Sharpe insisted. "Their powder will be damp, sir," Harper said softly. "I know, but I don't want any killing." The officer had seen their weapons now. He snapped an order. "He says we're to put the weapons on the floor, sir," Harris said. "Do it," Sharpe said. This was a bloody nuisance, he thought. The likelihood was that they would end up in a Spanish jail, in which case the important thing was to destroy the letters, but this was no place to try that. He laid his sword down. "We were just sheltering from the rain, senor."
No, you weren't. The officer suddenly spoke in good English. You were setting fire to Senor Nunez's house. Sharpe was so surprised by the abrupt change of language that he could find nothing to say. He was still half crouched, his hand on his sword. You know what this place is? The Spaniard asked. No, Sharpe said cautiously. The Priory of the Divine Shepherdess. It used to be a hospital. My name is Galiana, Captain Galiana. And you are? Sharpe, Sharpe said. And your men call you Sir, so I assume you have rank? Captain Sharpe. Divina Pastora, Galiana said. The Divine Shepherdess. Monks lived here, and the poor could receive medical care. It was a charity, Captain Sharpe, a Christian charity. Do you know what happened to it? Of course you don't. He took a step forward and kicked the sword out of Sharpe's reach. Sure, Admiral Nelson happened. It was in 97. He bombarded the city, and this was the worst damage he did. Galiana gestured about the scorched chapel. One bomb, 7 dead monks, and a fire. The priory closed because there was no money to make the repairs. My grandfather founded the place, and my family would have repaired it, but our fortune comes from South America, and your navy ended that income. That, Captain Sharpe, is what happened. We were at war when it happened, Sharpe said. But we are not at war now, Galiana said. We are allies. Or had that escaped your attention? We were sheltering from the rain, Sharpe said. It was fortunate then that you discovered the priory unlocked. Very fortunate, Sharpe said. But what of the misfortune of Senor Nunez? He is a widower, Captain Sharpe, struggling to make a living, and now his business is in ruins. Galiana gestured to the chapel door, beyond which Sharpe could hear the commotion in the street. I don't know anything about Senor Nunez, Sharpe said. Then I shall educate you, Galiana said. He owns, or rather he did own, a newspaper called El Correo de Cádiz. It's not much of a newspaper. 1 year ago it was read all across Andalusia, but now it sells a few copies only. He used to publish twice a week, but now he is lucky to find enough news for 1 issue a fortnight. He lists the ships arriving and departing the harbour, and he describes their cargoes. He prints which priests will preach in the city churches. He describes the proceedings of the Cortes. It is thin fare, isn't that what you say? But in the last issue, Captain Sharpe, there was something much more interesting. A love letter. It wasn't signed. Senor Nunez merely said it was a letter translated from the English, and that he had found it lying in the street, and that if the true owner would like it, then he should come to the newspaper. Is that why you were here, Captain? No, please don't say you were sheltering from the rain. I didn't write any love letters, Sharpe said. We all know who wrote it, Galiana said scornfully. I'm a soldier. I don't deal with love. Galiana smiled. I doubt that, Captain. I do doubt that. He turned as a man came through the chapel door. A small crowd was braving the rain to watch the efforts to extinguish the fire, and some, seeing the priory gates open, had come into the courtyard, and one of them, a bedraggled, soaking wet creature with a tobacco-stained beard, stepped into the chapel. It was him! The man shouted in Spanish, pointing at Sharpe. It was the writer, Benito Chavez, who had managed to get another bottle of brandy. He was almost drunk, but not so helpless that he couldn't recognize Sharpe. It was him, he said, still pointing. The one with the bandaged head. Arrest him, Galiana ordered his men. The Spanish soldiers stepped forward, and Sharpe thought of trying to pick up his sword, but before he could move, he saw that Galiana was gesturing at Chavez. The soldiers hesitated, unsure what their officer meant. Arrest him, Galiana said, pointing at Chavez.
The writer yelped in protest, but two of Galliana's men thrust him against the wall and held him there. "He is drunk," Galliana explained to Sharpe, "and making damaging accusations against our allies, so he can spend the rest of the night contemplating his own foolishness in jail." "Allies?" Sharpe was as confused as Chavez now. "Are we not allies?" Galliana asked in mock innocence. "I thought we were," Sharpe said, "but sometimes I'm not sure." "You are like the Spanish, Captain Sharpe, confused. Cadiz is filled with politicians and lawyers, and they encourage confusion. They argue, should we be a republic or perhaps a monarchy? Do we want the Cortes? And if so, should there be one chamber or two? Some want a parliament like Britain's. Others insist that Spain is best ruled by God and by a king. They squabble about these things like children, but in truth, there is only one real argument." Sharpe understood now that Galliana had been playing with him. The Spaniard truly was an ally. "The argument," Sharpe said, "is whether Spain fights France or not." "Exactly," Galliana said. "And you," Sharpe said carefully, "believe Spain should fight against France." "You know what the French have done to our country?" Galliana asked. "The women raped, the children killed, the churches desecrated. Yes, I believe we should fight. I also believe, Captain Sharpe, that British soldiers are banned from entering Cadiz. They are not even allowed inside the city without their uniforms. I should arrest you all. But I assume you are lost?" "We're lost," Sharpe agreed. "And you were merely sheltering from the rain?" "We were." "Then I shall escort you to your embassy, Captain Sharpe." "Bloody hell," Sharpe said in relief. It took a half-hour to reach the embassy. The wind had died a little by the time they reached the gate, and the rain had lessened. Galliana took Sharpe aside. "I was ordered to watch the newspaper," he said, "in case someone tried to destroy it. I believe, and I trust I am not deceiving myself, that by failing in that duty I have helped the war against France." "You have," Sharpe said. "I also believe you owe me a favor, Captain Sharpe." "I do," Sharpe agreed fervently. "I shall find one. Be sure of that. I shall find one. Well, good night, Captain." "Good night, Captain," Sharpe said. The courtyard inside the embassy was dark, the windows showing no light. Sharpe touched the letters in his coat pocket, took the newspaper from Slattery, and went to bed.
This ends Disc 6. Sharpe's Fury, Disc 7.
Chapter 8. Henry Wellesley looked tired, and that was to be understood. He had been at a reception for the Portuguese ambassador half the night, and had then been woken soon after dawn when an indignant delegation arrived at the British embassy. It was a measure of the urgency of their protest that the delegation had arrived so early in the morning, long before most of the city was stirring. The two elderly diplomats, each dressed in black, had been sent by the Regency, the council which ruled what was left of Spain, and the pair now sat very stiffly in the ambassador's parlour, where a newly made fire smoked in the hearth behind them. Lord Pumphrey, hastily dressed and looking pale, sat to one side of Wellesley's desk while the interpreter stood on the other. "One question, Sharpe," Wellesley greeted the rifleman brusquely. "Sir, where were you last night?" "In bed, sir. All night, sir," Sharpe said woodenly. It was the tone of voice he had learned as a sergeant, the voice used to tell lies to officers. "Took an early night, sir, on account of my head." He touched his bandage. The two Spaniards looked at him with distaste. Sharpe had just been woken by an embassy servant, and he had hurriedly pulled on his uniform, but he was unshaven, weary, dirty, and exhausted. "You were in bed?" Wellesley asked. "All night, sir," Sharpe said, staring an inch above the ambassador's head. The interpreter repeated the exchange in French, the language of diplomacy. The interpreter was only there to translate Sharpe's words, because everyone else said what they had to say in French. Wellesley looked at the delegation and raised an eyebrow as if to suggest that was as much as they could hope to learn from Captain Sharpe. "I ask you these questions, Sharpe," the ambassador explained, "because there was something of a small tragedy last night. A newspaper was burned to the ground. It was quite destroyed, alas. No one was hurt, fortunately, but it's a sad thing." "Very sad, sir." "And the newspaper's proprietor, a man called—" Wellesley paused to look at some notes he had scribbled down. "Nunez, Your Excellency," Lord Pumphrey offered helpfully. "Nunez, that's it. A man called Nunez claims that British men did it, and that the British were led by a gentleman with a bandaged head." "A gentleman, sir?" Sharpe asked, suggesting that he could never be mistaken for a gentleman. "I use the word loosely, Captain Sharpe," Wellesley said with surprising asperity. "I was in bed, sir," Sharpe insisted. "But there was lightning, wasn't there? I seem to remember a storm, or perhaps I dreamed that." "There was lightning indeed. A lightning strike caused the fire, sir, most likely." The interpreter explained to the delegation that there had been lightning, and one of the visiting diplomats pointed out that they had found scraps of shell casing in the embers. The two men stared again at Sharpe as their words were translated. "Shells?" Sharpe asked in mock innocence. "Then it must have been the French mortars, sir." That suggestion prompted a flurry of words, summed up by the ambassador. "The French mortars, Sharpe, don't have the range to reach that part of the city." "They would, sir, if they double-charged them." "Double-charged?" Lord Pumphrey inquired delicately. "Twice as much powder as usual, my lord. It will throw the shell much further, but at the risk of blowing up the gun. Or perhaps they found some decent powder, sir. They've been using rubbish, nothing but dust. But a barrel of cylinder charcoal powder would increase their range." "Most likely that, sir." Sharpe uttered this nonsense in a confident voice. He was, after all, the only soldier in the room and the man most likely to know about gunpowder, and no one disputed his opinion. "Probably a mortar, then," Wellesley suggested. And the diplomats politely accepted the fiction that the French guns had destroyed the newspaper. It was plain they disbelieved the story, and equally plain that, despite their indignation, they didn't much care. They had protested because they had to protest, but they had no future in prolonging an argument with Henry Wellesley, who, effectively, was the man who funded the Spanish government. The fiction that the French had contrived to extend their mortars' range by 500 yards would suffice to dampen the city's anger. The diplomats left with mutual expressions of regret and regard. Once they were gone, Henry Wellesley leaned back in his chair. "Lord Pumphrey told me what happened in the cathedral." "That was a pity, Sharpe." "A pity, sir. There were casualties," Wellesley said sternly. "We don't know how many, and I daren't show too much interest in finding out. At present, no one is directly accusing us of causing the damage, but they will. They will." "We kept the money, sir," Sharpe said, "and they were never going to give us the letters. I'm sure Lord Pumphrey told you that." "I did," Pumphrey said. "And it was a priest who tried to cheat you?" Wellesley sounded shocked. "Father Salvador Monsigny," Lord Pumphrey said sourly. Wellesley twisted his chair to look out of the window. It was a grey day, and a thin mist blurred the small garden. "I could perhaps have done something about Father Monsigny," he said, still looking into the mist. "I could have brought pressure to bear. I might have had him posted to some mission in a godforsaken fever swamp in the Americas, but that's impossible now. Your actions at the newspaper, Sharpe, have made it impossible. Those gentlemen pretended to believe us, but they know damn well you did it." He turned back, his face showing a sudden anger. "I warned you that we must step carefully here. I told you to observe the proprieties.
We cannot offend the Spanish. They know that the newspaper was destroyed in an attempt to stop the letters being published, and they will not be happy with us. They might even go so far as to make another press available for the men who have the letters. Good God, Sharpe! We have a house burned, a business destroyed, a cathedral desecrated, men wounded, and for what? Tell me that. For what?
For that, sir, Sharpe said. I laid the copy of El Correo de Cadiz on the ambassador's desk. I believe it's a new edition, sir.
Oh, dear God, Henry Wellesley said.
He was blushing as he turned the pages and saw column after column filled with his letters.
Oh, dear God.
That's the only copy, Sharpe said. I burned the rest.
You burned...
The ambassador began, then his voice faltered because Sharpe had begun laying the ambassador's imprudent letters on top of the newspaper, one after the other, as if he was dealing cards. There are your letters, sir, Sharpe said, still in his sergeant's tone of voice. And we've ruined the press that printed them, sir, and we've burned the newspapers, and we've taught the bastards not to take us lightly, sir. As Lord Pumphrey told me, sir, we have frustrated their knavish tricks. There, sir. He laid the last letter down.
Good God, Henry Wellesley said, staring at the letters.
Dear Lord above, Lord Pumphrey said faintly. They might have copies, sir, Sharpe said, but without the originals they can't prove the letters are real, can they? And anyway, they don't have a way of printing them now.
Good God, Wellesley said again, this time looking up at Sharpe.
Thief, murderer, and arsonist, Sharpe said proudly.
The ambassador said nothing, just stared at him.
Have you ever heard of a Spanish officer called Captain Galeana, sir? Sharpe asked.
Wellesley had looked back to the letters and seemed not to have heard Sharpe. Then he gave a start, as if he had just woken.
Fernando Galeana?
Yes.
He was a liaison officer to Sir Thomas's predecessor. A splendid young man.
Are those all the letters?
All they had, sir.
Good God, the ambassador said, then stood abruptly, took hold of the letters and the newspaper, and carried them all to the fire. He threw them on the coals and watched them blaze bright.
How?
He began, then decided there were some questions better not answered.
Will that be all, sir?
Sharpe asked.
I must thank you, Sharpe, Wellesley said, still staring at the burning letters. And my men, sir, all 5 of them. I'll be taking them back to the Isla de Leon, sir, and we'll wait there for a ship.
Of course. Of course. The ambassador hurried across to his bureau.
Your 5 men helped? Very much, sir.
A drawer was opened and Sharpe heard the sound of coins. He pretended not to be interested. The ambassador, not wanting his generosity or lack of it to be obvious, wrapped the coins in a piece of paper which he brought to Sharpe.
Perhaps you'd convey my thanks to your fellows?
Of course, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sharpe took the coins.
But you rather look as if you should go back to bed now, Wellesley said.
You too, sir.
I'm well awake now. Lord Pumphrey and I will stay up. There's always work to do.
Wellesley was happy suddenly, suffused with relief and the realization that a nightmare was over.
And of course, I shall write to my brother commending you in the very highest terms. Be certain I'll do that, Sharpe.
Thank you, sir. Good God, it's over. The ambassador stared at the last small flames flickering above the blackened mess of the papers lying on the coals.
It's over. Except the lady, sir, Sharpe said. Katerina. She has some letters, doesn't she?
Oh, no, the ambassador said happily. Oh, no. It really is over. Thank you, Sharpe. Sharpe let himself out. He went into the courtyard where he sniffed the air. It was a dull morning, exhausted after the night's rain.
The weather vane on the embassy's watchtower betrayed that the wind was still from the west. A cat rubbed itself against his ankles, and he leaned down to stroke it, then unwrapped the coins. 15 guineas. He guessed he was supposed to give 1 each to his men and keep the rest. He pushed them into a pocket, not sure whether it was a generous reward or not. Probably not, he decided, but his men would be happy enough. He would give them 2 guineas apiece, and that would buy them a lot of rum. "Go and find a mouse," he told the cat, "because that's what I'm doing." He walked through the archway to the smaller courtyard where servants were sweeping steps and the embassy cow was being milked. The back door to Lord Pumphrey's house was open, and a woman came down the steps to fetch milk. Sharpe waited till her back was turned, then ran up the steps and through the kitchen where the stove had just been relit. He took the next stairs 2 at a time and opened the door at the top, to find himself in a tiled hallway. He climbed more stairs, these ones deep carpeted, past pictures of Spanish landscapes of white houses, yellow rocks and blue skies. A white marble statue of a naked boy stood on the landing. The statue was life-size and had a cocked hat on its head. A door stood open, and Sharpe saw a woman dusting a bedroom which he supposed was his lordship's. He crept past, and she didn't hear him. The next flight of stairs was narrower and led to a landing with 3 closed doors. The first opened onto another stairway, which presumably climbed to the servants' quarters. The second was the door to a box room that was heaped with unused furniture, valises, and hat boxes. The last door led into a bedroom. Sharpe crept inside and closed the door. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the gloom, for the shutters on both tall windows were closed, but then he could see an empty tin bath in front of the hearth where the remnants of the night's fire smouldered. There was a bureau, 2 sofas, a great wardrobe with mirrored doors, and a 4-poster bed which had its embroidered curtains drawn. He crossed the deep rugs and pulled open the nearest shutters to find himself staring across the roofs to the Bay of Cadiz, where errant slants of watery sunlight were finding their way through gaps in the cloud to silver the small waves. Someone grunted in the bed, then moaned slightly, as if they resented being woken by the new light filtering past the bed's curtains. Sharpe went to the second window and opened its shutters. Arrayed on the window seat, mounted on 6 mahogany stands, were 6 golden wigs. A blue dress had been discarded on one of the sofas, along with a necklace of sapphires and a pair of sapphire earrings. The moan sounded again, and Sharpe went to the bed and yanked back the curtains. "Good morning," he said cheerfully. And Caterina Veronica Blasquez opened her mouth to scream. "My name is Sharpe," Sharpe said, before she could alarm the household. Caterina closed her mouth. "Richard Sharpe." She nodded. She was clutching the bedclothes to her chin. The bed was wide, and it was plain a second person had occupied it through the night, for the pillows still showed the mark of his head. The ambassador's head, Sharpe was certain. Brigadier Moon had seen him come to the house, and Sharpe couldn't blame Henry Wellesley for being unable to surrender his whore because Caterina Blasquez was a beauty. She had short golden curls that were pretty even in disarray, wide blue eyes, a small nose, a generous mouth, and a smooth, pale skin. In a land of dark-eyed, dark-haired, dark-skinned women, she glowed like a diamond. "I've been looking for you," Sharpe said. "And I'm not the only one." She gave the smallest shake of her head, which, together with her scared expression, conveyed that she was frightened of whoever looked for her. "You don't understand me, do you?" Sharpe asked. A tiny nod of the head. She pulled the covers higher, covering her mouth. This was a good place to hide her, Sharpe thought. She was in no danger here, certainly in no danger from Lord Pumphrey, and she lived in the comfort that a man would want his mistress to enjoy. She was safe enough, at least until the servants' gossip betrayed her presence in Pumphrey's house. Caterina was examining Sharpe, her eyes travelling down his shabby uniform, seeing the sword, rising again to his face, and her eyes, if anything, were now slightly wider. "I was busy last night," Sharpe said. "I was fetching some letters. Remember those letters?" Another tiny nod. "But I got them back. Gave them to Mr. Wellesley, I did. He burned them." She lowered the bedclothes an inch and rewarded him with a flicker of a smile. He tried to work out how old she was. 22, 23. Young, anyway. Young and flawless, as far as he could see. "But there are more letters, darling, aren't there?" There was a slight rising of her eyebrows when he called her darling, then a barely discernible shake of her head. Sharpe sighed. "I know I'm a British officer, darling, but I'm not daft. You know what daft means?" A nod. "So let me tell you a bedtime story. Henry Wellesley wrote you a lot of letters that he shouldn't have written, and you kept them. You kept them all, darling. But your pimp took most of them, didn't he? And he was going to sell them and share the money with you, but then he got murdered. Do you know who murdered him?" She shook her head. "A priest. Father Salvador Monsigny." The slight rise of eyebrows again. "Father Monsigny murdered the man sent to buy them back," Sharpe went on, "and last night he tried to murder me, only I'm a much harder man to kill. So he lost the letters, and he lost the newspaper that printed them, and he's now a very angry priest, darling. But he knows one thing. He knows you didn't destroy all the letters. He knows you kept some. You kept them in case you needed the money. But when your pimp got murdered, you became scared, didn't you? So you ran to Henry and told him a pack of lies. You told him the letters were stolen and told him there weren't any more, but there are more. And you've got them, darling." The tiniest and most unconvincing denial, just enough to shiver her curls. "And the priest is angry, my love," Sharpe went on. "He wants those other letters one way or another. He'll find a printing press. But first he has to get the letters, doesn't he? So he's coming after you, Katerina. And he's a wicked man, with a knife. He'll slit your pretty belly from bottom to top." Another shiver of the curls. She pulled the bedclothes higher to hide her nose and mouth. "You think he can't find you?" Sharpe asked. "I've found you. And I know you've got the letters." This time there was no reaction, just the wide eyes watching him. There was no fear in those eyes. This was a girl, Sharpe realized, who had learned the enormous power of her looks, and she already knew that Sharpe was not going to hurt her. "So tell me, darling," Sharpe said, "just where the other letters are, and then we'll be done." Very slowly she drew the sheet and blankets down to uncover her mouth. She stared at Sharpe solemnly, apparently thinking about her answer. Then she frowned. "Tell me," she said, "what did you do to your head?" "It got in the way of a bullet." "That was very silly of you, Captain Sharpe." The smile flickered and was gone. She had a languorous voice, her vowels American. "Pomps told me about you. He said you're dangerous." "I am. Very." "No, you're not." She smiled at him, then half rolled over to look at the face of an ornate clock that ticked on the mantel. "It's not even 8 o'clock." "You speak good English." She lay back on the pillow. "My mother was American. Daddy was Spanish. They met in Florida. Have you heard of Florida?" "No." "It's south of the United States. It used to belong to Britain, but you had to give it back to Spain after the War of Independence. There's nothing much there except Indians, slaves, soldiers, and missionaries. Daddy was a captain in the garrison at St. Augustine." She frowned. "If Henry finds you here, he'll be angry." "He's not coming back this morning," Sharpe said. "He's working with Lord Pumphrey."
Poor Pumps, Katerina said. I like him. He talks to me such a lot. Turn round.
Sharpe obeyed, then edged sideways so that he could see her in the mirrors of the wardrobe doors.
Move away from the mirrors, Katerina said.
Sharpe obeyed again.
You can turn round now, she said.
She had pulled on a blue silk jacket that she laced to her chin, giving him a smile.
When they bring breakfast and water, you'll have to wait in there.
She pointed to a door beside the wardrobe.
You drink water for breakfast? Sharpe asked. It's for the bath, she said.
She pulled on a ribbon which rang a bell deep in the house.
I'll have them revive the fire as well, she went on. You like ham? Bread? If the chickens have laid, then there'll be eggs. I'll tell them I'm very hungry.
She listened until she heard footsteps on the stairs.
Go and hide, she ordered Sharpe.
He went into a small room filled with Katerina's clothes. A table with a mirror was cluttered with salves and cosmetics and beauty patches. Behind the mirror was a window, and Sharpe, peering into the clearing air, could see the fleet weighing anchor and sailing north out of the bay. The army was on the move. He stared at the ships and thought his place was there, with men, muskets, cannon, and horses stalled in the holds. Men going to war, and here he was, in a whore's dressing room. The breakfast came a half-hour later, by which time the fire was blazing and the bath filled with steaming water.
The servants hate filling the bath,
Katerina said, sitting up on banked pillows now,
because it's so much work for them. But I insist on having a bath every day. The water will be too hot now, so it can wait. Have some breakfast.
Sharpe was ravenous. He sat on the bed and ate, and in between mouthfuls asked questions.
When did you leave, what did you call it, Florida? When I was 16. My mother died. Daddy had run away long before that. I didn't want to stay there.
Why not?
Stay in Florida? She shuddered at the thought. It's just a hot swamp filled with snakes, alligators, and Indians.
So how did you come here?
By ship, she said, her big eyes serious. It was much too far to swim.
By yourself?
Gonzalo brought me.
Gonzalo?
The man who died?
The man who was going to sell the letters? She nodded. And you've been working with Gonzalo ever since? She nodded again.
In Madrid, Seville, and now here.
The same game?
Game?
Pretend to be well-born, get letters, sell them back?
She smiled. We made a lot of money, Captain Sharpe. More than you could ever dream of.
I don't need to dream, darling. I once stole the jewels of an Indian king.
So, you're rich? She asked, eyes brightening.
Lost it all.
Careless, Captain Sharpe.
So what will you do without Gonzalo?
She frowned. I don't know.
Stay with Henry? Be his mistress?
He's very kind to me, Katerina said. But I don't think he'd take me back to London. And he will go back eventually, won't he?
He'll go back, Sharpe confirmed.
So I'll have to find someone else, she said. But not you.
Not me.
Someone rich, she said with a smile.
And you have to stay away from Father Salvador Monseny, Sharpe said.
She gave another shudder. He is really a killer? A priest?
He's as nasty as they come, darling. And he wants your letters. He'll kill you to get them.
But you want my letters too.
I do.
And Pumps says you're a killer.
I am.
She seemed to consider her dilemma for a moment, then nodded at the bath. It's time to get clean, she said.
You want me back in that room? Sharpe asked.
Of course not. That bath's for you. You stink.
Get undressed, Captain Sharpe, and I'll wash your back. Sharpe was a good soldier. He obeyed. I like Henry Wellesley, Sharpe said. So do I, Katerina said, but he is... She paused, thinking. Earnest. Earnest? Sad. His wife hurt him. Pumps says she was not beautiful. You can't trust everything Pumps says. But I think he is right. Some women are not beautiful, yet they drive men mad. She has driven Henry sad. Are you going to sleep? No, Sharpe said. The bed was the most comfortable he had experienced. A feather mattress, silk sheets, big pillows, and Katerina. I have to go. Your uniform isn't dry. She had insisted on washing his uniform in the used bath water, and it was now propped on 2 chairs before the fire. We have to go, Sharpe corrected himself. We? Monsigny wants to find you, and to get the letters he'll hurt you. She thought about that. When Gonzalo died, she said, I came here because I was frightened, and because this is safe. You think Pumps will protect you? No one would dare come in here. It's the embassy. Monsigny will dare, Sharpe said. There's no guard on Lord Pumphrey's front door, is there? And if the servants see a priest, they'll trust him. Monsigny can get in here easily. I did. But if I go with you, she said, how do I live? Same as everyone else. I am not everyone else, she said indignantly. And didn't you tell me you were sailing back to Lisbon? I am, but you'll be safer in the Isla de Leon. Lots of British soldiers to defend you. Or you can come back to Lisbon with me. She rewarded that suggestion with a smile and silence. I know, Sharpe went on. I'm not rich enough. So why did you lie to Henry? Lie to him? She opened her eyes, wide and innocent. When you came here, darling, you told him you had no letters. You told him you'd lost the ones Gonzalo didn't have. You lied. I thought perhaps if things went wrong, she began, then shrugged. You'd still have something to sell. Is that bad? Of course it's bad, Sharpe said sternly. But it's bloody sensible. So, how much do you want for them? Your uniform is scorching, she said. She climbed out of bed and went to turn the jacket and overalls round. Sharpe watched her. A beauty. She would drive men mad, he thought. She came back to the bed and slid in beside him again. So, how much? He asked her. Gonzalo said he would make me $400. He was cheating you, Sharpe said. I don't think so. Pumps said he couldn't get more than 700. It took Sharpe a moment to understand what she was saying. Lord Pumphrey said that. She nodded very seriously. He said he could hide the money in the accounts. He would say it was for bribes, but he could only hide 700. And he'd give you that for the letters? She nodded again. He said he would get $700, keep 2 and give me 5. But he had to wait till the other letters were found. Mine, he said, weren't valuable till they were the only letters left. Bloody hell, Sharpe said. You're shocked. Katerina was amused. I thought he was honest. Pumps? Honest? She laughed. He tells me his secrets. He shouldn't, but he wants to know my secrets. He wants to know what Henry says about him, so I make him tell me things first. Not that Henry tells me any secrets. So I tell Pumps what he wants to hear. He told me a secret about you. I've got no secrets with Lord Pumphrey, Sharpe said indignantly. He has one about you, she said. A girl in Copenhagen called Ingrid? Astrid.
Astrid, that's the name. Pumps had her killed, Katerina said.
Sharpe stared at her. "He what?" he asked after a while.
Astrid and her father. Pumps had their throats cut. He's very proud of it. He made me promise not to tell anyone.
He killed Astrid?
He said she and her father knew too many secrets that the French would want to know, and he couldn't trust them to keep quiet. So he told them to go to England, and they wouldn't, so he had them killed.
It had been 4 years since Sharpe had been in Copenhagen with the invading British army. He had wanted to stay in Denmark, leave the army and settle with Astrid, but her father had forbidden the marriage, and she was an obedient girl, and so Sharpe had abandoned the dream and sailed back to England. Her father used to send information to Britain, Sharpe said, but he got upset with us when we captured Copenhagen.
Pom says he knew a lot of secrets.
He did.
He doesn't know any now, Katerina said callously, nor does Astrid.
The bastard, Sharpe said, thinking of Lord Pumphrey. The bloody bastard.
You mustn't hurt him, Katerina said earnestly. I like Pumps.
You tell Pumps the price for the letters is 1,000 guineas.
1,000 guineas?
In gold, Sharpe said. You tell him that, and tell him he can deliver the money to you in the Isla de Leon.
Why there?
Because I'll be there, Sharpe said, and so will you. And as long as I'm there, you'll be safe from that murderous priest.
You want me to leave here? She asked.
You've got the letters, Sharpe said, so it's time you made money on them. And if you stay here, someone else will make the money, and like as not they'll kill you to get the letters. So, you tell Pumps you want 1,000 guineas, and that if you don't get it, you'll tell me about Astrid.
You were in love with her?
Yes, Sharpe said.
That's nice.
Tell Lord Pumphrey that if he wants to live, he should pay you 1,000 guineas. Ask for 2,000, and maybe you'll get it.
What if he doesn't pay?
Then I'll slit his throat.
You're a very nasty man, she said,
putting her left thigh across his legs. I know. She thought for a few seconds, then made a rueful face.
Henry likes having me here. He'll be unhappy if I go to the Isla de Leon.
Do you mind that?
No.
She looked searchingly into Sharpe's face.
Will Pumps really pay 1,000 guineas?
He'll probably pay more, he said, then kissed her nose.
So what do you want?
She asked. Whatever you want to give me.
Oh, that, she said.
The fleet left, all except the Spanish feluccas, which couldn't beat against the monstrous waves that were the remnant of the storm, and so they returned to the bay, pursued by the futile splashes of the French mortar shells. The larger British ships drove through the heavy seas and then went south, a host of sails skirting Cadiz to disappear beyond Cape Trafalgar. The wind stayed in the west, and next day the Spaniards found kinder seas and followed. San Fernando was empty, with most of the army gone. There were still battalions on the Isla de Leon, but they were manning the long defence works on the marshy creek which protected the island and the city from Marshal Victor's army, though that army left their siege lines 2 days after the Spanish feluccas sailed. Marshal Victor knew full well what the Allies planned. General Le Peigne and General Graham would sail their troops south and then, after landing close to Gibraltar, would march north to attack the French siege works, and Victor had no intention of allowing his lines to be assailed from the rear. He took most of his army south, looking for a place where he could intercept the British and Spanish forces. He left some men to guard the French lines, just as the British had left some to protect their own batteries. Cadiz waited. The wind turned north and cold. The Bay of Cadiz was deserted of shipping except for the small fishing craft and the mastless prison hulks. The French forts on the Trocadero fired desultory mortar shells, but with Marshal Victor gone, the garrisons seemed bereft of enthusiasm. The wind stayed obstinately north, so that no ships could sail for Lisbon, and Sharpe, back on the Isla de Leon, waited. A week after the last of the Allied ships had sailed, Sharpe borrowed 2 horses from Sir Thomas Graham's stable and rode south along the island's coast, where the sea broke white on endless sand. He had been invited to ride to the beach's end, and he was accompanied by Katerina. "Put your heels down," she told him. "Put your heels down and hold your back straight. You ride like a peasant." "I'm a peasant. I hate horses." "I love them," she said. She rode like a man, straddling the horse the way she had been taught in Spanish America. "I hate riding side saddle," she told him. She wore breeches, a jacket, and a wide-brimmed hat that was held in place by a scarf. "I cannot abide the sun," she said. "It makes your skin look like leather. You should see the women in Florida. They look like alligators. If I didn't wear a hat, I'd have a face like yours." "Are you saying I'm ugly?" She laughed at that, then touched her spurs to the mare's flanks and turned into the sea's fretted edge. The hooves splashed white where the waves seethed up the beach. She circled back to Sharpe, her eyes bright. She had arrived in San Fernando the day before. She had come in a coach hired from the stables just outside the city, close to the Royal Observatory, and behind the coach 3 ostlers led pack-horses piled with her clothes, cosmetics, and wigs. Katerina had greeted Sharpe with a demure kiss, then gestured at the coachman and ostlers. "They need paying," she said airily before stepping into the house Sharpe had rented. There were plenty of empty houses now that the army was gone. Sharpe had paid the men, then looked ruefully at the few coins he had left. "Is the ambassador unhappy with you?" Sharpe had asked Katerina when he joined her in the house. "Henry is quiet. He always goes quiet when he's unhappy. But I told him I was frightened to stay in Cadiz. This is a sweet house." "Henry wanted you to stay?" "Of course he wanted me to stay, but I insisted." "And Lord Pumphrey?" "He said he would bring the money." She had given him a dazzling smile. 1,200 guineas. Sergeant Harper had watched Katerina's arrival with an expressionless face. "On the strength is she now, sir?" "She'll stay with us a while," Sharpe said. "Isn't that a surprise? And if the bloody priest shows his face, kill him." Sharpe doubted Monseigneur would come near the Isla de Leon. The priest had been beaten, and if the man had any sense he would give up the fight. The best hope for his faction now was that Marshal Victor would beat the Allied army, for then Cadiz must inevitably fall, and the politicians in its walls would want to make peace with France before that disaster occurred. That was other men's business. Sharpe was riding on a long, sea-beaten beach. To his east were sand dunes, and beyond them the marshes. To his west was the Atlantic, and to the south, where the beach ended at a river's mouth, were Spanish soldiers in their sky-blue uniforms. From far off across the marshes came the grumble of gunfire, the sound of French cannons bombarding the British batteries guarding the Isla de Leon. The sound was fitful and faint as distant thunder. "You look happy," Katerina said. "I am." "Why?" "Because it's clean here," Sharpe said. "I didn't like Cadiz. Too many alleys, too much darkness, too much treachery." "Poor Captain Sharpe," she mocked him with a brilliant smile. "You don't like cities?" "I don't like politicians. All those bloody lawyers taking bribes and making pompous speeches. What's going to win the war is that." He nodded ahead to where the blue-coated soldiers laboured in the shallow water. 2 feluccas were anchored in the river's mouth, and longboats were ferrying soldiers to the beach beyond. The feluccas were loaded to the gunwales with bulks of timber, anchors, and chains, and piles of planks, the materials needed to make a bridge of boats. There were no proper pontoons, but the longboats would serve, and the resultant bridge would be narrow, though if it was properly anchored, it would be safe enough. Captain Galliana was among the officers. It was Galliana who had invited Sharpe to the beach's end, and he now rode out to greet the rifleman. "How is your head, Captain?" "It's getting better. It doesn't hurt so much as it did. It's the vinegar that cures it. May I present the Senorita Caterina Blasquez, Captain Fernando Galliana." If Galliana was surprised that a young woman would have no chaperone, he hid it, bowing instead and giving Caterina a welcoming smile. "What we're doing," he said in answer to her first question, "is making a bridge and protecting it by building a fort on the other bank." "Why?" Caterina asked. "Because if General La Peña and Sir Thomas fail to reach the French siege works, Senorita, they will need a bridge back to the city. I trust the bridge will not be needed, but General La Peña thought it prudent to make it." Galliana gave Sharpe a rueful look, as though he deplored such defeatism. Caterina thought about Galliana's answer. "But if you can build a bridge, Captain," she asked, "why take the army south on boats? Why not cross here and attack the French?" "Because, Senorita, this is no place to fight. Cross the bridge here, and there is nothing but a beach in front of you and a creek to your left. Cross here, and the French would trap us on the beach. It would be a slaughter." "They sailed south," Sharpe told her, "so they can march inland and take the French from the rear." "And you wish you were with them?" Caterina asked Sharpe. She had heard envy in his voice. "I wish I was," Sharpe said. "Me too," Galliana put in. "There's a regiment in the French army," Sharpe said, "that I've got a quarrel with. The 8th of the line. I want to meet them again." "Perhaps you will," Galliana said. "No, I'm in the wrong place," Sharpe said sourly. "But the army will advance from over there," Galliana pointed inland, "and the French will march to meet them, and I think a determined man could ride around the French army and join our forces. A determined man, say, who knows the country?" "Which is you," Sharpe said, "not me." "I do know the country," Galliana said, "but whoever commands the fort here will have orders to stop unauthorized Spanish troops from crossing the bridge." He paused, looking at Sharpe. "But they will have no orders to stop Englishmen." "How many days before they get here?" Sharpe asked. 3, 4. "I'm under orders to take a ship to Lisbon." "No ships will be sailing for Lisbon now," Galliana said confidently. "The wind might turn," Sharpe said. "It's nothing to do with the wind," Galliana said, "but with the possibility that General La Peña might be defeated." From what Sharpe had heard, everyone expected La Peña, Dona Manolito, to be thrashed by Victor. "And if he is defeated?" he asked tonelessly. "Then they will want every available ship ready to evacuate the city," Galliana said, "which is why no ship will be permitted to leave until the thing is decided." "And you expect defeat?" Sharpe asked brutally. "What I expect," Galliana said, "is that you will repay the favor you owe me." "Get you across the bridge?" Galliana smiled. "That is the favor, Captain Sharpe. Get me across the bridge." And Sharpe thought he might yet meet Colonel Vandal again. Part 3. The Battle. Chapter 9. It was chaos. Bloody chaos. It was infuriating. "It is," Lord William Russell said calmly, "entirely to be expected." "God damn it!" Sir Thomas Graham exploded. "In each and every particular," Lord William said, sounding far wiser than his 21 years, "precisely what we expected." "And damn you too," Sir Thomas said. His horse pricked back its ears at its master's vehemence. "Bloody man," Sir Thomas said, slapping his right boot with his whip. "Not you, Willie. Him. Him. That bloody man." "What bloody man is that?" Major John Hope, Sir Thomas's nephew and senior aide, asked solemnly. Sir Thomas recognized the line from Macbeth, but was in too much of a temper to acknowledge it. Instead, he put spurs to his horse, beckoned to his aides, and started towards the head of the column where General Le Peigne had called yet another halt. It should all have been so simple. So damned simple. Land at Tarifa, and there meet the British troops sent from the Gibraltar garrison, and that had happened as planned, at which point the whole army was supposed to march north. Except they couldn't leave Tarifa, because the Spanish had not arrived, and so Sir Thomas waited 2 days, 2 days of consuming rations that were supposed to be reserved for the march. And when Le Peigne's troops did arrive, their boats wouldn't risk crossing the surf on the beach, so the Spanish troops had been forced to wade ashore. They landed soaking, shivering, and starving, in no condition to march, and so another day was wasted. Yet still it should have been easy. There were just 50 miles to march, which, even with the guns and baggage, should not have taken more than 4 days. The road went northwards, following a river beneath the Sierra de Fartes. Then, once out of those hills, they should have crossed the plain by a good road which led to Medina Sidonia, where the Allied army would turn west to attack the French siege lines that were anchored on the town of Chiclana. That is what should have happened, but it didn't. The Spaniards led the march, and they were slow, painfully slow. Sir Thomas, riding at the head of the British troops which formed the rearguard, noted the boots which had torn themselves to pieces and been discarded beside the road. Some weary Spaniards had fallen out of their ranks, joining the broken boots, and they just watched the red-coated and green-jacketed men march by. And maybe that wouldn't have mattered if enough Spaniards, barefoot or not, had reached Medina Sidonia to chase out whatever garrison the French had placed in the town. General Le Peigne had seemed as eager as Sir Thomas when the march started. He understood the necessity of hurrying north and turning west before Marshal Victor could find a place to make a stand. The Allied army was supposed to erupt like a storm on the unprotected rear of the French siege lines. Sir Thomas envisaged his men rampaging through the French camps, ravaging the artillery parks, exploding the magazines, and harrying the broken army out of its earthworks and onto the guns of the British line protecting the Isla de Leon. All it needed was speed, speed, speed. But then, on the second day, Le Peigne had decided to rest his footsore troops, and instead marched through the next night. And even that might have served, except that the Spanish guides had become lost, and the army wandered in a great circle under the hard brightness of the stars. "God damn it," Sir Thomas had explained. "Can't they see the North Star?" "There are marshes, Sir Thomas," the Spanish liaison officer had pleaded. "God damn it! Just follow the road!" But the road had not been followed, and the army wandered, then halted, and men sat in fields where some tried to sleep. The ground was damp and the night surprisingly cold, so very few managed any rest. The British lit short clay pipes, and the officers' servants walked their masters' horses up and down, while the guides argued until finally some gypsies, woken from their encampment in a grove of cork oaks, pointed the way to Medina Sidonia. The troops had marched for 12 hours, and by the time they bivouacked at midday had covered only 6 miles, though at least the King's German Legion cavalry, who served under Sir Thomas's command, had managed to surprise a half-battalion of foraging French infantry and had killed a dozen enemy and captured twice as many. General Le Peigne, in a fit of energy, had then proposed marching again that same afternoon, but the men were exhausted from a wasted night and the rations were still being distributed, and so he had agreed with Sir Thomas to wait until the men were fed, and then he decided they should sleep before they marched at dawn. Yet at dawn, Le Peigne himself wasn't ready. It seemed that a French officer, one of those captured by the German cavalry, had revealed that Marshal Victor had reinforced the garrison in Medina Sidonia, so that now it numbered more than 3,000 men. "We cannot go there," La Peña had declared. He was a lugubrious man, slightly stooped, with nervous eyes that were rarely still. 3,000 men! We can beat them, but at what cost? Delay, Sir Thomas, delay! They will hold us up while Victor maneuvers around us. His hands had made extravagant gestures describing an encirclement and finished by crushing together. "We shall go to Verhaer, today!" He made the decision with a fine forcefulness. "From Verhaer we can assail Chiclana from the south." And that was a viable plan. The captured French officer, a bespectacled captain called Brouard, drank too much of General Le Peña's wine and cheerfully revealed that there was no garrison in Verhaer. Sir Thomas knew a road went north from the town, which meant the Allied army could come at the French siege works from the south rather than from the east. And though he wasn't happy with the decision, he recognized the sense in it. So, by the time the orders had been changed, it was almost midday before they marched, and now the army was in chaos. It was infuriating. It was incompetence. Verhaer was visible across the plain, a town of white houses atop a sudden hill on the northwestern horizon. Yet the guides had begun by marching the army southeast. Sir Thomas had ridden to La Peña and, at his most diplomatic, had indicated the town and suggested it would be better to head in that direction. And after a long consultation, La Peña had agreed. And so the army had reversed itself, and that took time because the Spanish vanguard had to march back along a road crowded with stalled troops. But at last they had been going in the right direction, and now they had stopped again. Just stopped. No one moved. No messages came back down the column explaining the halt. The Spanish soldiers fell out and lit their paper rolls of damp tobacco. "Bloody man!" Sir Thomas said again as he rode to find General La Peña. When the halt occurred, he had been at the rear of the column because he liked to ride up and down his troops. He could tell a lot about his men from the way they marched, and he was pleased with his small force. They knew they were being ill-led. They knew they were in chaos, but their spirits were high. The Cauliflowers were last in the column, more formally known as the 2nd Battalion of the 47th Regiment of the Line. Their red coats were faced with the white patches that gave them their nickname, though the Cauliflowers' officers preferred to call the Lancashire men Wolf's Own, to remember the day they had turned the French out of Canada. The Cauliflowers, a staunch battalion from the Cadiz garrison, were reinforced by 2 companies of the Sweeps, green-jacketed men from the 3rd Battalion of the 95th. Sir Thomas raised his hat to the officers, then again to the men of the 2 Portuguese battalions who had sailed from Cadiz. They grinned at him, and he doffed his hat again and again, and he noted approvingly that the Portuguese Caçadores, light infantry, were in fine spirits. One of their chaplains, a man in a mud-stained cassock with a musket and a crucifix slung about his neck, demanded to know when they could start killing Frenchmen. "Soon," Sir Thomas promised, hoping that was true. "Very soon." Ahead of the Portuguese was the Gibraltar Flanker Battalion. That was a makeshift unit, formed by the light companies and grenadier companies of 3 battalions from the Gibraltar garrison. Prime troops, all of them. 2 companies from the 28th, a Gloucestershire regiment, 2 from the 82nd, which was from Lancashire, and the 2 flank companies of the 9th, Norfolk lads, and known as the Holy Boys because their shako plates, decorated with a picture of Britannia, were taken by the Spanish as showing an image of the Virgin Mary. Wherever the Holy Boys marched in Spain, women would genuflect and make the sign of the cross. Beyond the Gibraltar flankers were the Force, the 87th, and Sir Thomas touched his hat in response to Major Gough's greeting. "It's chaos, Hugh. Chaos," Sir Thomas admitted. "We'll make sense of it, Sir Thomas." "Aye, that we will, that we will." Ahead of the 87th was the 2nd Battalion of the 67th, men from Hampshire, newly come from England and unblooded until the night they had assailed the fire rafts. A good regiment, Sir Thomas reckoned, as were the remaining 8 companies of the 28th who waited in front of them. The 28th was another solid county regiment from the shires. They had come from the Gibraltar garrison, and Sir Thomas was pleased to see them because he remembered the men of Gloucestershire from Corunna. They had fought hard that day, and had died hard too, belying their nicknames, the Dandies or the Silver Tails. Their officers insisted on wearing extra-long tails to their coats, and the coat tails were lavishly embroidered with silver. The 28th preferred to be known as the Slashers, in solemn memory of the day they had sliced off the ears of an irritating French lawyer in Canada. The Slashers' lieutenant colonel was talking with Colonel Wheatley, who commanded all the troops on the road behind, and Wheatley, seeing Sir Thomas ride by, called for his horse. Major Duncan and his 2 batteries of artillery, 5 guns in each, waited on the road ahead of the Silver Tails. Duncan, resting against a limber, raised his eyebrows as Sir Thomas passed, and was rewarded with a quick shrug. "We'll untangle the mess," Sir Thomas called, and again hoped he was right. In front of the guns was his 1st Brigade, and he knew how fortunate he was to have such a unit under his command. It was only 2 battalions, but each was strong. The rearmost was another composite battalion, this one made up of 2 companies of Coldstreamers, 2 more of riflemen, and 3 companies of the 3rd Foot Guards. Scotsmen. The only Scottish infantry under his command, and Sir Thomas took his hat off to them. With Scotsmen, he reckoned, he could break down the gates of hell, and he had a lump in his throat as he passed the blue-faced redcoats. Sir Thomas was a sentimental man. He loved soldiers. He had once thought all men who wore the red coat were rogues and thieves, the scourings of the gutter, and since he had joined the army he had discovered he was right, but he had also learned to love them. He loved their patience, their ferocity, their endurance, and their bravery. If he should die prematurely, Sir Thomas often thought, and join his Mary in her Scottish heaven, then he wanted to die among these men, as Sir John Moore, another Scotsman, had died at Corunna. Sir Thomas kept Moore's red sash as a memento of that day, the weave stained dark with his hero's blood. A soldier's death, he thought, was a happy one because a man, even in the throes of awful pain, would die in the best company in the world. He twisted in the saddle to look for his nephew. "When I die, John," he said, "make sure you take my body back to join your Aunt Mary." "You won't be dying, sir." "Bury me at Balgowan," Sir Thomas said, and touched the wedding ring he still wore. "There's money to pay for the costs of moving my corpse home. You'll find there's money enough." He had to swallow as he rode past the Scotsmen to where the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Foot Guards led his column. The 1st Foot Guards. They were called the Coal Heavers, because years before they had carried coal to warm their officers in a freezing London winter, and the Coal Heavers were as fine a battalion as any that marched the earth. All the guardsmen were led by Brigadier General Dilks, who touched the tip of his cocked hat and joined Colonel Wheatley to follow Sir Thomas past the Spanish troops to where General La Peña sat, disconsolate and helpless in his saddle. La Peña looked heavily at Sir Thomas. He sighed as though he had expected the Scotsman's arrival and thought it a nuisance. He gestured towards distant Verhaer, which glowed white on its hill. "Inundation," La Peña said slowly and distinctly, then made circling gestures with his hand as if to suggest that all was hopeless. Nothing could be done. Failure had been decreed by fate. It was over. "The road, Sir Thomas," the liaison officer translated unnecessarily, "is flooded. The general regrets it, but it is so." The Spanish general had expressed no such regrets, but the liaison officer thought it prudent to suggest as much. "It is sad, Sir Thomas, sad." General La Peña stared mournfully at Sir Thomas, something in his expression seeming to suggest it was all the Scotsman's fault. "Inundation," he said again, shrugging. "The road," Sir Thomas agreed in Spanish, "is indeed flooded. The drowned stretch was where the road crossed a marsh bordering a lake, and though the road was built on a causeway, the heavy rains had raised the water level so that now the marsh, the causeway, and a quarter-mile of the road were under water. "It is flooded," Sir Thomas said patiently. "But I dare say, Signor, that we shall find it passable." He didn't wait for La Peña's response, but spurred his horse onto the causeway. The horse splashed, then waded as the water rose. It grew nervous, tossing its head and rolling its eyes white, but Sir Thomas kept firm control as he followed the lines of withies stuck into the causeway's verges. He curbed the horse halfway through the flood, by which time the water was over his stirrups, and shouted back to the eastern bank in a voice honed by hallooing across windy Scottish hunting fields. "We should keep going! You hear me? Press on!" "The guns cannot make it," La Peña said, "and they cannot go around the flood." He gestured sadly to the north, where marshes stretched beyond the flood's margin. This was repeated to Sir Thomas when he trotted back. He nodded in acknowledgment, then shouted for Captain Vetch, the engineer officer who had burned the fire rafts and who had been posted with the advance guard to make just such assessments. "Make a reconnaissance, Captain," Sir Thomas ordered, "and tell me if the guns can use the road." Captain Vetch rode his horse across the flooded stretch and came back with a confident report that the road was eminently passable. But General La Peña insisted that the causeway might have been damaged by the water and that it must be properly surveyed and, if necessary, repaired before any cannon could be drawn across the lake. "Then at least send the infantry across," Sir Thomas suggested. And after a while it was tentatively agreed that perhaps the infantry could risk the crossing. "Bring your boys up," Sir Thomas said to Brigadier General Dilks and Colonel Wheatley. "I want both your brigades close to the bank. Don't want them strung along the road." There was no danger in having his brigades tailing away into the distance, but Sir Thomas hoped that under the eyes of the British and Portuguese troops, the Spaniards would show some alacrity. The two brigades closed on the lake bank, leaving the guns on the highway, but the arrival of Sir Thomas's men had no effect on the Spaniards. Their soldiers insisted on stripping off their boots and stockings before stepping cautiously onto the flooded road. Most of La Peña's officers had no horses, for few mounts had been shipped in the feluccas, and those unmounted officers demanded to be carried by their men. They all went painfully slowly, as if they feared the ground would give way beneath them and the waters engulf them. "God in his heaven!" Sir Thomas groused, as he watched a small group of mounted Spanish officers who were halfway across and nervously probing the hidden road with long sticks. "John," he turned to his nephew, "my compliments to Major Duncan. Tell him I want the guns here now, and I want them across this damned lake by mid-afternoon." Major Hope rode to fetch the guns. Lord William Russell dismounted, took a telescope from his saddlebag and rested it on his horse's back as he searched the northern landscape. It was low country, edged on the horizon by bare hills on which white villages reflected the winter sun. The plain was dotted with strange evergreens that looked for all the world like a child's drawing of what a tree should be. They were lofty trees with a black bare trunk and a dark puff of foliage spreading wide above. "I like those trees," he said, still staring through his glass. "Sciadopatis verticillata," Sir Thomas said casually, then saw Lord William look at him with awe and astonishment. "My dear Mary took a fancy to them on our travels," Sir Thomas explained. "And we tried planting a stand in Belgowan, but they didn't take. You'd think pines would grow well in Perthshire, wouldn't you? But these didn't. Died the very first winter." He sounded relaxed, but Lord William could see the General's fingers drumming impatiently on his saddle pommel. Lord William looked back through the glass, edging the lens past a small village half hidden by the tracery of a winter olive grove. And then the glass stopped. He stared. "We are being watched, Sir Thomas," he said. "Aye, I should imagine so. Marshal Victor's no fool. Dragoons, are they?" "A troop of them."
Lord William twitched the long barrel to bring the lens into finer focus. "There's not a lot of them. Maybe 20. He could see the horsemen's green uniforms against the white walls of the houses. "They're dragoons, sir, yes, and they're in a village between two low hills. 3 miles off." A flash of light showed from a roof, and Lord William guessed that a Frenchman was staring back through another telescope. "They're just watching us, it seems." "Watching and reporting back," Sir Thomas said gloomily. "They'll have no orders to trouble us, Willie, just to keep a sharp eye on us. And I'll wager your father's dukedom to one of my gamekeeper's cottages that Marshal Victor's already marching." Lord William searched the hills either side of the village, but no enemy showed on those low heights. "Should we tell Donna Manolito?" he asked. Sir Thomas, for once, didn't object to the mocking nickname. "Leave him in peace," he said softly, glancing at the Spanish general. "If he knows there are green men stalking him, he'll like as not turn and run. You'll not repeat that, Willie?" "Soul of discretion, sir," Lord William said, then collapsed the glass and put it back into his saddlebag. "But if Victor's marching, sir," he added, thinking about the implications but leaving the question unfinished. "He'll bar our road," Sir Thomas said, at last sounding cheerful. "And that means we have to fight. And we need to fight. If we just run away, then those bastard lawyers in Cadiz will say the French can't be beaten. They'll sue for peace, then they'll throw us out of Cadiz and invite the French in. We have to fight, Willie, and we have to show the Spaniards we can win. Look at those troops." He pointed to where his redcoats and green jackets waited. "Finest men in the world, Willie. Finest in the world. So, let's force a battle, eh? Let's do what we came to do." The Spanish infantry waiting to cross the causeway had to hurry off the road to let the 2 batteries of British guns pass. Those guns came in a rattling jangle of trace chains and a clatter of hooves. General Lepena, seeing his men scatter, spurred to Sir Thomas and indignantly demanded to know why the 10 cannon with their limbers and caissons had broken the order of march. "You need them on the far bank," Sir Thomas said encouragingly, "in case the French come while your brave men are crossing." He waved the leading gun onto the causeway. "And go hard," he told the officer commanding the gun. "Force those buggers to hurry." "Yes, sir," the lieutenant grinned. A company of riflemen was sent to escort the guns. They stripped off their cartridge boxes and waded onto the causeway where they lined the verges, their presence intended to calm the horse teams. The first battery, under Captain Shenley, made fine time. The water came above the guns' axles, but 4 9-pounder cannons and a 5.5-inch howitzer, each weapon pulled by 8 horses, made the crossing without mishap. The limbers had to be emptied so that the water wouldn't ruin the 20 powder charges they each carried. The charges were placed on one of the battery's wagons that stood high enough to keep the charges dry, and carried another 100 rounds of spare ammunition besides. "Now the second battery," Sir Thomas ordered. He was in a fine mood now because Shenley's battery, chains jingling and wheels throwing up coxcombs of spray, had harried the laggard Spaniards to the far bank. There was suddenly a sense of urgency. Then the leading gun of the second battery slewed off the causeway. Sir Thomas didn't see what happened. Later he learned that one of the horses had stumbled, the team veered left, the drivers had hauled them back, and the gun, swinging behind its limber, had skidded off the road, bounced across the verge, then slammed down into the flood, spilling the gunners off the limber and bringing the horses to a sudden, sodden halt. General Lepena turned his head very slowly to give Sir Thomas an accusing look. The gunners whipped the horses pulled, and the gun wouldn't move. And across the plain, beyond the long stretch of marshes, a glint of sun reflected from metal. Dragoons.
This ends Disc 7. Sharpe's Fury, Disc 8.
It was over that night, all except for the fighting that would determine whether Cadiz would survive or fall. But the treacherous part ended when Lord Pumphrey came to the house Sharpe had rented in San Fernando. He came after dark, carrying the same bag he had taken to the cathedral crypt, and it seemed to Sharpe that his lordship was even more nervous than when he had gone down the steps to where Father Monsigny had waited in the dark. Pumphrey edged into the room, and his eyes widened slightly when he saw Sharpe sitting by the hearth.
"I thought you might be here," he said.
He forced a smile for Katerina, then looked around the room. It was small, sparsely furnished with a dark table and high-backed chairs. The walls were lime-washed and hung with portraits of bishops and with an old crucifix. The light came from a small fire and from a flickering lantern hanging under one of the black beams that crossed the ceiling.
"This isn't the comfort you like, Katerina,"
Pumphrey said lightly. "It's heaven compared to the home where I grew up."
"There is that, of course," Lord Pumphrey said. "I forget you grew up in a garrison town."
He gave a worried glance at Sharpe.
"She tells me she can geld hogs, Sharpe."
"You should see what she can do to men," Sharpe said.
"But you'd be much more comfortable back in the city,"
Pumphrey said to Katerina, ignoring Sharpe's sour words.
"You have nothing to fear now from Father Monsigny."
"I don't."
"He was injured when the scaffolding fell in the cathedral. I hear he won't ever walk again. Not ever."
Pumphrey looked again at Sharpe, waiting for a reaction. He got none, so he smiled at Katerina, put the bag on the table, drew a handkerchief from his sleeve, dusted a chair, and sat.
"So your reason for leaving the city, my dear, no longer applies. Cadiz is safe."
"What about my reasons for staying here?" Katerina asked. Pumphrey's eyes rested briefly on Sharpe.
"Those reasons are your affair, my dear. But do come back to Cadiz."
"Are you Henry's procurer?" Sharpe asked scornfully.
"His Excellency," Pumphrey said with assumed dignity, "is in some ways relieved that Senorita Blasquez is gone. He feels, I think, that an unfortunate chapter in his life is now over. It can be forgotten. No, I merely wish Katerina to return so I can enjoy her company. We are friends, are we not?" He appealed to Katerina.
"We are friends, Pumps," she said warmly.
"Then as a friend I have to tell you that the letters no longer have value."
He smiled at her. "They ceased to have value the moment Monsigny was crippled. I only learned of that unfortunate outcome this morning. No one else, I assure you, will try to publish them."
"So why did you bring the money, my lord?"
Sharpe asked.
"Because I had withdrawn it before I heard the sad news about Father Monsigny, and because it's safer with me than left in my house. And because His Excellency is willing to pay a smaller sum for the return of the letters."
"A smaller sum," Sharpe repeated tonelessly.
"Out of the kindness of his heart," Lord Pumphrey said.
"How small?" Sharpe asked.
100 guineas, Pumphrey proposed. "It is really very generous of His Excellency."
Sharpe stood, and Lord Pumphrey's hand twitched towards the pocket of his coat. Sharpe laughed.
"You've brought a pistol! You really think you can fight me?"
Lord Pumphrey's hand went very still, and Sharpe walked behind him.
"His Excellency doesn't know a damn bloody thing about these letters, my lord. You didn't tell him. You want them for yourself." "Don't be absurd, Sharpe.
Because they'd be valuable, wouldn't they? A small lever to hold over the Wellesley family forever. What does Henry's oldest brother do?"
"The Earl of Mornington," Pumphrey said stiffly, "is Foreign Secretary."
"Of course he is," Sharpe said. "And a useful man to have indebted to you. Is that why you want the letters, my lord? Or do you plan to sell them to His Excellency?"
"You have a fertile imagination, Captain Sharpe." "No. I've got Katerina, And Katerina has the letters and you've got money. Money's easy for you, my lord. What did you call it? Subventions to the guerrilleros and bribes for the deputies? But the gold is for Katerina now, which is hell of a better cause than filling the purses of a pack of bloody lawyers. And there's one other thing, my lord. Yes? Lord Pumphrey asked. Sharpe laid a hand on Pumphrey's shoulder, making his lordship shiver. Sharpe bent down to whisper hoarsely in his lordship's ear. If you don't pay her, then I'll do to you what you ordered done to Astrid. Sharpe! Throat cut, Sharpe said. It's harder than gelding hogs, but just about as messy. He drew a few inches of his sword, letting the blade scrape against the scabbard's throat. He felt a quiver in Lord Pumphrey's shoulder. I ought to do it to you, my lord, for Astrid's sake, but Katerina doesn't want me to. So, are you paying her the money? Pumphrey stayed very still. You won't cut my throat, he said with surprising calm. I won't. People know I'm here, Sharpe. I had to ask 2 provosts where you were billeted. You think they'll forget me? I take risks, my lord. Which is why you are valuable, Sharpe, but you aren't a fool. Kill one of His Majesty's diplomats and you will die yourself. Besides, as you say, Katerina won't let you kill me. Katerina said nothing. Instead, she just shook her head slightly, though whether that was a denial of Lord Pumphrey's confident assertion or a sign that she didn't want him killed, Sharpe couldn't tell. Katerina wants money, Sharpe said. A motive I entirely comprehend, Pumphrey said, and pushed his bag into the centre of the table. You have the letters? Katerina gave the 6 letters to Sharpe, who showed them to his lordship, then carried them to the fire. No, Pumphrey said. Yes, Sharpe said, and threw them on the burning driftwood. The letters flared up sudden and bright, filling the room with a flickering glow that lit Lord Pumphrey's pale face. Why did you kill Astrid? Sharpe asked. To preserve Britain's secrets, Pumphrey said harshly, which is my job. He stood abruptly, and there was a sudden air of authority in his frail figure. You and I are alike, Captain Sharpe. We know that in war, as in life, there is only one rule: to win. I am sorry about Astrid. No, you're not, Sharpe said. Pumphrey paused. You're right. I'm not. He smiled suddenly. You play the game very well, Captain Sharpe. I congratulate you. He blew a kiss to Katerina, then left without another word. I do like Pumps, Katerina said when his lordship had gone, so I'm glad you didn't kill him. I should have done. No, she said firmly. He's like you, a rogue, and rogues should be loyal to each other. She was putting guineas into piles, playing with the coins, and the light from the lamp hanging from the beam reflected from the gold to shine yellow on her skin. You'll go back to Cadiz now? Sharpe asked. She nodded. Probably, she said, and spun a coin. Find a man? A rich man, she said, watching the spinning coin. What else can I do? But before I find him, I would like to see a battle. No, Sharpe said. It's no place for a woman. Maybe. She shrugged, then smiled at him. So, how much do you want, Richard? Whatever you want to give me. She pushed a generous pile across the table. You are a fool, Captain Sharpe. Probably. Yes. And somewhere to the south 2 armies were marching, and Sharpe reckoned there was a chance he might be able to join them, and gold would be no good to him there. But the memory of a woman was always a comfort. Let's take the money upstairs, he suggested. So they did. One of General Le Peña's aides had seen the dragoons.
He was watching them file out of the far olive grove towards the troops waiting at the causeway's far end. General Lepena borrowed a telescope and made an aide stand his horse beside him so he could rest the barrel on the aide's shoulder.
"Dragones,"
he said balefully.
"Not many of them," Sir Thomas said brusquely, "and a damned long way off. Good God, can't they shift that gun?"
They couldn't. The cannon, a 9-pounder with a 6-foot-long barrel, was stuck fast. Most of the gun was under water so that only the tip of its left wheel and the top of the breech were visible. One horse was flailing as a gunner tried to keep its head above water. The riflemen posted to guard the causeway's edges were holding the other horses, but the beasts were getting increasingly fearful, and the panicking horse threatened to jar both gun and limber further down the flooded embankment.
"Detach the limber, man!"
Sir Thomas roared, and when his injunction failed to have an immediate effect, he spurred his horse onto the causeway.
"I want a dozen more fellows!"
he shouted at the nearest infantry. A squad of Portuguese infantrymen followed Sir Thomas, who curbed his horse beside the stricken cannon.
"What's the problem?"
he asked briskly.
"There seems to be a culvert down here, sir,"
a lieutenant said. He was clinging to the drowned wheel and plainly feared the whole heavy weapon would tip onto him.
"The wheel's caught in the culvert, sir,"
the lieutenant added. A sergeant and 3 gunners were heaving at the gun, attempting to lift the trail plate eye that attached the cannon to its limber, and every heave jarred the cannon slightly deeper. But at last they succeeded in raising the eye free of the pin so that the limber shot out onto the road in a flurry of splashing hooves. The gun stayed behind, but lurched dangerously, and the lieutenant's eyes widened in fear before the weapon settled, though now the breech was entirely submerged. Sir Thomas unbuckled his sword belt and threw it with his scabbard and pouches to Lord William, who had dutifully followed his master onto the causeway. Sir Thomas gave the aide his cocked hat too, so that the small wind stirred his white hair. Then he slid from the saddle, plunging up to his chest into the grey water.
"Not nearly as cold as the River Tay," he said. "Come on, boys."
The water was now up to Sir Thomas's armpits. He put his shoulder to the wheel while grinning riflemen and Portuguese privates joined him. Lord William wondered why Sir Thomas had allowed the gun to be released from its horse team, then understood that the general didn't want the freed gun to leap ahead and crush a man under its wheel. Slow and steady would do this job.
"Put your backs into it!"
the general shouted to the men around him.
"Heave on it! Come on now!"
The gun moved. The breech reappeared, then the top of its right wheel showed above the water. A rifleman lost his footing, slipped under, flailed his way back and hauled on a wheel spoke. The gunners on the road had attached a strap to the trail and were pulling like men in a tug of war.
"Here she comes!"
Sir Thomas shouted triumphantly, and the cannon lurched up the verge and rolled onto the causeway.
"Hook her up," Sir Thomas said, "and let's get moving."
He wiped his hands on his drenched breeches as the trail plate eye was reconnected. There was the crack of a whip, and the gun was on its way again. A Portuguese sergeant, seeing that the general was having trouble mounting his horse because of the weight of his wet clothes, hurried to help and heaved Sir Thomas upwards.
"Obliged to you, obliged," Sir Thomas said, giving the man a coin before settling himself in the saddle. "That's the way to do it, Willie."
"You'll catch your death, sir," Lord William said with genuine concern.
"Aye, well, if I do, Major Hope knows what to do with my corpse," Sir Thomas said.
He was wet through, but grinning broadly.
"That water was cold, Willie. Damn cold. Make sure those infantrymen get a change of clothes."
He laughed suddenly.
"When I was a lad, Willie, we chased a fox into the Tay. I was just a boy, and the hounds were doing nothing except bark at the thing. So I drove my horse into the river and caught the beast with my bare hands. I thought I was a hero. My uncle gave me a whipping for that. Never do the hound's work, he told me. But sometimes you have to." Sometimes you just have to.
The dragoons had swerved northwards, never coming within a mile of the troops crossing the causeway, and when the light cavalry of the King's German Legion trotted towards them, the dragoons galloped fast away. The rest of the Spanish infantry crossed, still going with painful slowness, so that it was dusk before Sir Thomas's 2 brigades came across the causeway, and full dark before the army marched again. The road climbed steadily and undramatically towards the lights of Verhaer that flickered and twinkled on the hilltop beneath the stars. The army marched north of the town, following a road which led to a midnight bivouac in the spread of olive groves, where Sir Thomas at last rid himself of his damp clothes and crouched over a fire to get warm. Foraging parties went out the next day, returning with a herd of skinny bullocks and a flock of pregnant ewes and fractious goats. Sir Thomas fretted, eager to be moving, and, for want of other activity, he rode with a squadron of German cavalry to find that the hills north and east were lively with enemy horsemen. A troop of Spanish cavalry cantered down a stream bank to join Sir Thomas's men. Their commander was a captain who wore yellow breeches, a yellow waistcoat, and a blue jacket with red facings. He touched his hat to Sir Thomas.
"They are watching us."
He spoke in French, assuming that Sir Thomas couldn't speak Spanish.
"That's their job,"
Sir Thomas answered in Spanish. He had taken care to learn the language when he was first posted to Cadiz.
"Captain Sarasa,"
the Spaniard named himself, then took a cigar from his saddlebag. One of his men struck a light with the tinderbox, and Sarasa bent over the flame until the cigar was drawing properly.
"I have orders," he said, "not to engage the enemy."
Sir Thomas heard the sullen tone and understood that Sarasa was frustrated. He wanted to take his men up to the crests of the low hills and match them against the French vedettes. A vedette was a sentry post of cavalrymen who were assigned to watch an enemy.
"You have orders?"
Sir Thomas inquired tonelessly.
"General La Peña's orders. We are to protect the forage parties, no more."
"You would rather fight?"
"Is that not why we are here?"
Sarasa asked truculently. Sir Thomas liked Sarasa. He was a young man, probably not yet 30, and he had a belligerence that encouraged Sir Thomas, who believed that the Spaniards would fight like devils if they were given a chance, and, perhaps, some leadership. At Bailén 3 years before, a Spanish force had outfought a whole French corps and forced a surrender. They had even taken an eagle, so they could fight well enough, and if Captain Sarasa was an example, they wanted to fight. But for once, Sir Thomas found himself agreeing with La Peña.
"What's across the hill, Captain?"
he asked. Sarasa stared at the nearest crest, where 12 French men and 2 vedettes were visible. Sir Thomas, reinforced now by Sarasa's swordsmen, had more than 60.
"We don't know, Sir Thomas," he admitted.
"There's probably nothing across the hill," Sir Thomas said. "And we could chase those fellows off, and if we did, we'd see them on a further hill, and we'd think there's no harm in chasing them off that. And so it would go on until we were 5 miles north of here and the forage parties were dead." Sarasa drew on his cigar.
"They offend me,"
he said vehemently.
"They disgust me," Sir Thomas said. "But we fight them where we choose or where we must, not always when we want."
Sarasa gave a quick smile as if to say he had learned his lesson. He tapped ash from his cigar.
"The rest of my regiment, Sir Thomas," he said, "is ordered to reconnoitre the road to Cornil."
He spoke very flatly.
"Cornil?"
Sir Thomas asked, and Sarasa nodded. The Spaniard was still watching the distant dragoons, but he was very aware as Sir Thomas took a folded map from his saddlebag. It was a bad map, but it did show Gibraltar and Cadiz, and between them it marked Medina Sidonia and Verhaer, the town which lay just to the south. Sir Thomas drew a finger westwards from Verhaer until he reached the Atlantic coast.
"Cornil?"
he asked again, tapping the map.
"Cornil de la Frontera."
Sarasa confirmed the location by giving the town its full name.
Conil by the sea, he added in an angrier voice. Beside the sea. Sir Thomas stared at the map. Conil was indeed on the shore. 10 miles north of it was a village called Barossa, and from there a road led east to Chiclana, which was the base of the French siege lines, but Sir Thomas already knew that General Pena had no intention of using that road. Because, just a couple of miles north of Barossa, was the Rio Sancti Petri, where supposedly the Spanish garrison was making a pontoon bridge. Cross that bridge and the army would be back on the Isla de Leon, and another 2 hours marching would have Le Pena's men back in Cadiz and safe from the French. "No," Sir Thomas said angrily, and his horse stirred nervously. The road north from Verhaer was the one to take. Break through the French cordon of vedettes and march hard. Victor would be defending Chiclana, of course, but by skirting east of the city, the Allied army could maneuver the French marshal out of his prepared position and force him to fight on ground of their own choosing. But instead the Spanish general was thinking of a stroll by the sea. He was thinking of retreating to Cadiz. Sir Thomas could hardly believe it, but he knew that an attack on Chiclana from Barossa was untenable. It would be an advance over poor country tracks against an army in prepared positions, and Le Pena would never contemplate such a risk. Don Manolito just wanted to go home, but to get home, he would march his army along a coastal road, and all the French needed to do was advance on that road to trap the Allies against the sea. "No," Sir Thomas said again, then turned his horse towards the distant encampment. He spurred away, then abruptly curbed the stallion and turned back to Sarasa. "You're not to engage. Those are your orders?" "Yes, Sir Thomas. But of course if those bastards threaten you, then your duty is to kill them, isn't it?" "Is it, Sir Thomas?" "Assuredly, yes. And I am sure you will do your duty, Captain, but don't pursue them. Don't abandon the foragers. No further than the skyline, do you hear me?" Sir Thomas spurred on, and reckoned that if one Frenchman of the vedette even raised a hand, then Sarasa would attack. So at least some enemy would die, even if Don Manolito apparently wanted the rest to live forever. "Bloody man," Sir Thomas growled to himself. "Bloody, bloody man," and rode to save the campaign. "I saw your friend last night," Captain Galliana said to Sharpe. "My friend?" "Dancing at the Bachicas." "Oh, Caterina," Sharpe said. Caterina had returned to Cadiz, travelling there in a hired carriage and with a valise filled with money. "You didn't tell me she was a widow," Galliana said reprovingly. "You called her Señorita." Sharpe gaped at Galliana. "A widow?" "She was dressed in black with a veil," Galliana said. "She didn't actually dance, of course, but she watched the dancing." He and Sharpe were on a patch of shingle at the edge of the bay. The north wind brought the stench of the prison hulks moored off the salt flats. 2 guard boats rowed slowly down the hulks. "She didn't dance?" Sharpe asked. "She's a widow. How could she? It is too soon. She told me her husband has only been dead for 3 months. Galliana paused, evidently remembering Caterina riding on the beach, where her dress and demeanour had been anything but bereaved. He decided to say nothing of that. "She was most gracious to me," he said instead. "I like her." "She's very likeable," Sharpe said. "Your brigadier was also there," Galliana said. "Moon? He's not my brigadier," Sharpe said. "And I don't suppose he was dancing either." "He was on crutches," Galliana said. "And he gave me orders." "You? He can't give you orders." Sharpe spun a stone into the water, hoping it would skip across the small waves, but it sank instantly. "I hope you told him to go to hell and stay there." "These orders,"
Galiana said, taking a piece of paper from his uniform pocket and handing it to Sharpe, to whom, surprisingly, the orders were addressed. The paper was a dance card, and the words had been carelessly scrawled in pencil. Captain Sharpe and the men under his command were to post themselves at the Rio Sancti Petri until further orders, or until the forces presently under the command of Lieutenant General Graham was safely returned to the Isla de Leon. Sharpe read the scrawled note a second time. "I'm not sure Brigadier Moon can give me orders," he said. "He did, though," Captain Galiana said. "And I, of course, will come with you." Sharpe returned the dance card. He said nothing, just skimmed another stone which managed one bounce before vanishing. Grazing, it was called. A good artilleryman knew how to skip cannonballs along the ground to increase their effective range. The balls grazed, kicking up dust, coming flat and hard and bloody. "It is a precaution," Galiana said, folding the card. "Against what?" Galiana selected a stone, threw it fast and low, and watched as it skipped a dozen times. "General Zayas is at the bridge across the Sancti Petri," he said, "with 4 battalions. He has orders to stop anyone from the city crossing the river." "You told me," Sharpe said. "But why stop you?" "Because there are folk in this city," Galiana explained, "who are afrancesados. You know what that is?" "They're on the French side," Galiana nodded. "And some, alas, are officers in the garrison. General Zayas has orders to stop such men offering their services to the enemy." "Let the buggers go," Sharpe said. "Have fewer mouths to feed." "But he won't stop British troops. You told me that too, and I said I'd help you. So why the hell do you need orders from bloody Moon?" "In my army, Captain," Galiana said, "a man cannot just take it upon himself to do whatever he wants. He requires orders. You now have orders, so you can take me over the river, and I shall find our army." "And you?" Sharpe asked. "Do you have orders?" "Me?" Galiana seemed surprised at the question, then paused, because one of the great French mortars had fired from the forts on the Trocadero. The sound came flat and dull across the bay, and Sharpe waited to see where the shell would fall, but he heard no explosion. The missile must have plunged into the sea. "I have no orders," Galiana admitted. "Then why are you going?" "Because the French have to be beaten," Galiana said with a sudden vehemence. "Spain must free herself. We must fight." "But I am like your brigadier, like the widow. I cannot join the dance. General La Peña hated my father, and he detests me, and he does not want me to distinguish myself, so I am left behind. But I will not be left behind. I will fight for Spain." The grandiosity of his last words were touched by passion. Sharpe watched the cloud of smoke left by the mortars firing drift and dissipate across the distant marshes. He tried to imagine himself saying he would fight for Britain in that same heartfelt tone, and couldn't. He fought because it was all he was good for, and because he was good at it, and because he had a duty to his men. Then he thought of those riflemen. They would be unhappy at being ordered away from the taverns of San Fernando, and so they should be. But they would follow orders. He began, and immediately fell silent. "What?" "Nothing," Sharpe said. He had been about to say that he couldn't order his riflemen into a battle that was none of their business. Sharpe would fight if he saw Vandal, but that was personal. But his riflemen had no axe to grind, and their battalion was miles away, and it was all too complicated to explain to Galiana. Besides, it was unlikely that Sharpe would travel to the army with Galiana. He might take the Spaniard across the river, but unless the Allied army was within sight, Sharpe would have to bring his men back. The Spaniard could ride across country to find La Peña, but Sharpe and his men wouldn't have the luxury of horses. "Did you tell Moon all that?"
he asked. "About you wanting to fight?" "I told him I wanted to join General Lapenya's army, and that if I traveled with British troops, then Zayas would not stop me." "And he just wrote the orders?" "He was reluctant to," Galliana admitted. "But he wanted something from me, so he agreed to my request." "He wanted something from you," Sharpe said, then smiled as he realized just what that something must have been. "So, you introduced him to the widow?" "Exactly." "And he's a rich man," Sharpe said. "Very rich." He skimmed another stone and thought that Katerina would skin the Brigadier alive. Sir Thomas Graham discovered General Lapenya in an uncharacteristically cheerful mood. The Spanish commander had taken a farmhouse for his headquarters, and because the winter's day was sunny, and because the house sheltered the yard from the north wind, Lapenya was taking lunch at a table outside. He shared the table with 3 of his aides and with the French captain who had been captured on the way to Verre. The 5 men had been served dishes of bread and beans, cheese and dark ham, and had a stone jug of red wine. "Sir Thomas!" Lapenya seemed pleased to see him. "You will join us, perhaps?" He spoke in French. He knew Sir Thomas could speak Spanish, but he preferred to use French. It was, after all, the language in which European gentlemen communicated. "Corneille!" Sir Thomas was so angry that he didn't bother to show courtesy. He slid from his saddle and tossed the reins to an orderly. "You want to march to Corneille?" he said accusingly. "Ah, Corneille!" Lapenya clicked his fingers at a servant and indicated that he wanted another chair brought from the farmhouse. "I had a sergeant from Corneille," he said. "He used to talk of the sardine catch. Such bounty!" "Why, Corneille? You're hungry for sardines?" Lapenya looked sadly at Sir Thomas. "You have not met Captain Brouard? He has, of course, given us his parole." The captain, wearing French blue and with a sword at his side, was a thin, tall man with an intelligent face. He had watery eyes half hidden behind thick spectacles. He stood on being introduced and offered Sir Thomas a bow. Sir Thomas ignored him. "What is the purpose?" he asked, resting his hands on the table so that he leaned towards Lapenya. "In marching on Corneille?" "Ah, the chicken!" Lapenya smiled as a woman brought a roasted chicken from the farmhouse and placed it on the table. "Gray, you will carve?" "Allow me the honor, Excellency," Brouard offered. "The honor is all ours, Captain," Lapenya said, and ceremoniously handed the Frenchman the carving knife and a long fork. "We hired ships," Sir Thomas growled, ignoring the chair that had been placed next to Lapenya's place at the table. "And we waited for the fleet to assemble. We waited for the wind to be in our favor. We sailed south. We landed at Tarifa because that gave us the ability to reach the rear of the French positions. Now we march to Corneille? For God's sake, why did we bother with the fleet at all? Why didn't we just cross the Sancti Petri River and march straight to Corneille? It would have taken a short day and we wouldn't have needed a single ship." Lapenya's aide stared resentfully at Sir Thomas. Brouard pretended to ignore the conversation, concentrating instead on carving the fowl, which he did with an admirable dexterity. He had jointed the carcass, and now cut perfect slice after perfect slice. "Things change," Lapenya said vaguely. "What has changed?" Sir Thomas demanded. Lapenya sighed. He hooked a finger at an aide who at last understood that his master wished to see a map. Dishes were put aside as the map was unfolded on the table, and Sir Thomas noted that the map was a good deal better than the ones the Spanish had supplied to him. "We are here," Lapenya said, placing a beam just north of Verre, "and the enemy are here." He put another beam on Chiclana. "And we have 3 roads by which we may approach the enemy. The first and longest is to the east, through Medina Sidonia." Another beam served to mark the town. "But we know the French have a garrison there. Is that not right, monsieur?" He appealed to Brouard. A formidable garrison, Brouard said, separating the drumstick from the carcass with a surgeon's skill. So we shall find ourselves between Marshal Victor's army here, La Peña touched the bean marking Chiclana, and the garrison here. He indicated Medina Sidonia. We can avoid the garrison, Sir Thomas, by taking the second road. That goes north from here and will approach Chiclana from the south. It is a bad road. It is not direct. It climbs into these hills. His forefinger tapped some hatch marks. And the French will have piquets there. Is that not so, monsieur? Many piquets, Brouard said, easing out the wishbone. You should inform your chef, mon général, that if he removes the wishbone before cooking the bird, the carving will be made easier. How good to know that, La Peña said. Then looked back to Sir Thomas. The piquet will apprise Marshal Victor of our approach, so he will be ready for us. He will confront us with numbers superior to our own. In all conscience, Sir Thomas, I cannot use that road, not if we are to gain the victory we both pray for. But, fortunately, there is a third road. A road that goes along the sea. Here, La Peña paused, putting a fourth bean on the shoreline, is a place called... He hesitated, unsure what place the bean marked and finding no help from the map. Barossa, an aide said. Barossa, it is called Barossa. From there, Sir Thomas, there are tracks across the heath to Chiclana. And the French will know we're using them, Sir Thomas said, and they'll be ready for us. True. La Peña seemed pleased that Sir Thomas had understood such an elementary point. But here, Sir Thomas, his finger moved to the mouth of the Sancti Petri River, is General Zayas, with a whole corps of men. If we march to... He paused again. Barossa, the aide said. Barossa, La Peña said energetically. Then we can combine with General Zayas. Together we shall outnumber the French. At Chiclana they have what, 2 divisions? He put the question to Brouard. 3 divisions, the Frenchman confirmed, the last I heard. 3! La Peña sounded alarmed, then waved a hand as if dismissing the news. 2, 3, what does it matter? We shall assail them from the flank, La Peña said. We shall come at them from the west, we shall destroy them, and we shall gain a great victory. Forgive my enthusiasm, Captain, he added to Brouard. You trust him? Sir Thomas asked La Peña, jerking his head at the Frenchman. He is a gentleman. So was Pontius Pilate, Sir Thomas said. He thrust a big finger down onto the shoreline. Use that road, he said, and you place our army between the French and the sea. Marshal Victor is not going to wait at Chiclana. He's going to come for us. You want to see your men drowning in the surf? So what do you suggest? La Peña asked icily. March to Medina Sidonia, Sir Thomas said, and either crush the garrison, he paused to eat the bean denoting that town, or let them rot behind their walls. Attack the siege lines. Force Victor to march to us instead of us marching to him. La Peña looked wonderingly at Sir Thomas. I admire you, he said after a pause. I truly do. Your avidity, Sir Thomas, is an inspiration to us all. His aides nodded solemn agreement, and even Captain Brouard gave a polite inclination of his head. But permit me to explain myself, La Peña went on. The French army, you will agree, is here. He had taken a handful of the beans and now arrayed them in a crescent about the Bay of Cadiz, running from Chiclana in the south, around the siege lines, and finishing at the 3 great forts on the Trocadero marshes. If we attack from here, La Peña tapped the road from Medina Sidonia, then we assault the centre of their lines. We shall doubtless make good progress, but the enemy will converge on us from both flanks. we shall run the risk of encirclement." He held up a hand to stop Sir Thomas's imminent protest. "If we come from here," Lepine continued, this time indicating the southern road from Verhaer, "we shall, of course, strike at Chiclana, but there will be nothing, Sir Thomas, absolutely nothing to stop the French marching onto our right flank." He scooped the beans into a small pile to show how the French might overwhelm his attack. "But from the east? From—" he hesitated. "Barossa, senor." "From Barossa," Lepine went on, "we strike their flank, we hit them hard." He smacked a fist into a palm to show the force with which he envisaged making the attack. "They will still try to march against us, of course, but now their men must get through the town. They will find that hard, and we shall be destroying Victor's forces while his reinforcements still thread through the streets. There! Do I convince you?" He smiled, but Sir Thomas said nothing. It wasn't that the Scotsman had nothing to say, but he was struggling to say it with even a hint of courtesy. "Besides," Lepine went on, "I command here, and it is my belief that the victory we both desire is best achieved by marching along the coast. We were not to know that when we embarked on the fleet, but it is the duty of a commander to be flexible. Is it not?" He didn't wait for a response, but instead tapped the empty chair. "Join us for some chicken, Sir Thomas. Lent starts on Wednesday, and then there'll be no more chicken till Easter, eh? And Captain Bruat has carved the fowl superbly." "Bugger the fowl," Sir Thomas said in English, and turned to his horse. Lepine watched the Scotsman ride away. He shook his head, but said nothing. Captain Bruat, meanwhile, reached over and crushed the bean at Barossa with his thumb, then smeared the pulp down the shore so that it looked reddish against the map. Blood in the surf. "How very clumsy of me," Bruat lamented. "I simply meant to remove it." Lepine was unworried by the small mess. "It is a pity," he said, "that God in his wisdom decreed that the English should be our allies. They are," he paused, "so very uncomfortable." "They are blunt creatures," Captain Bruat sympathized. "They lack the subtlety of the French and the Spanish races. Allow me to give your Excellency some chicken. Does your Excellency prefer breast?" "You are right." General Lepine was delighted with the Frenchman's insight. "No subtlety, Captain, no finesse, no—" he paused, seeking the word, "no grace. The breast. How very kind of you. I am obliged." And he was also determined. He would take the road which offered the shortest route home to Cadiz. He would march to Cornil. There was another argument in the afternoon. Lepine wanted to march that night, and Sir Thomas protested that they were close to the enemy now, and that the men should come to any encounter with the enemy fresh, not exhausted from a night groping through unfamiliar country. "Then we'll march this evening," Lepine generously yielded the point, "and bivouac at midnight. In the dawn, Sir Thomas, we shall be rested. We shall be ready." Yet midnight passed, as did the rest of the night, and at dawn they were still marching. The column had become lost again. The troops had stopped, rested, been woken, had marched, stopped again, countermarched, turned around, rested for a few uncomfortable minutes, been woken, and then retraced their footsteps. The men were laden with packs, haversacks, cartridge boxes, and weapons, and when they stopped, they dared not unbuckle their equipment for fear they would be hurried on at any moment. None rested properly, so that by dawn they were exhausted. Sir Thomas spurred past his men, his horse kicking up small gouts of sandy soil as he looked for General Lepine. The column had stopped again. The redcoats were sitting by the track, and they looked resentfully at the general as though it were his fault that they had been given no rest.
General Lepena and his aides were on a small wooded rise where a dozen civilians were arguing. The Spanish general nodded a distant greeting to Sir Thomas.
"They are not sure of the way," Lepena said, indicating the civilians. "Who are they?" "Our guides, of course." "And they don't know the way?" "They do," Lepena said, "but they know different ways." Lepena smiled and shrugged as if to suggest such things were inevitable. "Where's the sea?" Sir Thomas demanded. The guides looked solemnly at Sir Thomas and then all pointed westwards, and agreed that the sea lay that way. "Which would make sense," Sir Thomas said caustically, nodding towards the east where the sky was suffused with new light, "because the sun has a habit of rising in the east, and the sea lies to the west, which means our route to Barossa lies that way." He pointed north. Lepena looked offended. "At night, Sir Thomas, there is no sun to guide us." "That's what happens when you march at night," Sir Thomas snarled. "You get lost." The march began again, now following tracks across an undulating heath dotted with pine woods. The sea came into sight soon after the sun rose. The track led north above a long sandy beach where the surf broke and seethed before sliding back to meet the next crashing wave. Far out to sea a ship bore southwards, only her topsails visible above the horizon. Sir Thomas, riding on the inland flank of his leading brigade, climbed a sandy hill and saw 3 watchtowers punctuating the coast ahead. Relics of the days when Moorish pirates sailed from the Straits of Gibraltar to murder, rob, and enslave. "The nearest, Sir Thomas, is the tower at Puerco," his liaison officer told him. "Beyond that is the Tower of Barossa, and the furthest is at Bermeja." "Where's Corneille?" "Oh, we skirted Corneille in the night," the liaison officer said. "It is behind us now." Sir Thomas glanced at his tired troops who marched with heads down, silent. He looked north again and saw, beyond the tower at Bermeja, the long isthmus leading to Cadiz, which was a white blur on the horizon. "We've wasted our time, haven't we?" he said. "Oh, no, Sir Thomas. I am sure General Lepena means to attack." "He's marching for home," Sir Thomas said wearily, "and you know it." He leaned forward on his saddle pommel and suddenly felt every one of his 63 years. He knew Lepena was hurrying for home now. Donna Manolito had no intention of turning east to attack the French. He just wanted to be in Cadiz, where, doubtless, he would boast of having marched across Andalusia in defiance of Marshal Victor. "Sir Thomas!" Lord William Russell spurred his horse towards the general. "There, sir." Lord William was pointing north and east. He gave Sir Thomas a telescope, and the general extended the tubes, and using Lord William's shoulder as a slightly unsteady rest, saw the enemy. Not dragoons this time, but infantry. A mass of infantry half hidden by trees. "Those are the forces masking Chiclana," the liaison officer declared confidently. "Or the forces marching to intercept us," Sir Thomas suggested. "We know they have troops at Chiclana," the liaison officer said. Sir Thomas couldn't see whether the distant troops were marching or not. He collapsed the glass. "You will go to General Lepena," he told the liaison officer, "and give him my compliments and tell him there is French infantry on our right flank." The liaison officer turned his horse, but Sir Thomas checked him. The Scotsman was looking ahead and could see a hill just inland of Barossa, a hill with a ruin on its summit, and a place that would offer a position of strength. It was the obvious place to post men if the French were planning an attack. Make Victor's forces fight uphill, make them die on the slope, and, when they were beaten, march on Chiclana. "Tell the general," he told the liaison officer, "that we are ready to turn and attack on his orders. Go!" The liaison officer spurred away. Sir Thomas looked again at the hill above Barossa, and reckoned that the brief and so far disastrous campaign could yet be saved. But then, from far ahead came the crackle of gunfire. The sound rose and fell in the wind, sometimes almost drowned by the crash of the endless waves, but it was unmistakable.
the thorn-burning snap and splintering noise of musket volleys. Sir Thomas stood in his stirrups and stared. He was waiting for the thick smoke of the powder to reveal where the fighting took place, and at last he saw it. It was smearing the beach beyond the third watchtower, but still short of the pontoon bridge that led back to the city, which meant that the French had already cut them off and were now barring the road to Cadiz and, worse, much worse, were almost certainly advancing from the inland flank. Marshal Victor had the Allied force exactly where he wanted it, between his army and the sea. He had them at his mercy. Chapter 10. "It's not our fight, sir," Harper said. "I know." Sharpe's admission checked the big Irishman, who had not expected such ready agreement. "We should be in Lisbon," he persisted. "Aye, we should, and we will be, but there are no boats going to Lisbon, and there won't be. Not till this lot's over." Sharpe nodded across the Sancti Petri River. It was an hour or so after dawn, and a mile down the beach beyond the river were blue uniforms. Not the light blue uniforms of the Spanish, but the darker blue of the French. The enemy had come from the inland heath, and their sudden appearance had caused General Zayas's troops to form in battalions that now waited on the northern side of the river. The strange thing was that the French hadn't come to attack the makeshift fort built on the far side of the pontoon bridge, but were facing south, away from the fort. A cannon in the fort had tried a shot at the French troops, but the ball had ploughed into the sand well short, and the one failed shot had persuaded the fort's commander to save his ammunition. "I mean, sir," Harper went on, "just because Mr. Galliano wants to fight, I know what you mean." Sharpe interrupted him harshly. "Then, sir, just what the hell are we doing here?" Sharpe didn't doubt Harper's bravery. Only a fool could do that. It wasn't cowardice that was provoking the big Irishman's protest, but a sense of grievance. The one explanation for the French having their backs to the river was that Allied forces were further south, and that implied that General Le Peña's army, far from marching inland to attack the French siege works from the east, had chosen to advance along the coast instead. So now that army faced what to Sharpe looked like 4 or 5 battalions of French infantry. And that was Le Peña's fight. If the 15,000 men under Donna Manolito's command couldn't crush the smaller force on the beach, then there was nothing Sharpe and 5 riflemen could do to help. And for Sharpe to risk those 5 lives was irresponsible, and that was what Harper was saying. And Sharpe agreed with him. "I tell you what we're doing here," Sharpe said. "We're here because I owe Captain Galliano a favour. We all owe him a favour. If it wasn't for Galliano, we'd all be in a Cadiz jail. So, in return, we see him across the river, and once we've done that, we're finished." "Across the river? That's all, sir?" "That's all. We march him over, tell any Spanish bugger who interferes to jump in the river, and we're finished." "So why do we have to see him over?" "Because he asked. Because he thinks they'll stop him if he's not with us. Because that's the favour he asked us." Harper looked suspicious. "So, if we see him across, sir, we can go back to the town?" "You missing the tavern?" Sharpe asked. His men had been bivouacking at the beach's end for 2 days now, 2 days of constant grumbling at the Spanish rations that Galliano had arranged, and 2 days of missing the comforts of San Fernando. Sharpe sympathized, but was secretly pleased that they were uncomfortable. Idle soldiers got into mischief, and drunken soldiers into trouble. It was better to have them grumbling. "So once we've got him safe across," Sharpe said, "you can go back with the lads. I'll write you orders, and you can have a bottle of that vino tinto waiting for me." Harper, given what he wanted, looked troubled. "Waiting for you?" he asked flatly. "I won't be long. It should all be over by nightfall. So go on, tell the lads they can go back as soon as we've got Captain Galliano over the bridge." Harper didn't move. "So
What will you be doing, sir? Officially, Sharpe said, ignoring the question, we're all ordered to stay here till Brigadier Bloody Moon tells us otherwise. But I don't think he'll mind if you go back. He won't know, will he? But why will you be staying, sir? Harper insisted.
Sharpe touched the edge of the bandage showing under his shako. The pain in his head had gone, and he suspected it was safe to take the bandage off, but his skull still felt tender. So he had left it on, and religiously soaked it with vinegar each day.
The 8th of the line, Pat, he said. That's why.
Harper looked down the shoreline to where the French stood silent.
They're there? I don't know where the buggers are. What I do know is that they were sent north and they couldn't get north because we blew up their damned bridge, so the odds are they came back here. And if they are here, Pat, then I want to say hello to Colonel Vandal. With this. He hefted the rifle. So I'm just going to wander along the beach, Sharpe interrupted. I'm going to look for him. If I see him, I'll have a shot at him. That's all. Nothing more, Pat. Nothing more. I mean, it's not our fight, is it? No, sir, it isn't. So that's all I'm doing, and if I can't find the bugger, then I'll come back. Just have that bottle of wine ready for me.
Sharpe clapped Harper on the shoulder, then walked to where Captain Galliano was sitting on a horse.
What's happening, Captain?
Galliano had a small telescope and was staring southwards.
I don't understand it, he said.
Understand what?
There are Spanish troops there, beyond the French. General Le Peña's men.
Why are they here? Galliano asked.
They should be marching on Chiclana.
Sharpe gazed over the river and down the long beach. The French stood in 3 ranks, their officers on horseback, their eagles glinting in the early sun, and then, quite suddenly, those eagles, instead of being outlined against the sky, were wreathed in smoke. Sharpe saw the musket smoke blossom thick and silent until, a few seconds later, the sound crackled past him. Then, after that first massive volley, the world went silent except for the call of the gulls and the seethe of the waves.
"Why are they here?"
Galliano asked again. And then the muskets fired a second time, more of them now, and the morning was filled with the sound of battle. 100 or so paces upstream of the pontoon bridge, a small tidal creek branched south from the Rio Sancti Petri. The creek was called the Almanza, and it was a place of reeds, grass, water, and marsh where herons hunted. The creek headed inland, thus dictating that an army coming north along the coast would find itself on a narrowing strip of land and beach which ended at the Rio Sancti Petri. The Almanza Creek was a mile long at low tide and twice that distance at high, and its presence made the narrowing funnel of sand into a trap if another army could get behind the first and drive it north towards the river. The trap would become even more lethal if another force could ford the creek and so block any retreat across the pontoon bridge. The Almanza Creek was not much of a barrier. Except at its mouth it could be waded almost anywhere along its length, and at 9 o'clock that morning of March the 5th, 1811, the tide had only just begun to flood, and so the French infantry could cross it easily. They splashed through the marshes, slid down the muddy bank, and waded the creek's sandy bed before climbing to the dunes and beach beyond. Yet, though the creek was no obstacle to men or to horses, it was impassable to artillery. The cannons weighed too much. A French 12-pounder, the most common gun in the Emperor's arsenal, weighed 1.5 tons, and to get a cannon, its limber, its caisson and crew across the marsh would require engineers. And when Marshal Victor ordered General Vilat's division to ford the Almanza, there was no time to summon engineers, let alone for those engineers to build a makeshift road across the creek. So the force Vilat led to block the retreat of Le Peña's army was infantry alone. Marshal Victor was no fool. He had made his reputation at Marengo and at Friedland, and since coming to Spain, he had beaten 2 Spanish armies at Espinosa and at Medellin. It was true he had taken a bloody nose from Lord Wellington at Talavera, but Le Beau Soleil, the beautiful sun as his men called him, regarded that reverse as a whim of fickle fortune. "A soldier who has never been defeated," he liked to say, "has learned nothing." "And what did you learn from Lord Wellington?" General Ruffin, a giant of a man who led one of Victor's divisions, had asked. "Never to lose again, Francois," Victor had said, then laughed. Claude Victor was a friendly soul, outgoing and genial. His soldiers loved him. He had been a soldier in the ranks himself once. True, he had been an artilleryman, which was hardly the same as an infantryman, but he knew the ranks, he loved them, and he expected them to fight hard just as he led them hard. He was, all French soldiers said, a brave and a good man. Le Beau Soleil. And he was no fool. He knew that Vilat's infantry, unsupported by close artillery, couldn't stand against the approaching Spaniards, but they could delay La Peña. They could hold La Peña's forces on the narrowing beach, while Victor's other two divisions, those of Laval and Ruffin, worked round their rear, and then the trap would be sprung. The Allied army would be driven into the narrowing funnel which ended at the Rio Sancti Petri, and though Vilat's men would doubtless have to give way in front of the increasing pressure, the other two divisions would come from behind like avenging angels. Only a few Spaniards and Britons could hope to cross the pontoon bridge. The rest would be herded and slaughtered, until inevitably the survivors surrendered. And it would be simple. The Allied army, apparently oblivious of the fate that waited for it, was still in line of march, stretching for 3 miles along the straggling coast road. The Marshal had watched their progress from Tarifa with growing astonishment. He had watched them haver and change course and stop and start and change direction again, and he came to understand that he was opposing enemy generals who didn't know their business. It would all be so easy. Now Vilat was across the creek and in place. He was the anvil, and the two sledgehammers, Laval and Ruffin, were ready to attack, and Marshal Victor, from the summit of the hill on the inland heath, gave a last survey of his chosen battlefield, and liked what he saw. On his right, closest to Cadiz, was the Almanza Creek, which he could cross with infantry but not with artillery, so he would let Vilat fight his battle there with musketry alone. In the centre, south of the creek, was a stretch of heathland, ending in a thick pine wood that hid his view of the sea. The enemy column, his scouts reported, was mostly strung along the track which ran inside that wood, so Marshal Victor would send General Laval's division to attack the pine wood and break through to the beach beyond. Such an attack would be threatened on its left flank by a hill which also hid the sea. It wasn't much of a hill. Victor guessed it rose no more than 200 feet above the surrounding heath, but it was steep enough, and it was crowned by a ruined chapel and a stand of wind-bent trees. The hill, astonishingly, was empty of troops, though Victor didn't believe his enemies would be so foolish as to leave it unguarded. But, occupied or not, the hill must be taken, and the pine wood captured. Then Victor's two divisions could turn north up the shore and drive the remnants of the Allied army to destruction in the narrowing space between the sea and the creek. "It will be a rabbit hunt," Victor promised his aides. "A rabbit hunt. So hurry, hurry. I want my bunnies in the pot by lunchtime." Sir Thomas had his eyes fixed on the hill crowned by a ruin. He galloped along the rough track which curled round the seaward side of the hill and discovered a Spanish brigade marching there. The brigade contained 5 battalions of troops and a battery of artillery, all of whom were under Sir Thomas's command because they followed the baggage, and La Peña had agreed that every unit behind the baggage would fall under Sir Thomas's authority. He ordered the Spaniards, both infantry and artillery, to the top of the hill. "You will hold there," he instructed their commander. The brigade was the nearest troops to the hill. An accident of where they happened to be when Sir Thomas decided to garrison the height, but the Scotsman was nervous of entrusting the army's rear to an unknown Spanish brigade. He turned his horse, its hooves kicking up sand, and found the battalion of flank companies from the Gibraltar garrison.
Major Brown. At your service, Sir Thomas.
Brown swept off his hat. He was a burly man, red-faced and eternally cheerful.
Your fellows are stout, Brown. Every man Jack a hero, Sir Thomas.
Sir Thomas twisted in his saddle. He was on the coast road where it passed through a miserable village called Barossa. There was a watchtower there, built long ago to guard against enemies from the sea, and he had sent an aide to climb the tower. But it gave a poor view inland. Pine woods edged the coast here, and they hid everything to the east. But common sense told Sir Thomas that the French must attack the hill, which was the highest point on the coast.
The devils are out there somewhere, Sir Thomas said, pointing east. And our Lord and Master tells me they're not coming here, but I don't believe it, Major. And I don't want the devils on that hill. You see those Spaniards?
He nodded towards the 5 battalions toiling up the slope.
Reinforce them, Brown, and hold the hill. It'll be held, Brown said cheerfully. And you, Sir Thomas? We're ordered north.
Sir Thomas pointed to the next watchtower on the coast.
I'm told there's a village called Bermeja under that tower. We concentrate there. But don't leave the hill, Brown, till we're all there.
Sir Thomas sounded sour. La Peña was scuttling away, and Sir Thomas didn't doubt that his 2 brigades would be required to fight a rear-guard action at Bermeja. He would rather have fought here, where the hill gave his troops an advantage. But the liaison officer had brought Don Manilito's orders, and they were specific. The Allied army was to retreat to Cadiz. There was no more talk of striking inland to attack Chiclana. Now it was just an ignominious retreat. The whole campaign was a waste. Sir Thomas was angry at that, but he couldn't disobey a direct order. So he would hold the hill to protect the army's rear while it marched north to Bermeja. He sent aides to tell General Dilks and Colonel Wheatley to continue north along the track concealed in the pine woods. Sir Thomas followed, spurring out of the village into the trees, while Major Brown took his Gibraltar flankers to the top of the hill that was called the Cerro del Puerco, though neither Brown nor any of his men knew that. The summit of the Cerro del Puerco was a wide, shallow dome. On its seaward side was a ruined chapel and a stand of wind-swept trees, and Brown discovered the 5 Spanish battalions lined just in front of the ruins. Brown was tempted to march past the Spaniards and take post on the right of their line, but he suspected their officers would protest if he took that place of honour. So he contented himself with putting his small battalion on the left of the line where the major dismounted and paced in front of his men. He had the Grenadier and Light Companies from the 9th, 28th and 82nd Regiments, elite men from Lancashire, Silvertails from Gloucestershire, and Holy Boys from Norfolk. The Grenadier companies were the heavyweight infantry, big and hard men selected for their height and fighting abilities, while the light companies were the skirmishers. It was an artificial battalion put together for just this campaign, but Brown was confident of its abilities. He glanced at the Spaniards and saw that the battery of Spanish guns had deployed at the line's centre. The British and Spanish line, arrayed on the seaward crest of the Cerro del Puerco, was hidden from anyone inland, and that meant the battalions couldn't see if any French troops approached from the east. Nor, of course, could they be bombarded by enemy cannon if the French did assault the hill. So Brown was content to let his flankers stay where they were. But he wanted to see if anything threatened the hill, and so he gestured to his adjutant, and the 2 men picked their way across the coarse grass. "How are your boils, Blakeney?" Brown asked. "Recovering, sir." "Nasty things, boils, especially bum boils. Saddles don't help them, I find." "They're not too painful, sir." "Have the surgeon lance them," Brown suggested, "and you'll be a new man." "Good God." The 2 men had reached the eastern crest, and the great heath, undulating towards Chiclana, was visible beneath them. The Major's last 2 words had been prompted by the sight of distant infantry. He could see the bastards half hidden by distant trees and hillocks, but where the blue-coated devils were going, he couldn't work out. More immediately, he could see 3 squadrons of French dragoons, green-coated devils, who were riding towards the hill.
"You think those Frenchmen want to play with us, Blakeney?"
"They seem to be coming this way, sir."
"Then we must make them welcome," Brown said,
and did a smart about-turn and paced back towards the ruined chapel. In front of him now was a battery of 5 cannon and 4,000 Spanish and British muskets. More than enough, he reckoned, to hold the hill. A flurry of hoofs to the south gave him a moment's alarm. Then he saw that Allied cavalry had come to the hilltop. There were 3 squadrons of Spanish dragoons and 2 of the King's German Legion hussars, all under the command of General Whittingham, an Englishman in Spanish service. Whittingham rode to Brown, who was still dismounted.
"Time to go, Major,"
Whittingham said curtly.
"Go?"
Brown thought he had misheard.
"I'm ordered to hold this hill, and there are 250 crapo dragoons down there," Brown said, pointing northeast. "Seen them," Whittingham said.
His face was deep-lined, shadowed by his cocked hat, beneath which he smoked a thin cigar which he kept tapping, even though there was no ash to fall from its tip.
"Time to withdraw," he said.
"I'm ordered to hold the hill," Brown insisted, "until Sir Thomas has reached the next village. And he hasn't."
"They're gone!"
Whittingham pointed to the beach where the last of the baggage train was plodding well north of the Cerro del Puerco.
"We hold the hill," Brown insisted. "Damn it, those are my orders."
A cannon not 50 paces off to Brown's right suddenly fired, and Whittingham's horse skittered sideways and tossed its head frantically. Whittingham calmed the beast and moved it back to Brown's side. He dragged on his cigar and watched the dragoons, who had appeared on the eastern skyline, or at least the helmeted heads of the leading squadron had shown over the crest, and the Spanish artillerymen had greeted them with a round shot that screamed off into the eastern sky. A trumpeter sounded a call from the French ranks, but the man was so surprised, or else so nervous, that the fine notes cracked, and he had to begin again. The trumpet didn't prompt any extraordinary activity from the dragoons, who, evidently surprised to see such a large force waiting for them, stayed just beneath the eastern crest. 2 of the Spanish battalions put their skirmishers forward, and those light infantrymen started a sporadic musket fire.
"Range is much too long,"
Brown said scathingly, then frowned up at Whittingham.
"Why don't you charge the buggers?" he asked. "Isn't that what you're supposed to do?"
Whittingham had 5 squadrons, while the French had only 3.
"Stand here, Brown, and you'll be cut off,"
Whittingham said, tapping the cigar.
"Cut off, that's what you'll be. Our orders are clear. Wait till the army's gone past, then follow." "My orders are clear," Brown insisted. "I hold the hill."
This ends Disc 8. Sharpe's Fury, Disc 9.
More Spanish skirmishers were sent forward. The apparent inactivity of the dragoons was encouraging the light companies. The French horsemen, Brown thought, must surely withdraw, for they must realize they had no hope of chasing a whole brigade off a hilltop, especially when that brigade was reinforced by its own artillery and cavalry. Then some of the enemy horsemen cantered northwards and drew carbines from their saddle holsters.
"Buggers want to make a fight of it," Brown said. "By God, I don't mind. Your horse is pissing on my boots." "Sorry,"
Whittingham said, kicking the horse a pace forward. He watched the Spanish light companies. Their musket fire was doing no evident damage.
"Got orders to retreat," he said obstinately, "as soon as the army's passed the hill, and that's what they've done. They've passed the hill."
He sucked on the cigar.
"See that? The buggers want to skirmish," Brown said.
He was looking past Whittingham to where at least 30 of the helmeted Frenchmen had dismounted and were advancing in a skirmish line to oppose the Spaniards.
"Don't see that much, do you?" Brown asked.
sounding as carefree as a man noticing some phenomenon on a country walk. "I know dragoons are supposed to be mounted infantry, but they mostly stay in the saddle, don't you find?" "No such thing as mounted infantry, not these days," Whittingham said, ignoring the fact that the dragoons were disproving his point. "It doesn't work. Neither fish nor fowl. You can't stay here, Brown," he went on. He tapped again, and at last some cigar ash dropped onto his boot. "Our orders are to follow the army north, not stand around here." The Spanish gun that had fired was now reloaded with canister, and its team trained the weapon round to face the dismounted dragoons who were advancing in skirmish order across the hilltop. The artillerymen dared not fire yet, because their own skirmishers were in the way. The sound of the muskets was desultory. Brown could see two of the Spanish skirmishers laughing. "What they should do," he said, "is close on the bastards, hurt them, and provoke a charge. Then we could kill the whole damned lot." The dismounted dragoons opened fire. It was only a smattering of musket balls that flicked across the hilltop, and none of them did any damage, but their effect was extraordinary. Suddenly, the 5 Spanish battalions were loud with orders. The light companies were called back, the gun teams were hurried forward, and to Major Brown's utter astonishment, the guns and the 5 battalions simply fled. If he had been kind, he might have called it a precipitate retreat, but he was in no mood to be kind. They ran. They went as fast as they could, tumbling down the seaward slope, skirting the hovels of Barossa and heading north. "Good God!" he said. "Good God!" The enemy dragoons looked as astonished as Major Brown at the effect of their puny volley, but then the dismounted men ran back to their horses. "Form square!" Major Brown shouted, knowing that a single battalion in a line of 2 ranks would make a tempting target for 3 squadrons of dragoons. The long, heavy, straight-bladed swords would already be whispering out of their scabbards. "Form square!" "You mustn't stay here, Brown," Whittingham shouted after the Major. His cavalry had followed the Spaniards, and the General now spurred after them. "Got my orders! Got my orders! Form square, boys!" The Gibraltar flankers formed square. They were a small battalion, numbering just over 500 muskets, but in square they were safe enough from the dragoons. "Pull up your breeches, lads!" Brown shouted, "and fix bayonets!" The dragoons, all mounted again, came over the crest. Their swords were drawn. Their guidons, small triangular flags, were embroidered with a golden N for Napoleon. Their helmets were polished. "Fine-looking beggars, aren't they, Blakeney?" Brown said as he hauled himself back into his saddle. General Whittingham had disappeared. Brown didn't see where, and it seemed the flankers were alone on the Serra del Puerco. The front rank of the square knelt. The dragoons had formed 3 lines. They were watching the square, knowing its first volley would cut down their leading rank, but wondering whether they could break the redcoats apart anyway. "They want to die, boys!" Brown shouted. "So we shall oblige them. It's our God-given duty." Then, from behind the ruined chapel came a single squadron of King's German Legion hussars. They rode in 2 ranks, wore grey overalls, blue coats and polished helmets, and carried sabres. They rode tight, boot to boot, and as they passed the corner of Brown Square, the front ranks spurred into the gallop. They were outnumbered by the dragoons, but they charged home, and Brown heard the clangor of sabre against sword. The dragoons, who had not started their advance, were pushed back. A horse fell. A dragoon spurred out of the fight with a face cut to the skull, and a hussar rode back towards the square with a sword piercing his belly. He fell from his saddle 50 yards from Brown's front rank, and his horse immediately turned back to the fight, which was a confusion of men, horses, and dust. The hussars, having hurled the first line of dragoons back, turned away, and the French came after them. But then the trumpet threw the second line of Germans against the French, and the dragoons were pounded back a second time. The first troop reformed. the riderless horse taking its place in the rank. A sergeant and 2 men from the Holy Boys had fetched the wounded hussar into the square. The man was plainly dying. He stared up at Brown, muttering in German. "Pull the damn sword out!" Brown snapped to the battalion surgeon. "It will kill him, sir." "What if it stays in?" "He'll die." "Then pray for the poor bugger's soul, man," Brown said. The hussars had come back now. The dragoons had retreated, leaving 6 bodies on the hill. They might have outnumbered the single squadron of Germans, but so long as the Germans stayed near the red-coated infantry, then the dragoons were vulnerable to volley fire, and so their commander took them down the hill's slope to wait for reinforcements. Brown waited. He could hear musketry far to the north. It was volley fire, but it was someone else's fight, so he ignored the sound. He was commanded to hold the hill, and he was a stubborn man, and so he stayed under the pale sky where the wind brought the smell of the sea. The leader of the hussar squadron, a captain, politely requested to enter the square, and touched the brim of his helmet to Brown. "The dragoons, I think, will not bother you now," he said. "Obliged to you, Captain. Obliged, I'm sure. I am Captain Detmer," the captain said. "Sorry about this, fellow." Brown nodded at the dying hussar. Detmer stared at the hussar. "I know his mother," he said sadly, then looked back to Brown. "There's infantry coming to the hill," he went on. "I saw it when we were fighting." "Infantry?" "Too many," Detmer said. "Let's look," Brown said, and he ordered 2 files to leave the square, then led Captain Detmer through the gap. The 2 men trotted to the hill's eastern edge, and Brown stared down at approaching disaster. "Dear God," he said, "that's not pretty." When he had last looked, the heath was a wilderness of sand, grass, pines, and thickets. He had seen infantry in the distance, but now the whole heath was covered in blue. The whole wide world was a mass of blue coats and white crossbelts. He could see battalion after battalion of Frenchmen, their eagles shining in the morning sun as their army advanced on the sea. "Dear God," Brown said again, because only half the French army was marching on the pine wood that hid them from the sea. The other half was coming for Brown and his 536 muskets, coming straight for him. Thousands. Sharpe climbed the tallest sand dune in sight and levelled his telescope across the Rio Sancti Petri. He could see the backs of the Frenchmen on the beach, and the musket smoke dark around their heads, but the image wavered because the glass was unsteady. "Perkins!" "Sir?" "Bring your shoulder here, be useful." Perkins served as a telescope rest. Sharpe stooped to the eyepiece. Even with the telescope held steady, it was hard to tell what was happening, because the French were in a line of 3 ranks, and their powder smoke concealed everything beyond them. They were firing continually. He couldn't see all the French line, for dunes hid their left flank, but he was watching at least 1,000 men. He could see 2 eagles, and suspected there were at least 2 more battalions hidden by the dunes. "They're slow, sir." Harper had come to stand behind him. "They're slow," Sharpe agreed. The French were firing as battalions, which meant that the slowest men dictated the rate of fire. He guessed they weren't even managing 3 shots a minute, but that seemed sufficient because the French were taking very few casualties. He edged the telescope very slowly along their line and saw only 6 bodies had been dragged behind the ranks to where the officers rode up and down. He could hear but not see the Spanish muskets, and once or twice, as the smoke thinned, he had a glimpse of the Spanish in their lighter blue, and he reckoned their line was a good 300 paces from the French. Might as well spit at that distance. "They're not close enough," Sharpe muttered. "Can I look, sir?" Harper asked. Sharpe bit back a sour comment to the effect that this wasn't Harper's fight, and instead yielded his place at Perkins' shoulder. He turned and looked out to sea where the waves frittered about a small island crowned by the ancient ruins of a fort. A dozen fishing boats were just beyond the line of surf that ran towards the beach. The fishermen were watching the fight, and more spectators, attracted by the crackle of musketry, were riding from San Fernando. No doubt there would soon be curious folk arriving from Cadiz. Sharpe took the telescope back from Harper. He collapsed it, his fingers running over the small brass plate let into the largest barrel, which was sheathed in walnut. In gratitude, A.W., September 23rd, 1803, the plate said. And Sharpe remembered Henry Wellesley's flippant line that the telescope, which was a fine instrument made by Matthew Burge of London, was not the generous gift Sharpe had always supposed it to be, but instead a spare glass that Lord Wellington hadn't wanted. Not that it mattered. 1803, he thought. That long ago. He tried to remember that day when Lord Wellington, Sir Arthur Wellesley back then, had been dazed, and Sharpe had protected him. He thought he had killed 5 men in the fight, but he wasn't sure. The Spanish engineers were laying the chesses over the last 30 feet of the pontoon bridge. Those planks which formed the roadway were kept on the Cadiz bank to stop any unauthorized crossing of the bridge. But evidently General Zayas now wanted the bridge open, and Sharpe saw with approval that 3 Spanish battalions were being readied to cross the bridge. Zayas had evidently decided to attack the French from their rear. "We'll be going soon," he said to Harper. "Perkins," Harper growled, "join the others." "Can't I look through the telescope, Sergeant?" Perkins pleaded. "You're not old enough. Move." It took a long time for the 3 battalions to cross. The bridge, constructed from longboats rather than pontoons, was narrow, and it rocked alarmingly. By the time Sharpe and his men had joined Captain Galiana, there were almost 100 curious onlookers arrived from San Fernando or Cadiz, and some were trying to persuade the sentries to let them cross the bridge. Others climbed the dunes and trained telescopes on the distant French. "They're stopping everyone crossing the bridge," Galiana said nervously. "They're not going to let civilians across, are they?" Sharpe said. "But tell me something. What are you going to do on the other side?" "Do?" Galiana said, and plainly didn't know the answer. "Make myself useful," he suggested. "It's better than doing nothing, isn't it?" The last Spanish battalion had crossed now, and Galiana spurred forward. He dismounted well short of the bridge, preparing to lead his horse over the uncertain footing of the chesses, but before he reached the roadway, a squad of Spanish soldiers pulled a makeshift barricade across the approach. A lieutenant held a warning hand towards Galiana. "He's with me," Sharpe said, before Galiana could speak. The lieutenant, a tall man with a burly, unshaven chin, looked at him pugnaciously. It was plain he didn't understand English, but he wasn't going to back down. "I said, he's with me," Sharpe said. Galiana spoke in rapid Spanish, gesturing at Sharpe. "You have your orders?" He switched to English, looking at Sharpe. Sharpe had no orders. Galiana spoke again, explaining that Sharpe was charged with delivering a message to Lieutenant General Sir Thomas Graham, and the orders were in English, which, of course, the lieutenant spoke. Galiana himself, the Spanish captain explained, was Sharpe's liaison officer. By now, Sharpe had produced his ration authorization, permitting him to draw beef, bread and rum for 5 riflemen from the headquarters stores at San Fernando. He thrust the paper at the lieutenant, who, faced with hostile riflemen and the emollient Galiana, decided to yield. He ordered the hurdles pulled aside. "I did need you after all," Galiana said. He held the reins very close to the mare's head and continually patted her neck as she made her cautious way across the plank roadway. The bridge, much less robust than the one Sharpe had destroyed on the Guadiana, quivered underfoot and bowed upstream under the pressure of the flooding tide. Once safe on the far bank, Galiana mounted and led Sharpe southwards past the sandy ramparts of the temporary fort made to protect the pontoon bridge. General Zayas had formed his 3 battalions in a line across the beach, where they were now marching slowly forward. The right-hand files were having their boots sporadically washed by the incoming surf. Sergeants bellowed at men to keep their dressing. The Spanish colours were bright against the pale sky. From far off came the report of a cannon, a deeper sound than musketry, a pounding in the air. It died away, but over the constant snap of the nearer musket, Sharpe thought he could hear other muskets firing, but much further off. "You can go back now," he told Harper. "Let's just see what these lads do first," Harper said, nodding at the 3 Spanish battalions. The lads needed to do nothing except appear. General Villatte, seeing that his men were about to be assailed from the rear, ordered them to withdraw east across the Almanza Creek. They carried their wounded away. The Spaniards, seeing them go, gave a cheer of victory, then wheeled up the dunes to harry the retreating French, who were now outnumbered almost 2 to 1. Galiana, standing in his stirrups, was exultant. Surely the combined Spanish forces joining from north and south could now pursue the French across the creek and drive them far back along the tracks to Chiclana. But just then, artillery opened fire from the Almanza's far bank. A battery of 12-pounders had been placed on the firm ground to the east, and their first salvo was of common shell that exploded in gouts of sand and smoke. The Spanish advance checked as men took cover behind dunes. The guns fired a second time, and round shots slashed through files slow to find shelter. The last of the French infantry had waded the creek now and were making a new line to face the Spaniards across the incoming tide. The guns went silent as their smoke drifted across the slowly rising water. The French were content to wait now. Their force that had blocked the Allied army's retreat had been thrust aside, but their guns could still hurl shell and round shot at any force marching towards the bridge. They brought up a second battery and waited for the rout to begin from the south, while the Spanish battalions, content to have cleared the enemy off the beach, settled among the dunes. Galiana, disappointed that the pursuit hadn't been pressed across the Almanza, had ridden to a group of Spanish officers, and now came back to Sharpe. "General Graham is to the south," he said, "with orders to bring the rearguard here." Sharpe could see a mist of musket smoke drifting away from a hill 2 or more miles southward. "He's not coming yet," he said, "so I might go and meet him. You can go back now, Pat." Harper thought about it. "So what are you doing, sir?" "I'm just taking a walk on the beach." Harper looked at the other rifleman. "Does anyone here want to take a walk on the beach with me and Mr. Sharpe? Or do they want to go back and talk their way past that nasty lieutenant on the bridge?" The rifleman said nothing until another cannon sounded far to the south. Then Harris frowned. "What's happening down there?" he asked. "Nothing to do with us," Sharpe said. Harris could be a barrack-room lawyer at times, and he was about to protest that the fight was none of their business. Then he caught Harper's eye and decided to say nothing. "We're just taking a walk on the beach," Harper said, "and it's a nice day for a walk." He saw Sharpe's quizzical look. "I was thinking of the Fogs, sir. They're up there. They are, all those poor wee boys from Dublin, and I thought they might like to see a proper Irishman." "But we're not going to fight," Harris demanded. "What do you think you are, Harris, a bloody soldier?" Harper asked caustically. He took care not to catch Sharpe's eye. "Of course we're not going to fight. You heard Mr. Sharpe. We're going for a walk on the beach. That's all we're bloody doing." So they did. They went for a walk on the beach. Sir Thomas, certain that his rear was well protected by the brigade posted on the Cerro del Puerco, was encouraging his troops along the road which led through the long pine wood edging the beach. "Not far, boys," Sir Thomas called as he rode down the line. "We've not far to go. Cheer up now." He glanced to his right every few seconds, half expecting the appearance of a cavalryman bringing news of an enemy advance. Whittingham had undertaken to post vedettes on the inland edge of the wood, but none of those men appeared, and Sir Thomas supposed the French were content to let the Allied army retreat ignominiously into Cadiz. The firing ahead had stopped. A French force had evidently blocked the beach, but had now been chased away, while the firing from the south had also died. Sir Thomas reckoned that had been mere bickering, probably a cavalry patrol coming too close to the big Spanish brigade on the summit of the Cerro del Puerco. He paused to watch the redcoats march past, and he noted how the tired men straightened their backs when they saw him. "Not far, boys," he told them. He thought how much he loved these men. "God bless you, boys," he called, "and it's not far now." Not far to what? He wondered sourly. These bone-weary soldiers had been marching all night, laden with packs and haversacks and weapons and rations, and it was all for nothing. All for a scuttling retreat back to the Isla de Leon. There was a flurry of shouts to the north. A man called a challenge, and Sir Thomas stared down the track but saw nothing and heard no shots. A moment later a mounted officer of the Silvertails came pounding back down the track with 2 horsemen close behind. They were civilians armed with muskets, sabres, pistols, and knives. Partisans, Sir Thomas thought. 2 of the men who had made life such hell for the French armies occupying Spain. "They want to talk to you, sir," the Silvertail officer said. The 2 partisans spoke at once. They spoke fast, excitedly, and Sir Thomas calmed them. "My Spanish is slow," he told them, "so speak to me slowly." "The French," one of them said, and pointed eastwards. "Where have you come from?" Sir Thomas asked. One of the men explained that they had been part of a larger group that had shadowed the French for the last 3 days. 6 men had ridden from Medina Sidonia, and these 2 were the only ones left alive because some dragoons had caught them soon after dawn. The 2 had been chased towards the sea, and they had just ridden across the heath. "Which is full of Frenchmen," the second man said earnestly. "Coming this way," the first man added. "How many French?" Sir Thomas asked. "All of them," the 2 men said together. "Then let us look," Sir Thomas said. And he led the 2 men and his aides inland through the pines. He had to duck under the branches. The wood was wide and deep, thick and shadowed. Pine needles overlaid the sandy soil, muffling the sound of the horses' hooves. The wood ended abruptly, giving way to the undulating heath that stretched away under the morning sun. And there, filling the wide world, were white crossbelts against blue coats. "Senor," one of the partisans said, gesturing at the French as though he had produced them himself. "Dear God," Sir Thomas said softly. Then he said nothing more for a while, but just stared at the approaching enemy. The 2 partisans thought the general was too shocked to speak. He was, after all, watching disaster approach. But Sir Thomas was thinking. He was noticing that the French marched with muskets slung. They couldn't see enemy troops to their front, and so, instead of marching into battle, they were marching to battle. There was a difference. Men marching to battle might have loaded muskets, but the muskets wouldn't be cocked. Their artillery was undeployed, and it took time for the French to deploy guns because the cannons' heavy barrels had to be lifted from the travel position to the firing position. In short, Sir Thomas thought, these Frenchmen weren't ready for a fight. They were expecting a fight, but not yet. Doubtless they believed they must first pass the pine wood, and only then would they expect the killing to begin. "We should follow General La Peña," the liaison officer said nervously. Sir Thomas ignored the man. He was thinking still, his fingers tapping the saddle pommel. If he continued north, then the French would cut off the brigade on the hill above Barossa. Then they would wheel right and attack up the beach, and Sir Thomas would be forced to try a makeshift defence with his left flank open to attack. No, he thought, better to fight the bastards here. It wouldn't be an easy fight. It would be a damned scramble. But better that than continuing north and turning the sea's edge red with his blood. "My lord," he was uncharacteristically formal as he glanced at Lord William Russell, "my compliments to Colonel Wheatley, and he is to bring his brigade here and face down these fellows. Tell him to send his skirmishers as fast as he can. I want the enemy engaged by the light bobs while the rest of his brigade comes up. Guns are to come here, right here." He stabbed a hand at the ground on which his horse stood. "Hurry now, no time to lose, James." He beckoned to another aide, a young captain in the blue-faced red coat of the 1st Foot Guards. "Compliments to General Dilks, and I want his brigade here." He gestured to the right. "He's to take position between the guns and the hill. Order him to send his skirmishers first. Quick now, quick as he can." The two aides vanished into the trees. Sir Thomas lingered a moment, watching the approaching French, who were now less than half a mile away. He was taking a vast gamble. He wanted to hit them while they were unprepared, but he knew it would take time to bring his battalions through the thick trees, which is why he had asked for the light companies to come first. They could make a skirmish line on the heath. They could begin to kill the French, and Sir Thomas could only hope that the skirmishers would hold the French long enough for the rest of the battalions to arrive and begin their deadly volley fire. He looked at the liaison officer. "Be so good," he said, "as to ride to General Openia and tell him the French are moving on the pine wood and that it's my intention to engage them and would be honoured," he was choosing his words carefully, "if the General could lead men onto the right flank of the enemy." The Spaniard rode away, and Sir Thomas looked back east. The French were coming in 2 huge columns. He planned to face the northern column with Wheatley's brigade, while General Dilks and his guardsmen would confront the column closest to the Cerro del Puerco. And that made him think of the Spaniards on the hill. The French would surely send their southern column to take that hill, and they must not be allowed to do so, or else they could sweep down from its summit to attack the right flank of his hasty defence. He turned south, leading his remaining aides towards the Cerro del Puerco. That hill, he thought as he rode back into the pines, was his one advantage. There were Spanish cannon on the summit, and those guns could fire down on the French. The hill was a fortress protecting his vulnerable right flank, and if the French could be held on the plain, then the brigade on the hill could be used to make an attack on the enemy's flank. Thank God, he was thinking as he rode out of the trees, that the hill was his. Except it was not. The Cerro del Puerco had been abandoned, and even as Sir Thomas had ridden south, the first French battalions were climbing the hill's eastern slopes. The enemy now held the Cerro del Puerco, and the only Allied troops in sight were the 500 men of the Gibraltar flankers, and they, instead of holding the high ground, were forming into column of march at the hill's foot. "Brown! Brown!" Sir Thomas shouted as he cantered towards the column. "Why are you here? Why?" "Because I've got half the French army climbing the damned hill, Sir Thomas." "Where are the Spaniards?" "They ran." Sir Thomas stared at Brown for a heartbeat. "Well, it's a bad business, Brown," he said, "but you must instantly turn round again and attack." Major Brown's eyes widened. "You want me to attack half their army?" he asked incredulously. "I saw 6 battalions and a battery of artillery coming. I've only got 536 muskets." Brown, deserted by the Spaniards, had watched the mass of infantry and cannon approaching the hill and had decided that retreat was better than suicide. There were no other British troops within sight, he had no promises of reinforcement, and so he had led his Gibraltar flankers north off the hill. Now he was being told to go back, and he took a deep breath as if steeling himself for the ordeal. "If we must," he said, stoically accepting his fate, "then we will." "You must," Sir Thomas said, "because I need the hill. I'm sorry, Brown, I need it. But General Dilks is coming. I'll bring him up to you myself." Brown turned to his adjutant. "Major Blakeney,
Skirmish order! Back up the hill! Drive the devils away!"
"Sir Thomas," an aide interrupted, then pointed where the first French battalions were already on the hill's summit. Blue coats were showing up the skyline, a great array of blue coats ready to come down the slope and scour their way along the pine wood. Sir Thomas gazed at the French.
"Light bobs won't stop them, Brown," he said. "You'll have to give them volley fire." "Close order!"
Brown shouted at his men, who had started to deploy into skirmish order. "They have a battery of cannon up there, Sir Thomas," the aide said quietly. Sir Thomas ignored the news. It didn't matter if the French had all the Emperor's artillery on the hilltop, they still had to be attacked. And that meant the only available troops must climb the slope and make an assault which would hold the French in place until General Dilks's guardsmen came to assist them.
"God be with you, Brown,"
Sir Thomas said too quietly for the Major to hear. Sir Thomas knew he was sending Brown's men to their deaths, but they had to die to give the guards time to arrive. He sent an aide to summon Dilks's men.
"He's to ignore my last order," Sir Thomas said, "and to bring his men here with the utmost speed. The utmost speed! Go!"
Sir Thomas had done what he could. The coastline between the villages of Barossa and Bermeja was 2 miles of confusion, in which 2 French attacks were developing. One against the pine wood, while the other had already captured the crucial hill. Sir Thomas, knowing that the enemy was on the brink of victory, must gamble everything on his men's ability to fight. Both his brigades would be outnumbered, and one must attack uphill, and if either failed, the whole army would be lost. Behind him, in the open heath beyond the pine wood, the first rifles and muskets fired, and Brown marched his men back up the hill. Chapter 11. Sharpe and his riflemen, still accompanied by Captain Galiana, walked through the Spanish army that mostly seemed to be resting on the beach. Galiana dismounted when they reached the village of Bermeja, and led his horse through the hovels. General La Peña and his aides were there, sheltering from the sun under a framework on which fishing nets hung to dry. There was a watchtower in the village, and its summit was crowded with Spanish officers staring south with telescopes. The sound of musketry came from that direction, but it was very muffled, and no one in the Spanish army seemed particularly concerned. Galiana remounted when they left the village.
"Was that General La Peña?"
Sharpe asked.
"It was,"
Galiana said sourly. He had walked to the horse to avoid being noticed by the general.
"Why doesn't he like you?"
Sharpe asked.
"Because of my father." "What did your father do?" "He was in the army like me. He challenged La Peña to a duel."
"And?"
"La Peña wouldn't fight. He's a coward."
"What was the argument about?"
"My mother,"
Galiana said curtly. South of Bermeja, the beach was empty except for some fishing boats drawn up on the sand. The boats were painted blue, yellow and red, and had large black eyes on their bows. The musketry was still muffled, but Sharpe could see smoke rising beyond the pine trees that ran thick behind the dunes. They walked in silence, until perhaps half a mile beyond the village, Perkins claimed to have seen a whale.
"What you saw," Slattery said, "was your bloody rum ration. You saw it and drank it."
"I saw it! I did, sir!"
he appealed to Sharpe, but Sharpe didn't care what Perkins had or hadn't seen, and ignored him.
"I saw a whale once,"
Hagman put in.
"It were dead. Stinking."
Perkins was gazing out to sea again, hoping to see whatever it was he had taken to be a whale.
"Maybe,"
Harris suggested,
"it was backed like a weasel."
They all stared at him.
"He's being clever again," Harper said loftily. "Just ignore him."
"It's Shakespeare, Sergeant."
"I don't care if it's the Archangel bloody Gabriel, you're just showing off."
"There was a Sergeant Shakespeare in the 48th, Slattery said, and a proper bastard he was. He choked to death on a walnut."
You can't die from a walnut,
Perkins said. He did. His face turned blue. Good thing, too. He was a bastard.
God save Ireland, Harper said.
His words weren't prompted by Sergeant Shakespeare's demise, but by a cavalcade storming along the beach towards them. The baggage mules, which had been retreating down the beach rather than on the track in the pinewood, had bolted. "Stand still," Sharpe said. They stood in a tight group as the mules split to pass on either side. Captain Galliana shouted at the passing muleteers, demanding to know what had happened, but the men kept going.
"I didn't know you were in the 48th, Fergus," Hagman said.
3 years, Dan.
Then they went to Gibraltar.
Only I was sick, so I stayed at the barracks.
Almost died, I did.
Harris snatched at a passing mule that evaded his grip.
"So, how did you join the Rifles?" he asked.
"I was Captain Murray's servant," Slattery said, "and when he joined the Rifles, he took me with him."
"What's an Irishman doing in the 48th? Harris wanted to know. "They're from Northamptonshire."
"They recruited in Wicklow," Slattery said. Captain Galliana had succeeded in stopping a muleteer and got from the fugitive a confused tale of an overwhelming French attack.
"He says the enemy has taken that hill," Galliana said, pointing to the Cerro del Puerco.
Sharpe took out his telescope, and again using Perkins as a rest, stared at the hilltop. He could see a French battery at the crest, and at least 4 blue-coated battalions.
"They're up there,"
he confirmed. He turned the glass towards the village between the hill and the sea, and saw Spanish cavalry there. There were also Spanish infantry, 2,000 or 3,000 of them, but they had marched a small way north and were now resting among the dunes at the top of the beach. Neither the cavalry nor the infantry seemed worried by the French possession of the hill, and the sound of fighting didn't come from its slopes, but from beyond the pine wood on Sharpe's left. Sharpe offered the glass to Galliana, who shook his head.
"I have my own," he said.
"So what are they doing?"
"Who? The French? Why don't they attack down the hill?"
"What are those Spanish troops doing?" Sharpe asked.
"Nothing."
"Which means they're not needed. Which probably means there's a lot of men waiting for the crapos to come down the hill, and meanwhile the fighting's over there." He nodded towards the pine wood.
"So that's where I'm going."
The panicked mass of mules had gone by. The muleteers were still hurrying north, scooping up the loaves of hard bread jolted out of the animals' panniers. Sharpe picked one up and broke it in half.
"Are we looking for the 8th, sir?"
Harper asked him, as they walked towards the pines.
"I am, but I don't suppose I'll find them,"
Sharpe said. It was one thing to declare an ambition to find Colonel Van Dal, but in the chaos he doubted he would be successful. He didn't even know if the French 8th were here, and if they were, they might be anywhere. He knew some Frenchmen were behind the creek where they threatened the army's route to Cadiz. There were plenty more on the distant hill, and plainly others were beyond the pine wood. And that was where the guns sounded, so Sharpe would go that way. He walked to the top of the beach, scrambled up a sandy bluff, then plunged into the shade of the pines. Galliana, who seemed to have no plan except to stay with Sharpe, dismounted again because the pine branches hung so low.
"You don't have to come, Pat," Sharpe said.
"I know that, sir."
"I mean, we've got no business here," Sharpe said.
"There's Colonel Van Dal, sir."
"If we find him,"
Sharpe said dubiously.
"Truth is, Pat, I'm here because I like Sir Thomas."
"Everyone speaks well of him, sir."
"And this is our job, Pat,"
Sharpe said more harshly.
"There's fighting and we're soldiers."
"So we do have business here?"
"Of course we bloody do."
Harper walked in silence for a few paces. "So you were never going to let us go back, were you?"
"Would you have gone?"
"I'm here, sir," Harper said, as if that answered Sharpe. The musketry from their front was heavier. Till now it had sounded like skirmish fire, the thorn-splintering snap of light infantry firing independently.
But the heavier noise of volley fire was punching through the trees now, and behind it Sharpe could hear the fine flurry of trumpets and the rhythm of drums. But he didn't recognize the tune, so knew it must be a French band playing. Then a series of louder crashes announced that cannon were firing. Balls whipped through the trees, bringing down needles and twigs. The French were firing canister, and the air smelt of resin and powder smoke. They came to a track rutted by the wheels of gun carriages. A few mules were picketed to the trees, guarded by 3 redcoats with yellow facings. "Are you the Hampshires?" Sharpe asked. "Yes, sir," the man said. "What's happening?" "Don't know, sir. We were just told to guard the mules." Sharpe pushed on. The cannons were firing constantly. The volley fire was crashing rhythmically, but the 2 sides hadn't come to close quarters because the skirmishers were still deployed. Sharpe could tell that by the sound. Musket and canister balls flicked through the trees, twitching the branches like a sudden wind. "Buggers are firing high," Harper said. "They always do, thank God," Sharpe said. The sound of battle became louder as they neared the edge of the wood. A Portuguese rifleman, his brown uniform black with blood, lay dead by a pine trunk. He had evidently crawled there, leaving a trail of blood on the needles. There was a crucifix in his left hand, the rifle still in his right. A redcoat lay 5 paces beyond, shuddering and choking, a bullet hole dark on his jacket's yellow facing. Then Sharpe was out of the trees and found slaughter. Major Brown climbed the hill on foot, leaving his horse tied to a pine trunk. The Major sang as he climbed. He had a fine voice, much prized in the performances which whiled away the time in the Gibraltar garrison. "Come, cheer up, my lads," he sang. "'Tis to glory we steer, to add something more to this wonderful year. To honour we call you, not press you like slaves, for who are so free as the sons of the waves?" It was a naval song much sung by the ship's crews ashore in Gibraltar, and he knew it was not quite appropriate for this attack up the Cerro del Puerco's northern slope, but the Major liked Hearts of Oak. "Let me hear you!" he shouted, and the 6 companies of his makeshift battalion sang the chorus. "Heart of oak are our ships, heart of oak are our men," they sang raggedly. "We always are ready, steady boys, steady, we'll fight and we'll conquer again and again." In the brief silence after the chorus, the Major distinctly heard the clicking sound of dog heads being pulled back at the hill's summit. He could see 4 battalions of French infantry up there, and he suspected there were others, but the 4 he could see were cocking their muskets, readying to kill. A cannon was being manhandled forward so its barrel could point down the hill. A band was playing on the hill's summit. It played a jaunty song, music to kill by, and Brown found himself tapping his fingers on his sword hilt to the rhythm of the French tune. "Filthy French noise, lads!" he shouted. "Take no note of it!" Not long now, he thought. Not long at all, and he wished he had his own band to play a proper British tune, but he had no musicians, so instead he boomed out the last verse of Hearts of Oak. "We'll still make them fear, and we'll still make them flee, and drop them on shore as we've drubbed them at sea. Then cheer up, my lads, and with one heart let's sing, our soldiers, our sailors, our leaders, our king." The French opened fire. The crest of the hill vanished, a great grey-white rill of choking powder smoke, and in the centre, where the battery was deployed, it was thicker still. A sudden explosion of churning darkness streaked through with flame, in the midst of which the canister shredded apart, and the balls whipped down the hill, and it looked to Brown, following close on his men's heels, that almost half of them were down. He saw a mist of blood over their heads, heard the first gasps, and knew the screaming would start soon. Then the file closers, sergeants and corporals, were shouting at the men to close on the centre. "Close up! Close up! Up, boys, up!" Brown shouted. "Give them a drubbing!" He had started with 536 muskets. Now he had a little over 300. and the French had at least 1,000 more, and Brown, stepping over a thrashing body, saw the enemy ramrods flicker in the thinning smoke. It was a miracle, he thought, that he was alive. A sergeant reeled past him, his lower jaw shot away, and his tongue hanging in a dripping beard of blood. "Up, boys!" Brown called. "Up to victory!" Another cannon fired, and 3 men were snatched back, slamming into the ranks behind and smearing the grass with thick gouts of blood. "To glory we steer!" Brown shouted, and the French muskets started firing again, and a boy near him was clutching his belly, eyes wide, blood oozing between his fingers. "On!" Brown shouted. "On!" A ball snatched at his cocked hat, turning it. He had his sword drawn. The French were firing their muskets as soon as they were reloaded, not waiting for the order to fire in volleys, and the smoke pumped out on the hilltop, and Brown could hear the balls striking home in flesh, rapping on musket butts, and he knew that he had done his duty, and he could do no more. His surviving men were taking shelter in the slightest dips of the slope or behind thickets, and they were firing back now, serving as a skirmish line, and that was all they could be. Half his men were gone. They were stretched on the hill, or limping back down, or bleeding to death, or weeping in agony. And still the musket balls buzzed and whistled and slashed into the broken ranks. Major Brown walked up and down behind the line. It wasn't much of a line. Ranks and files were gone, blown to ragged ruin by the artillery or blasted by the musket balls, but the living hadn't retreated. They were shooting back, loading and firing, making small clouds of smoke that hid them from the enemy. Their mouths were sour from the saltpetre of the gunpowder, and their cheeks burned by sparks from the locks. Wounded men struggled up to join the line, where they loaded and fired. "Well done, my boys!" Brown shouted. "Well done!" He expected to die. He was sad about that, but his duty was to stay on his feet, to walk the line, to shout encouragement, and to wait for the canister or musket ball that must end his life. "Come, cheer up, my lads," he sang. "'Tis to glory we steer, to add something more to this wonderful year. To honour we call you, not press you like slaves, for who are so free as the sons of the waves?" A corporal fell back, brains spilling from his forehead. The man must have been dead, but his mouth still moved compulsively until Brown leaned down and pushed the chin gently up. Blakeney, his adjutant, was still alive and, like Brown, miraculously unwounded. "Our brave allies," Blakeney said, touching Brown's elbow and gesturing back down the hill. Brown turned and saw that the Spanish brigade that had fled from the hill was resting not a quarter-mile away, sitting in the dunes. He turned away. They would either come or not, and he suspected they would not. "Should I fetch them?" Blakeney asked, shouting over the noise of the guns. "You think they'll come?" "No, sir, and I can't order them," Brown said. "I don't have the rank, and the bastards can see we need help, and they ain't moving, so let the buggers be." He walked on. "You're holding them, boys!" he shouted. "You're holding them!" And that was true. The French had broken Brown's attack. They had shattered the red ranks, they had ripped the Gibraltar flankers apart, but the French weren't advancing down the slope to where Brown's survivors would have made easy meat for their bayonets. They fired instead, tearing more bullets into the broken battalion, while the redcoats, the men from Lancashire and the Holy Boys from Norfolk and the Silvertails from Gloucestershire shot back. Major Brown watched them die. A boy from the Silvertails reeled back with his left shoulder torn away by the razor-edged remnants of canister casing, so that his arm, hung by sinews and broken ribs, poked white through the red mess of his shattered chest. He collapsed and began to gasp for his mother. Brown knelt and held the boy's hand. He wanted to staunch the wound, but it was too big, and so the major, not knowing how else to comfort the dying soldier, sang to him. And at the foot of the hill, where the pine wood straggled to its end, General Dilks's brigade formed in 2 ranks. There was the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Foot Guards, 3 companies of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Foot Guards, 2 companies of riflemen, and half of the 67th Foot, which had somehow got tangled with Dilks's men, and, rather than try to rejoin the rest of their battalion, had stayed to fight with the guardsmen and sweeps. General Dilks drew his sword and twisted its tasselled pendant about his wrist. His orders were to take the hill. He looked up and saw the slope crawling with wounded men from Brown's command. He also saw that his men were frighteningly outnumbered, and he doubted that the French could be driven from the summit, but he had his orders. Sir Thomas Graham, who had given those orders, was close behind the bright colours of the 3rd Foot Guards, the Scotsmen, and now looked anxiously at Dilks, as if suspecting that he was delaying the order to attack.
"Take them forward," Dilks said grimly.
"Brigade will advance,"
the brigade major bellowed. A drummer boy gave a tap, then a roll, took a deep breath, and began beating the time.
"By the centre!"
the brigade major shouted.
"March!"
They climbed. General Laval, while his colleague General Raffin attacked the hill, advanced towards the pine wood. He had 6 battalions, which between them had 4,000 men who marched on a wide front. Laval kept 2 battalions behind the 4 which advanced in columns of divisions. French battalions had only 6 companies, and a column of divisions was 2 companies broad and 3 deep. Their drummers beat them on. Colonel Wheatley had 2,000 men to fight the 4,000, and he began in disarray. His units had been in march order when the command to turn right and prepare to fight arrived, and there had been confusion among the pines. 2 companies of Coldstream Guards were marching among Wheatley's men, but there was no time to send them south to join Dilks's units, where they belonged, so they marched to battle under Wheatley. Half of the 67th from Hampshire was missing. Those 5 companies had found themselves under Dilks's command, while the remaining 5 companies were in their rightful place with Wheatley. It was, in short, chaos, and the thickness of the pines meant that battalion officers were unable to see their men, but the company officers and sergeants did their job and took the redcoats east through the trees. The first to emerge from the pines were 400 riflemen and 300 Portuguese skirmishers who came at a run. Many of their officers were on horseback, and the French, astonished to see an enemy come from the wood, thought cavalry was about to attack. That impression was strengthened when 10 gun teams, totaling 80 horses, burst from the trees on the left of the French front. They followed a track which led to Chiclana, but once out of the trees they slewed hard right to throw up sand and dust. The nearest 2 French battalions, seeing only horses in the dust, formed square to repel cavalry. The gunners jumped off the limbers, lifted the cannon trails, and aimed the barrels as the horses were taken back to the cover of the pines.
"Use shell!"
Major Duncan shouted. Shells were brought from limbers, and officers cut the fuses. They cut them short because the French were close. The French were also in sudden confusion. 2 battalions had formed square, ready to receive non-existent cavalry, and the rest were hesitating when the British guns opened fire. Shells screamed across the 300 yards of heath, each leaving its small wavering trail of fused smoke, and Duncan, sitting his horse well to the side of the batteries so that their muzzle smoke didn't hide his view, saw the blue-uniformed men knocked violently aside by the shells. Then the explosions in the hearts of the squares.
"Good! Good!"
he shouted. And just then the skirmish line of riflemen and Caçadores opened fire, their rifles and muskets crackling, and the French seemed to recoil from the fusillade. The front ranks of the columns returned the fire, but the skirmishers were scattered across the whole French front and were small targets for clumsy muskets, while the French were in close order, and the rifles could hardly miss. The twin batteries on the right of the British line fired again. Then Duncan saw French horse teams being whipped across the heath. He counted 6 guns.
"Load round shot!" he called. "Traverse right!"
Men levered the cannon trails with hand spikes to change their aim.
"Hit their guns!"
Duncan ordered. The French were recovering now. The 2 battalions in the square had realized their mistake and were deploying back into columns. Aides were galloping among the battalions, ordering them to march on, to fire, to break the thin skirmish line with concentrated volleys of musket fire. The drums began again, beating the pas de charge and pausing to let the men shout, "Vive l'Empereur!" The first effort was feeble, but officers and sergeants bellowed at the men to shout louder, and the next time the war cry was firm and defiant. "Vive l'Empereur!" "Tirez!" an officer shouted, and the front ranks of the 8th of the line poured a volley at the Portuguese skirmishers on their front. "Marchez! En avant!" Now was the time to accept the casualties and crush the skirmishers. The British cannon had switched their fire to the French battery, so no more shells slammed into the ranks. "Vive l'Empereur!" The 8 ranks behind the leading men of each column stepped over the dead and dying. "Tirez!" Another blast of musketry. 4,000 men were marching towards 700. The French battery fired canister across the front of the columns, and the grass bowed violently as though it were being swept by a sudden gust of wind. Portuguese caçadores and British riflemen were scooped up, blooded, and thrown down. The skirmish line was retreating now. The French muskets were too close, and the 6 enemy cannon enfiladed them. There was a brief respite as the French gunners, about to be masked by the advancing columns, seized the drag ropes and, despite the round shots slamming about them, dragged their guns 100 paces forward. They fired again, and more skirmishers were turned to bloody rags. The French scented victory, and the 4 leading battalions hurried. Their fire was ragged because it was hard to load while marching, and some men fixed bayonets instead. The British skirmishers ran back, almost to the wood's edge. Duncan's 2 left-hand guns, seeing the danger, slewed round and blasted canister across the face of the nearest French battalion, and men in its leading ranks went down in a bloody haze as though a giant reaper's hook had savaged them. Then, suddenly, the wood's edge was thick with men. The Silvertails were on the left of Wheatley's line, and next to them were the 2 orphaned companies of Coldstreamers. Gough's Irish were on the right of the Guards, then the remaining half of the 67th, and last, next to the guns, 2 companies of the Cauliflowers, the 47th. "Halt!" The shouts echoed along the tree line. "Wait!" a sergeant bellowed. Some men had raised their muskets. "Wait for the order!" "Form on your right! On your right!" It was a confusion of voices, of officers shouting from their horses, of sergeants reordering ranks tumbled by the chaotic rush through the trees. "Look at that, boys! Look at that! Joy in the morning!" Major Hugh Gough, mounted on a bay gelding from County Meath, rode behind his battalion of the 87th. "We've got target practice, my lovelies!" he shouted. "Wait a while, though! Wait a while!" The newly arrived battalions recovered their dressing. "Take them forward! Take them forward!" Wheatley's aide shouted, and the 2-deep line paced onto the heath towards the dead and dying skirmishers. A French round shot skimmed through the 67th, cutting 1 man almost in half, spraying 12 others with the dead man's blood, and taking the arm of a man in the rear rank. "Close up! Close up! Halt! Present! Vive l'Empereur! Fire!" The inexorable rules of mathematics now imposed themselves on the fight. The French outnumbered the British by 2 to 1, yet the leading 4 French battalions were in division, which meant that each battalion was arrayed in 9 ranks and had, on average, about 72 men in a rank. 4 battalions with leading ranks of 72 men made a frontage of fewer than 300 muskets. True, the men in the second rank could fire over their comrades' shoulders, but even so Laval's 4,000 men could only use 600 muskets against the British line in which every man could fire. And Wheatley's line was now 1,400 men strong. The skirmishers who had done their job of delaying the French advance ran to the flanks. Then, Wheatley's line fired. The musket balls smacked into the heads of the French units. The redcoats were hidden by smoke behind which they reloaded. "Fire by platoons!" officers called. So now the rolling volleys would begin, half a company firing at once, then the next half, so that the bullets never stopped. "Fire low!" an officer shouted. Canister slashed through the smoke. A man reeled away, an eye gone, his face a mask of blood, but there was much more blood in the French battalions, where the bullets were turning the front ranks into charnel rows. "Bloody hell!" Sharpe said. He had emerged from the wood at the right-hand side of the British line. Ahead of him, to his right, were Duncan's guns, each one bucking back 3 or more paces with every shot. Beside the guns were the remnants of the Portuguese skirmishers, still firing, and to his left was the redcoat line. Sharpe joined the brown-coated Portuguese. They looked haggard. Their faces were powder-stained and eyes white. They were a new battalion, and had never been in battle before, but they had done their job, and now the redcoats were firing volleys. Yet the Portuguese had suffered horribly, and Sharpe could see too many brown-coated bodies lying in front of the French battalions. He could also see green jackets there, all on the left of the British line. The French battalions were spreading their front. They weren't doing it well. Each man tried to find a place to fire his musket or else tried to find shelter behind braver colleagues, and sergeants were pushing them out in any order. Canister howled around Sharpe, and he instinctively looked behind to make sure none of his men were hit. They were all safe, but a crouching Portuguese skirmisher close to Sharpe tipped onto his back with his throat torn open. "Didn't know you were with us," a voice called, and Sharpe turned to see Major Duncan on horseback. "I'm here," Sharpe said. "Can your rifles discourage gunners?" The 6 French cannon were to the front. 2 were already out of action, struck by Duncan's round shot, but the others were flailing the left of the British line with their hated canister. The problem of shooting at cannon was the vast cloud of filthy smoke that lingered after every shot, and the problem was made worse by the distance. It was long range even for a rifle, but Sharpe pulled his men forward to the Portuguese and told them to fire at the French artillerymen. "It's a safe job, Pat," he told Harper. "Not really fighting at all." "Always a pleasure to murder a gunner, sir," Harper said. "Isn't that right, Harris?" Harris, who had been most vocal about not joining any fight, cocked his rifle. "Always a pleasure, Sergeant." "Then make yourself happy. Kill a bloody gunner." Sharpe stared towards the French infantry, but could see little, because the smoke of the muskets drifted across their front. He could see 2 eagles through the smoke, and beside them the small flags mounted on the halberds carried by the men charged with protecting the eagles. He could hear the drummer boys still beating the pas de charge even though the French advance had stopped. The real noise was of musketry, the pounding cough of volley fire, the relentless noise. And if he listened hard, he heard the balls striking on muskets and thumping into flesh, the cries of the wounded and the screams of officers' horses put down by the balls. And he was amazed, as he always was, by the courage of the French. They were being struck hard, yet they stayed. They stayed behind a straggling heap of dead men. They edged aside to let the wounded crawl behind. They reloaded and fired, and all the time the volleys kept coming. Sharpe could see no order among the enemy. The columns had long broken into a thick line which spread wider as men found space to use their muskets. But even so, the makeshift line was still thicker and shorter than the British line. Only the British and Portuguese fought in 2 ranks. The French were supposed to fight in 3 ranks when deployed in line, but this line was clumped together, 6 or 7 men deep in some places. A 3rd French gun was struck. A round shot shattered a wheel and the gun tipped down as the gunners jumped out of the way. "Good shooting!" Duncan shouted. "An extra ration of rum for that crew!" He had no idea which of his guns had done the damage, so he would give them all rum when the fighting was done. A gust of wind blew the smoke away from the French battery, and Duncan saw a gunner rolling up a new wheel. Hagman, kneeling among the Portuguese, saw another gunner bring his linstock towards the closest French cannon, a howitzer. Hagman fired, and the gunner vanished behind the short barrel. The British had no music to inspire them. There had been no space on the ships to bring instruments, but the bandsmen had come, armed with muskets. And now those men did their usual battle job of rescuing the wounded, taking them back to the trees where the surgeons worked. The rest of the redcoats fought on. They did what they were trained to do, and what they did was fire a musket. Load and fire, load and fire. Take out a cartridge, bite off the top, prime the lock with a pinch of powder from the bitten end of the cartridge, close the frizzen to keep the pinch in place, drop the musket butt to the ground, pour the rest of the powder down the hot barrel, thrust the paper on top as wadding, ram it down, and inside the paper was the ball. Bring the musket up, pull back the cock, remember to aim low because the brute of a gun kicked like a mule, wait for the order, pull the trigger. "Misfire!" a man shouted, meaning his lock had sparked but the charge in the barrel hadn't caught the fire. A corporal snatched the musket away from him, gave him a dead man's gun, then laid the misfired musket on the grass behind. Other men had to pause to change flints, but the volleys never stopped. The French were becoming more organized, but they would never fire as fast as the redcoats. The redcoats were professionals, while most of the French were conscripts. They had been summoned to their depots and given training, but weren't permitted to practice with real gunpowder. For every 3 bullets the British fired in battle, the French fired 2. And so the rules of mathematics favoured the redcoats again. But still the French outnumbered the British, and as their line spread, the gods of mathematics tipped the balance back towards the men in the blue coats. More and more of the Emperor's soldiers brought muskets to bear, and more redcoats were carried back to the pinewood. On the left of the British line, where no artillery helped, the Silvertails were being hit hard. Sergeants commanded companies now. They were opposed 2 to 1, for Laval had sent one of his supporting battalions to add their fire, and that new unit came into line and struck hard with fresh muskets. The fight now was like 2 boxers towing the line and striking again and again, and every bare-knuckle blow started blood, and neither man moved, and it was a contest to see which could sustain the greatest pain. "You, sir! You!" a voice snapped behind Sharpe, and he turned, alarmed, to see a colonel on horseback. But the colonel wasn't looking at Sharpe. He was glaring at Captain Galliana. "Where the devil are your men? Do you speak English? For Christ's sake, someone ask where his men are!" "I have no men," Galliano admitted hastily in English. "For God's sake, why doesn't General Lepena send us men?" "I shall find him, senor," Galliano said, and with something useful to do turned his horse towards the woods. "Tell him I want them on my left!" the colonel roared after him. "On my left!" The colonel was Wheatley, commanding the brigade, and he rode back to where the 28th, the dandies, the Silvertails, the slashers were being turned into dead and dying men. That suffering battalion was closest to the Spanish troops at Bermeja, but Bermeja was over a mile from the fighting. Lepena had 9,000 men there. They sat on the sand, muskets stacked, and ate the last of their rations. 1,000 of the Spaniards watched the French across the Almanza Creek, but those French weren't moving. Any battle beside the Rio Sancti Petri had long died, and the herons, encouraged by the silence between the armies, had come back to hunt among the reeds. Sharpe had taken out his telescope. His riflemen were still firing at the French gunners, but only one of the enemy cannon was still undamaged. That was the howitzer, and Duncan had shredded its crew with a finely judged burst of shrapnel. "Take these near us, bastards!" Sharpe told his men, indicating the French line, and he now watched that line through the glass. The view was of smoke and blue coats. He lowered the telescope. He sensed that the battle had reached a pause. It was not that the killing had stopped, nor that the muskets had ceased firing, but that neither side was making a move to change the situation. They were thinking, waiting, killing while they waited, and it seemed to Sharpe that the French, despite being outfought by the musket fire of the redcoats, had gained the advantage. They had more men, so could afford to lose the musket duel, and their right and centre were edging forward. It didn't look like a deliberate move, but rather the result of pressure from the men in the rear ranks who were thrusting the French line towards the sea. The French left was stalled, for they were being flayed by one of Duncan's batteries, which had already knocked the French artillery out of the fight, but the French right and centre were unaffected by the guns. They had already stepped over the line of dead men, which was all that was left of their original front ranks, and they were getting bolder. Their fire, inefficient though it was by redcoat standards, was taking its toll. With the widening of the French line and the commitment of one of their 2 reserve battalions, the laws of mathematics had tipped back to favour the French. They had taken the worst the British could give them, they had survived, and now they edged forward towards their weakened enemy. Sharpe went back a few paces and looked behind the British line. No Spanish troops were in sight, and he knew there were no British reserves. If the men on the heath couldn't do the job, then the French must win, and the army would be turned into a rabble. He went back to his men, who were now firing at the nearest French infantry. An eagle showed above them, and near the eagle was a group of horsemen, and Sharpe levelled the glass again, and just before the musket smoke obscured the standard, he saw him. Colonel Vandal. He was waving his hat, encouraging his men to advance. Sharpe could see the white pom-pom on the hat, could see the narrow black moustache, and he felt a surge of utter fury. "Pat!" he shouted. "Sir?" Harper was alarmed by the tone of Sharpe's voice. "Found the bastard!" Sharpe said. He took the rifle from his shoulder. He hadn't fired it yet, but he cocked it now. And the French sensed victory. It would be a hard-won triumph, but their drummers found new energy, and the line lurched forward again. Vive l'Empereur!
This ends Disc 9. Sharpe's Fury, Disc 10.
At least 30 officers had ridden south from San Fernando. They had stayed on the Isla de Leon when Sir Thomas's forces had sailed, and this Tuesday morning they had been woken by the sound of gunfire, and, because they were off duty, they had saddled their horses and ridden south to discover what was happening beyond the Rio Sancti Petri. They went south along the Isla de Leon's long Atlantic beach, where they joined a crowd of curious horsemen from Cadiz who also rode to witness the fighting. There were even carriages being whipped along the sand. It wasn't every day that a battle was fought close to a city, and the sound of gunfire rattling windows in Cadiz had prompted scores of spectators to head south along the isthmus. The surly lieutenant guarding the pontoon bridge did his best to prevent those spectators from crossing the river, but he was effectively outgunned when a curricle was whipped along the track. Its driver was a British officer. His passenger a woman, and the officer threatened to use his whip on the lieutenant if the barricade was not removed. It was not so much the threat of the whip as the officer's lavish display of silver lace that persuaded the lieutenant to yield. He watched sourly as the curricle crossed the precarious bridge. He hoped a wheel would slip off the chesses and tip the passengers into the river, but the 2 horses were in expert hands, and the light vehicle crossed safely and accelerated along the far beach. The other carriages were too big to cross, but the crowd of horsemen followed the curricle and spurred after it. What they saw when they passed the makeshift Spanish fort guarding the pontoon bridge was a beach filled with resting Spanish soldiers. Cavalry horses were picketed while their riders rested with hats over their faces. Some played cards, and cigar smoke drifted in the breeze. Far ahead was the hill above Barossa, and that was wreathed with a different smoke, and more smoke rose in a dirty plume above a pine wood to the east. But on the beach, beside the river, all was calm. It was Carmen Bermeja, where General La Peña took a lunch of cold ham with his staff. He watched in surprise as the curricle dashed past, its two wheels throwing up great sprays of sand from the track leading past the village church and the watchtower.
"A British officer," he observed, "going the wrong way."
There was polite laughter. Some of the general's staff, though, were embarrassed that they did nothing while the British fought, and that sentiment was felt most strongly by General Zayas, whose men had forced Vilat's division off the beach. Zayas had requested permission to take his troops further south and join the fighting, a request that was strengthened when Captain Galiana arrived on a sweat-whitened horse with Colonel Wheatley's plea for help. La Peña had curtly refused the request.
"Our allies," he declared grandly, "are merely fighting a rearguard action. If they had followed orders, of course, no fighting would have been necessary, but now we must remain here to make certain they have a position to which they can retreat in safety."
He had stared belligerently at Galiana.
"And what business do you have here?" he had demanded angrily. "Are you not posted to the city garrison?"
Galiana, whose nervousness at approaching La Peña had made his request harsh, even peremptory, had not even deigned to answer. He just gave the general a look of utter scorn, then turned his tired horse and spurred back towards the pine wood.
"His father was an insolent fool," La Peña said harshly, "and the son's the same. He needs lessons in discipline. He should be posted to South America, somewhere where there's yellow fever."
No one spoke for a moment. La Peña's chaplain poured wine, but General Zayas blocked his own glass by holding a hand over the rim.
"At least let me attack across the creek," he pressed La Peña. "What are your orders, General?" "I'm asking for orders," Zayas insisted. "Your orders," La Peña said, "are to guard the bridge, and that is your duty, which you will do best by remaining in your present position."
So the Spanish troops stayed near the Rio Sancti Petri while the curricle sped southwards. Its driver was Brigadier Moon, who had hired the carriage from the post-house stables just outside the city. He would have preferred to ride a horse, but his broken leg made that exquisitely painful. The curricle was only slightly more comfortable. Its springs were hard, and even though he had his broken leg propped on the dashboard that stopped most of the sand from the horses' hooves flying into his face, the mending bone still hurt. He saw a track slanting away from the beach into the pine woods, and he took it, hoping that the road would provide better footing for his horses. It did, and he bowled along smartly in the shade of the trees. His fiancée clung to the curricle's side and to the brigadier's arm. She called herself the Marquesa de San Augustin, the widowed Marquesa.
"I won't take you where the bullets fly, my dear," Moon said.
"You disappoint me," she said. She wore a black hat from which a thin veil hung over her face.
"Battle's no place for a woman, certainly no place for a beautiful woman."
She smiled. "I would like to see a battle."
"And so you shall, but from a safe distance. I may limp up and lend a hand."
Moon slapped the crutches propped beside him.
"But you're to stay with the curricle. Stay safe."
"I am safe with you," the Marquesa said. After marriage, the Brigadier had told her she would be Lady Moon.
"La Donna Luna," she said,
squeezing his elbow,
"will always be safe with you."
The Brigadier responded to her affectionate gesture with a guffaw of laughter.
"What is that for?"
the Marquesa asked, offended.
"I was thinking of Henry Wellesley's face when I introduced you last night," the Brigadier said. "He looked like a full moon."
"He seemed very nice," the Marquesa said.
"Jealous he was. I could tell. I didn't know he liked women. I thought that was why his wife bolted, but it was plain as a pikestaff that he liked you." Maybe I've got the fellow wrong. He was most polite. He's a bloody ambassador. He bloody well ought to be polite. That's what he's for.
The brigadier went silent. He had seen a track branching east through the wood, and the turn was tight, but he could drive horses like a coachman, and he took the bend in masterly fashion. The noise of battle was loud now, and not far ahead, so he gently pulled the reins to slow the horses. There were wounded men on either side of the track.
"Don't look, my dear," he said.
There was a man without trousers, writhing, his crotch a mass of blood.
"Shouldn't have brought you,"
he said curtly.
"I want to know your world,"
she said, squeezing his elbow.
"Then you must forgive me its horrors,"
he said gallantly, and then pulled the reins again because he had emerged from the trees and the line of redcoats under their bullet-torn colours was only 100 paces ahead, and the ground between the curricle and the redcoats was a mess of dead men, injured men, discarded weapons, and scorched grass.
"Far enough,"
the brigadier said. The French had replaced the wheel of one 12-pounder and now hauled their cannon back to its original position. But the battery commander knew he couldn't stay because the enemy guns had targeted him. He had been forced to abandon his one howitzer at the forward position, but he would not lose his last gun that was loaded with shell. He ordered the gun commander to fire the shell at the redcoats, then to retire smartly. The linstock touched the priming tube, the flame flashed to the breech, and the gun fired to leave a cloud of obscuring smoke behind which the battery commander could drag his last weapon to a safer position. The shell crashed into the ranks of the 67th, where it disemboweled a corporal, took the left hand off a private, then fell to earth 20 paces behind the Hampshire men. The fuse smoked crazily as the shell spun on towards the pine trees. Moon saw it coming and urged the horses to their right, away from the missile. He put the reins into his right hand, which already held the whip, and placed his left arm around the Marquesa, sheltering her, and just then the shell exploded. Pieces of casing whipped over their heads, and one scrap drove bloodily into the belly of the near-side horse, which took off as though the devil himself was under its hooves. The off-side horse caught the panic, and they both bolted. The brigadier hauled on the reins, but the noise and the pain and the stink of smoke was too much for the horses, which ran obliquely right, white-eyed and desperate. They saw a gap in the British line and took it in a frantic gallop, and the light curricle bounced alarmingly so that both the brigadier and the Marquesa had to hold on for dear life. They shot through the gap, and ahead was smoke and bodies and open air beyond the smoke, and the brigadier hauled again, using all his strength, and the offside wheel struck a corpse, and the curricle tipped. They were notorious vehicles for accidents, and the Marquesa was spilled onto the ground, and the brigadier followed, screaming abruptly as his splintered leg was struck by the curricle's rear rail. His crutches flew as the horses bolted on to disappear in the heath, with the curricle breaking apart behind them. Moon and the woman he hoped would become the Donna Luna were left on the ground, close beside the abandoned howitzer on the flank of the French column, which lurched forward and shouted, "Vive l'Empereur!" Chapter 12. Sir Thomas Graham blamed himself. If he had put 3 British battalions on the summit of the Cerro del Puerco, then it would never have fallen to the French. Now it had, and he had to trust Colonel Wheatley to hold the long line of the pine wood while Dilks's men corrected Sir Thomas's mistake. If they failed, and if the French division came down the hill and swept northwards, then they would be in Wheatley's rear, and a massacre would follow. The French had to be driven off the hill. General Ruffin had 4 battalions at the crest of the hill, and held 2 specialist battalions of grenadiers in reserve. Those men no longer carried grenades. Instead, they were among the biggest men in the infantry and renowned for their fighting savagery. Marshal Victor, who knew as well as Sir Thomas Graham that the hill was the key to victory, had ridden to join Ruffin and, from the summit, beside the ruined chapel, Victor could see Laval's division edging forward towards the pine wood. Good. He would let them fight on their own and bring Ruffin's men down to help them. The beach was mostly empty. A brigade of Spanish infantry was resting not far from the village, but for some reason they were taking no part in the fight, while the rest of the Spanish army was a long way to the north and, as far as the Marshal could see through his telescope, not bothering to stir themselves. Ruffin's front line of 4 battalions numbered just over 2,000 men. Like the Frenchmen on the heath, they were in division, while beneath them on the hill were hundreds of bodies, the remnants of Major Brown's battalion. Beyond those corpses were redcoats, who had evidently come to retake the Cerro del Puerco. 1,500 goddams? Victor estimated the newcomers. I reckon so, yes, Ruffin said. He was a huge man, well over 6 feet tall. I do believe those are the English guards, Victor said. He was gazing at Dilks's brigade through his telescope, and could clearly see the blue regimental colour of the 1st Foot Guards. They're sacrificing their best, the Marshal added cheerfully, so let's oblige them. We'll sweep the bastards away. The bastards had begun to climb the hill. There were 1,400 of them, mostly guardsmen, but with half of the 67th on the right, and, beyond the Hampshire men and closest to the sea, 2 companies of riflemen. They came slowly. Some had marched at the double for more than a mile to reach the hill's foot, and, after a sleepless night on the move, were tired. They didn't follow Major Brown's route to the top, but climbed closer to the beach where the hill was much steeper, and the French cannons couldn't depress sufficiently to fire at them, at least not while they were on the lower slope. They came in a line, but this part of the hill was broken by trees and rough ground, and the line quickly lost its formation, so that the British appeared to come in a formless straggle stretched about the hill's northwestern quadrant. Marshal Victor accepted a drink of wine from an aide's canteen. Let them get almost to the top, he suggested to Ruffin, because the cannon can shred them there. Give them a gift of canister, a volley of musketry, then advance on them. Ruffin nodded. It was exactly what he had planned to do. The hill was steep, and the British would be breathless by the time they'd climbed 3/4 of its flank, and that was when he would hit them with cannons and muskets. He would blast holes in their ranks, then release the 4 battalions of infantry down the hill with bayonets. The British would be swept away, and their fugitives would be in chaos by the time they reached the foot of the hill, and then the infantry and dragoons could hunt them down the beach and through the pine wood. The grenadiers, he thought, could then be sent to assault the southern flank of the other British brigade. The redcoats clambered upwards. Sergeants made efforts to keep the line straight, but it was hopeless on such broken ground. French voltigeurs, the skirmishers, had come a small way down the hill and were firing at the attackers. "Don't return their fire!" Sir Thomas shouted. "Save your lead! We'll give them a volley when we reach the top! Hold your fire!" A voltigeur's bullet snatched Sir Thomas's hat clean off without touching his white hair. He kicked his horse on. "Brave boys!" he shouted. "Up we go!" He was riding among the rearmost men of the 3rd Foot Guards, his beloved Scotsmen. "This is our land, boys! Let's clear the rascals away!" Major Brown's men, those who survived, were still on the hill and still firing upwards. "Here come the guards, boys!" Brown shouted. "Now I'll insure all your lives for $50." He had lost 2/3 of his officers and over half his men, but he shouted at the survivors to close up and join the flank of the 1st Foot Guards. "They're fools," Marshal Victor said, more in puzzlement than in scorn. 1,500 men hoped to take a 200-foot hill garrisoned by artillery and by close to 3,000 infantry. Well, their foolishness was his opportunity. "Give them your volley as soon as the artillery has fired," he told Ruffin. "Then run them down the slope with bayonets." He spurred across to the battery. "Wait till they're at half-pistol shot," he told the battery commander. At that range, none of the guns could miss. It would be slaughter. "What are you loaded with?"
Canister. Good man, Victor said.
He was gazing at the lavish regimental colours of the 1st Foot Guards, and he was imagining those 2 flags being paraded through Paris. The Emperor would be pleased to have the flags of the King of England's own guards. The Emperor, he thought, would probably use the flags as tablecloths, or perhaps as sheets on which to bounce his new Austrian bride, and that thought made him laugh out loud. The voltigeurs were scrambling uphill now because the British line was getting closer. Very nearly there, Victor thought. He would let them come almost to the top of the hill because that would bring the line right into the face of his 6 guns. He took a last glance north at Laval's men and saw they were pressing closer to the pine wood. In half an hour, he thought, this small British army would have collapsed. It would take at least another hour to reform the troops, then they would assault the Spanish at the beach's end. How many flags would they send to Paris? 12? 20? Maybe enough to furnish all the Emperor's beds.
"Now, sir?"
the battery commander asked.
"Wait, wait," Victor said,
and, knowing victory was his, turned and waved at the 2 grenadier battalions that he had held in reserve.
"Forward!"
he shouted to their general, Rousseau. This was no time to keep troops in reserve. Now was the moment to throw all his men, all 3,000 of them at fewer than half their number. He plucked an aide's elbow.
"Tell the bandmaster I want to hear the Marseillaise!" He grinned.
The Emperor had banned the Marseillaise, disliking its revolutionary sentiments, but Victor knew the song had retained its popularity and would inspire his soldiers to the slaughter of their enemies. He sang a line to himself. "Le jour de gloire est arrivé," he sang, then laughed aloud, and the battery commander looked up at him with surprise.
"Now!" Victor said. "Now! Tirez!"
The guns fired, obliterating the view of the beach, of the sea, and of the distant white city in a bellying cloud of smoke.
"Now!"
General Ruffin called to his battalion commanders. Muskets hammered back into French shoulders. More smoke filled the sky.
"Fix bayonets!"
The Marshal shouted and waved his white-plumed hat towards the cannon smoke.
"And forward, mes braves! Forward!"
The band played, the drummers beat, and the French went to finish their job. The day of glory had arrived. Colonel Vandal was some way north of Sharpe. The colonel was in the centre of his battalion, which formed the left flank of the French line, and Sharpe, out by Duncan's guns, was at the right flank of the British line, which still overlapped the thicker, larger French formation.
"This way!"
he shouted to his riflemen, and ran behind the 2 companies of the 47th, who were now down to 1 large company, and then behind the half-battalion of the 67th, until he was opposite Vandal.
"It's grim work."
Colonel Wheatley had again ridden up behind Sharpe. This time he was talking to Major Gough, who commanded the 87th, that was now on Sharpe's left.
"And no damned Dons to help us," Wheatley went on. "How are your fellows, Gough?"
"My men are starved, sir," Gough said, "but I need more of them. Need more men."
He had to shout over the din of the volleys. The 87th had lost 4 officers and over 100 men. The wounded were in the pines, and more were joining them as the French musket balls slammed home. The file closers were shouting at men to close on the centre, and so the 87th shrank. They still fired back, but their muskets were being fouled with powder residue, and every cartridge was harder to load.
"There are no more men," Wheatley said, "unless the Spanish come."
He glanced along the enemy line. The problem was simple enough. The French had too many men, and so they could replace their casualties, while he could not. He could outfight them man to man, but the French advantage in numbers was starting to matter. He could wait, in the hope that Le Peña would send reinforcements, but if none came, then he must inevitably be whittled down, a process that would go faster and faster as his line shrank.
"Sir!"
an aide shouted, and Wheatley looked to see that the Spanish officer who had ridden to summon reinforcements was returning. Galliana curbed his horse by Wheatley, and for a heartbeat looked too upset to talk. Then he blurted out his news.
General La Peña refuses to move, he said. I'm sorry, sir.
Wheatley stared at the Spaniard. Good God, he said in a surprisingly mild tone, then looked back to Goff.
I think, Goff, he said, that we have to give them steel.
Goff looked at the throng of Frenchmen through the smoke. The 87th's colours just above the colonel's head were twitching as the bullets struck them.
Steel? He asked. We have to do something, Goff. Can't just stand here and die.
Sharpe had lost sight of Vandal. There was too much smoke. He saw a Frenchman stoop to the body of a fallen Portuguese skirmisher and rummage through the dead man's pockets. Sharpe knelt, aimed, and fired, and when the rifle smoke cleared, he saw the Frenchman on all fours, head down. He reloaded. He was tempted to ram the ball down naked rather than wrapping it in its greased leather patch. He thought the French might charge at any moment, and the thing to do now was to kill them fast, to pour fire at them, and a naked ball in a rifle was quick to load, and at this distance the inaccuracy didn't matter. But if he saw Vandal again, he wanted to be sure of his shot, and so he took a leather patch, wrapped the ball, and rammed it down the rifled barrel.
"Look for the officers," he told his men.
A pistol sounded beside Sharpe, and he looked to see that Captain Galliana had dismounted and was now reloading the small weapon.
"Fire!"
The lieutenant commanding the closest company of the 87th shouted, and the muskets blasted out smoke. A man fell back from the front rank, a hole black in his forehead.
"Leave him be!" a sergeant shouted. "He's a dead 'un! Reload!" "Fix bayonets!"
The shout came from just behind the 87th and was repeated down the line, getting fainter as the order travelled north.
"Fix bayonets!" "God save Ireland," Harper said. "This is desperate." "Not much choice," Sharpe said.
The French were winning by sheer numbers. They were pressing forward, and Colonel Wheatley could either retreat or attack. To retreat was to lose, but to attack was at least to test the French.
"Swords, sir?" Slattery asked. "Fix swords," Sharpe said.
This was no time to worry about whether this was his fight or not. The battle trembled. Another French volley slammed into the red ranks, then 2 gouts of canister slashed away the blue-coated men who had fired the shots. An Irish boy was screaming horribly, rolling in front of the ranks with bloody hands clutching his groin. A sergeant silenced him with a merciful blow of a musket butt to the skull.
"Forward now, forward!" a brigade major bellowed. "The 87th will advance!" Goff shouted. "For Gabala! For Gabala!"
The surviving men of the 87th responded and went forward.
"Steady, boys!" Goff shouted. "Steady!"
But the 87th didn't want to be steady. A quarter of their number were either dead or wounded, and they had a seething anger against the men who had punished them in the last hour, and so they went eagerly. The sooner they were at the enemy, the sooner that enemy would die, and Goff couldn't hold them. They began to run, and as they ran, they sounded a high-pitched scream terrifying in itself, and their 17-inch bayonets were bright in the sun that was almost at its winter zenith.
"Forward!"
The men to Sharpe's right were keeping pace with the 87th. Duncan's gunners hand-spiked their cannon around to rake the flank of the French line.
"And kill! And kill!"
Ensign Keogh was shouting at the top of his voice. He carried his slim sword in one hand and gripped his cocked hat in the other.
"For Gabala!"
Goff bellowed. French muskets roared horribly close, and the men were torn backwards, blood spraying their neighbours, but the charge couldn't be stopped now. All along the line the redcoats were going forward with bayonets because to stay still was to die, and to retreat was to lose. They numbered fewer than 1,000 now, and they were attacking 3 times their number.
"Get into them! Get into them!"
An officer of the Cauliflowers shouted.
"Kill them! Kill them!"
The front rank of the French tried to step back, but the ranks behind thrust them on, and the redcoats struck. Bayonets rammed forward.
Muskets fired at less than a yard's range. A sergeant of the 87th was chanting as though he were training men at the barracks. "Lunge! Recover! Stance! Lunge! Recover! Stance! Not in his ribs, you bloody fool! In his belly! Lunge! Recover! Stance! In the belly, boys! In the belly! Lunge!"
An Irishman's bayonet was trapped in the ribs of a Frenchman. It wouldn't come out, and in desperation he pulled his trigger and was surprised that the weapon was loaded. The blast of gas and ball jerked the bayonet free.
"In the belly!"
the sergeant shouted, for a bayonet was far less likely to be trapped in an enemy's stomach than in his ribs. Those officers still mounted were firing pistols over their men's shakos. Men lunged, recovered, lunged again, and some were so battle-maddened that they didn't care how they fought and just clubbed with their musket butts.
"Rip it out, boy!" the sergeant shouted. "Don't just prick the bastard! Do some damage! Lunge! Recover!"
They were the despised of England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. They were the drunks and the thieves, the scourings of gutters and jails. They wore the red coat because no one else wanted them, or because they were so desperate that they had no choice. They were the scum of Britain, but they could fight. They had always fought, but in the army they were taught how to fight with discipline, and they discovered sergeants and officers who valued them. They punished them too, of course, and swore at them and cursed them and whipped their backs bloody and cursed them again, but valued them. They even loved them, and officers worth £5,000 a year were fighting alongside them now, and the redcoats were doing what they did best, what they were paid £1 a day less stoppages to do. They were killing. The French advance was stopped. There was no edging forward now. Their front ranks were dying, and the ranks behind were trying to escape the wild men with bloody faces, men who were screaming like fiends. "For Gabella! For Gabella!" Gough kicked his horse through his men and hacked down with his sword at a French sergeant. The colour party was behind him, the ensigns carrying the 2 flags and the sergeants armed with 9-foot-long spontoons, razor-pointed pikes that were meant to protect the colours, though now the sergeants were on the offensive, savaging the French with the long, narrow blades. Sergeant Patrick Masterson was one of the pikemen, and he was almost as big as Harper. He thrust the spontoon into French faces, one after the other, driving them down where bayonets could kill them. He lunged a path through the first French rank, had the blade parried by a bayonet, withdrew it, lunged again, but at the last second dropped the spontoon's head so that it punched through cloth and skin and muscle into an enemy belly. The thrust was so hard that the blade sank to the crosspiece, which stopped an enemy's corpse trapping itself on the shaft. He kicked the dying Frenchman off the blade and thrust again, and redcoats cut their way into the gap he made. Some Frenchmen lay unwounded, their hands over their heads, just praying that the screaming fiends would spare them. Ensign Keogh sliced his sword at a mustachioed Frenchman, opening a slashing wound from one cheek to the other, and almost hitting a redcoat beside him as the wild swing hissed backwards. Keogh's hat was gone. He was shouting the 87th war cry, "For Gabella!" Clear the way, and the blades were carving their way through the tight-packed French ranks. All along the line it was the same. Bayonets against conscripts, savagery against sudden, bowel-loosening terror. The fight had been poised. It had even tilted towards the French, as their greater numbers told, but Wheatley had made the move, and the laws of mathematics had been taken over by the crueler laws of hard training and harder men. The redcoats were going forward, slowly forward because they were fighting against a press of enemy and were stumbling on the bodies they had put on the blood-slicked grass, but they were still going forward. Then a curricle appeared at the edge of the trees, and Sharpe saw Van Dahl again. On the Cerro del Puerco, the French advanced to take their victory. The 4 battalions that had lined the hill's summit came first, with the 2 grenadier battalions hurrying to join their left flank. The only worry of the general of the grenadiers, Rousseau, was that his men would arrive too late to share in the victory. The British were still on the slope and their line was still ragged. They had been hit hard by the canister, though the French guns could no longer fire because the blue-coated infantry had advanced to mask the guns' red-coated targets. But Victor knew the guns wouldn't be needed. The Emperor's bayonets would seal this victory, and so the drummers beat the pas de charge and the eagles were lifted high as 3,000 Frenchmen spilled over the northern crest of the hill and gave a cheer as they charged to victory. They faced the British foot guards, and half a battalion of men from Hampshire, and 2 companies of riflemen and the remnants of the flank companies who had marched to battle from Gibraltar. Those red and green-coated men were outnumbered 2 to 1, and they had marched all night, and they were downhill from the enemy.
"Present!"
Sir Thomas Graham roared. He had miraculously survived the blast of canister that had snatched 3 Scotsmen from the ranks immediately in front of him. Lord William Russell had brought him back his battered hat, and Sir Thomas now held it aloft, then brought it sharply down to point at the 2 unbroken columns that came charging from the hill with bayonets fixed.
"Fire!"
1,200 muskets and 200 rifles fired. The range was mostly less than 60 paces, though it was a good deal more at the flanks, and the balls drove into the 300 men in the leading rank of the French columns and stopped them. It was as though an avenging angel had struck the head of the French columns with a giant sword. Their front ranks were bloody and broken, and even men in the second ranks were down, and the carnage was enough to halt the charge as men in the third and fourth ranks stumbled and fell on the dead and dying men in front of them. The redcoats couldn't see what their volley had done because the smoke of their own muskets shrouded them, and they expected the 2 columns to burst through that smoke with bayonets, and so they did what they were trained to do. They reloaded. Ramrods scraped in barrels. The proper order of files and ranks had been broken by the climb, and though some officers shouted at companies to fire as platoons, most men just fired for their lives. They didn't wait for an officer or a sergeant to time the rolling volleys. They just reloaded, brought up the musket, pulled the trigger, and then reloaded again. The drill books insisted on at least 10 actions to charge a musket. It began with handle cartridge first movement and ended with the command to fire, and in some battalions the drill sergeants managed to find as many as 17 different actions, all of which had to be learned and mastered and practiced. Some men, a few, came to the training with an understanding of firearms. They were mostly country boys who knew how to charge a fowling piece, but it all had to be unlearned. It might take a recruit a whole minute, even longer, to load a musket, but by the time they donned the red coat and were sent to fight for their king, they could do it in 15 or 20 seconds. This was, above all other things, the necessary skill. The guards on the hill could look superb, and there was no infantry unit that looked more splendid when taking post outside St. James's Palace or Carlton House. But if a man couldn't bite a cartridge, prime the lock, load the gun, ram it and fire within 20 seconds, then he was not a soldier. And there were nearly 1,000 guardsmen still living on the hill, and they fired for their lives. They put shot after shot into the cloud of smoke, and Sir Thomas Graham, mounted just behind them, could tell that they were hurting the French. Not just hurting them, but killing them. The French had come in column again. They always came in column. This one was 300 men wide and 9 ranks deep, and that meant most of the French couldn't use their muskets while every redcoat and every green jacket could fire his weapon. The balls converged on the French. They drove inwards, and in front of the guards and in front of the men from Hampshire there were small flames in the grass where the wadding had started fires. Sir Thomas held his breath. This was a moment he knew when orders would do nothing, when even to encourage the men would be a waste of breath. They knew what they were doing, and they were doing it so well that he was even tempted to think he might snatch a victory from what had seemed like certain defeat. But then the crash of a well-orchestrated volley made him ride towards the right of his line, and he saw the unbroken ranks of the French grenadiers coming downhill through the smoke of their opening volley,
and he saw the Scottish Guards turning to take on this new enemy, and the riflemen, who were in more extended order around the seaward flank of the hill, drew closer together to pour their fire at the French reinforcements. Sir Thomas still said nothing. He held his hat in his hand, and he watched the grenadiers come down the slope, and he saw how each man in the French ranks had a short sabre as well as a musket. These were the enemy's elite, the men chosen to do the hardest work, and they were coming fresh to the fight. But again they came in a column, and the right of his own line, without any orders from Sir Thomas or anyone else, had half turned towards them to give them the benefit of their training. The half-battalion of the 67th was right in front of the grenadiers who, unlike the first 4 battalions, weren't checked by the first shots to hit them, but kept coming. And this, Sir Thomas knew, was how a column should fight. It was a battering ram, and though the head of the column must suffer horribly, the momentum of its mass should take it through an enemy to bloody victory. On battlefield after battlefield across a suffering Europe, the Emperor's columns had taken their punishment and marched on to win. And this column, all elite troops, was coming downhill and getting ever closer, and if it broke through the thin line of red and green, it would turn to its right and murder Sir Thomas's men with sabres and musket butts. And still it came, and Sir Thomas rode behind the 67th, ready to slash with his sword and die with his men if the grenadiers succeeded. And then an officer shouted the command to fire. Smoke billowed in front of Sir Thomas, then more smoke. The 67th was firing platoon volleys now, and the sweeps were up on their right, not bothering to wrap their bullets with leather because at this range they couldn't miss. And so their fire was almost as quick as the redcoats beside them. And on Sir Thomas's left were his Scotsmen, and he knew they wouldn't break. The noise of the musketry was like a great fire of dry wood. The air stank of rotten eggs. Somewhere a seagull cried, and far behind Sir Thomas the cannons crashed on the heath, but he couldn't spare a glance for what was happening behind him. It was here and now that the battle would be decided, and he suddenly realized he was holding his breath, and he let it out, glanced at Lord William, and saw his lordship staring wide-eyed and motionless into the musket smoke. "You can breathe, Willie." "Dear Lord," Lord William said, letting out his breath. "You know there's a Spanish brigade behind us?" he asked Sir Thomas. Sir Thomas turned and saw the Spanish troops on the beach. They made no move to reinforce him, and even if he ordered them up the hill, he knew they would arrive too late to be of any help. This fight couldn't last that long, and so he shook his head. "Damn them, Willie," he said. "Just damn them." Lord William Russell held a pistol ready to shoot the first grenadier to come through the smoke, but the grenadiers had been stopped by the rifle and musket fire. Their front ranks were dead, and the men behind were now trying to reload and fire back. But once a column stopped moving, it became a giant target, and Sir Thomas's men were firing into its heart, and even though the grenadiers were elite troops, they couldn't fire as fast as the redcoats. General Dilks, his horse bleeding in the rump and shoulder, came to Sir Thomas's side. He said nothing, just stared, then glanced up the hill to where Marshal Victor sat his horse with his white-plumed hat held low. Marshal Victor was watching 3,000 men held by musket fire. He said nothing. It was up to his men now. On the left of the British line, beyond the first foot guards, Major Brown fought with his remnant of flankers. Fewer than half the men who had climbed the hill were still able to fire a musket, but they poured their volleys at the nearest French column and, in their eagerness, went higher up the hill to assail the column's flank. "Don't you love the rogues?" Sir Thomas shouted at General Dilks, and Dilks was so surprised by the question that he gave a bark of laughter. "Time to give them the bayonet," Sir Thomas said. Dilks nodded. He was watching the redcoats fire their murderous volleys, and he reckoned he had just watched his men perform a miracle. "They'll run, I vouch," Sir Thomas said, and hoped he was right. "Fix bayonets!" Dilks found his voice. "On to them, boys!" Sir Thomas waved his hat and galloped back behind the line. "On to them!
Push them off my hill! Off my hill!
And the redcoats, like hounds released, went uphill with bayonets, and Marshal Victor at the crest heard the screams as the blades began their work.
"For God's sake, fight!"
he said to no one in particular. But his 6 battalions were recoiling. Panic had infected their ranks. The rearmost men, those least in danger, were edging back, and the foremost ranks were being savaged by redcoats. The band, well behind the line and still playing the forbidden Marseillaise, sensed the disaster coming, and the music faltered. The bandmaster tried to rally his musicians, but the loudest noise now was the hoarse war cries of the British, and the band, instead of playing, broke and ran. The infantry followed.
"The guns!" Victor said to an aide. "Get the guns off the hill!"
It was one thing to lose a fight, but another to have the Emperor's beloved guns captured. And so the gunners brought up their teams and dragged 4 of the cannons castwards off the hill. But 2 couldn't be saved because the redcoats were too close, and so those guns were lost. Marshal Victor and his aides followed the 4 guns, and the remnants of his 6 battalions ran for their lives, ran across the hilltop and down its eastern face, and behind them the redcoats and greenjackets came with bayonets and victory. General Rousseau, who had led the grenadiers, and General Ruffin, who had commanded the beaten division, were both wounded and left behind. Sir Thomas was told of their capture, but he said nothing. He just rode to the hill's inland crest from where he could see his beaten enemy running, and he remembered that long-ago moment in Toulouse when the soldiers of France had insulted his dead wife and had spat in his face when he protested. Back then, Sir Thomas had sympathized with the French. He had thought that their ideals of liberty, fraternity, and equality were beacons for Britain. He had loved France. But that had been 19 years ago. 19 years in which Sir Thomas had never forgotten the mockery given by the French to his dead wife. So now he stood in his stirrups and cupped his hands.
"Remember me!"
he shouted. He shouted in English, but that didn't matter, because the French were running too fast and were too far away to hear him.
"Remember me!"
he shouted again, then touched his wedding ring. And north of him, beyond the pine wood, a cannon fired. And Sir Thomas turned and put spurs to his tired horse, because the battle was not yet won.
"Oh, bloody hell,"
Sharpe said. The curricle had bounced past him, wheels spinning as they left the ground, and it had dashed across the corner of the French column, then capsized 20 paces from the column's edge. The woman, black-veiled, was evidently uninjured, for she was trying to help the brigadier to his feet. But a dozen Frenchmen from the column's rear ranks had seen the accident, and also seen a prophet there. A man festooned with lace could also be festooned with money, and so they darted from the column so that they could rifle the fallen man's pockets. Sharpe drew his sword and ran.
"We've got work, boys. Come on,"
Harper said. The riflemen had been moving towards the column's flank. There was a foul battle going on between redcoats and Frenchmen, a battle of bayonet and musket butts, but Sharpe had seen Colonel Vandal on his horse. Vandal was in the press of Frenchmen close to his regiment's eagle, and he was beating with his sabre not at redcoats but at his own men. He was shouting at them to fight, to kill, and his passion was holding the men, so that the French left flank alone was not retreating but fighting stubbornly against the Irishmen who attacked from their front. Sharpe thought that by going to the column's side he might have a clear shot for his rifle, but now he had to rescue Brigadier Moon, who was trying to protect the veiled woman. Moon hauled her down beside him and tried to find his pistol, but in his tumble from the curricle the weapon had fallen from his tail pocket. He drew his new sabre, a cheap thing purchased in Cadiz, and found the blade was broken. And just then the widowed Marquesa screamed because the French were coming with bayonets. Then a green-jacketed man came from Moon's left. The man carried a heavy cavalry sword, a weapon as brutal as it was clumsy, and his first stroke took a Frenchman in the throat, and the blood sprayed higher than the eagle on its pole. The man's head flopped back as his body kept running. Sharpe turned, impaled a second man in the belly with the sword, twisted it fast to stop the flesh gripping the blade, then put his right boot on the man's belly to give him the leverage to rip the sword free. A bayonet went through his coat, but Captain Galliana was there, and his slim sword pierced the Frenchman's side. Brigadier Moon, his hand clutching the Marques's hand, just watched. Sharpe had killed one man and put another on the ground in the time it would take to swat a fly. Now 2 other Frenchmen came at Sharpe, and Moon expected the rifleman to step away from their frenzied attack, but instead he went to meet them, and beat a bayonet aside with his sword before driving the blade up into the man's face. A boot into the crotch crumpled that man, and the second lunged with his bayonet, and Moon thought Sharpe must be killed, but the rifleman had sidestepped the lunge with sudden speed, and now turned on his attacker. Moon saw the ferocity on the rifleman's face and felt an unexpected pang of pity for the Frenchman who faced him. "Bastard!" Sharpe snarled, and the sword lunged hard and fast, and the Frenchman dropped his musket and clung to the blade, impaling his belly. Sharpe ripped it out just as Perkins arrived to bayonet the man. Harper was beside Sharpe now and pulled the trigger of the volley gun, and it sounded as if a cannon had fired. 2 Frenchmen went backwards, blood thick on their white crossbelts, and the others had taken enough and were running back to the column. "Sharpe!" Moon called. Sharpe ignored the brigadier. He sheathed his sword and took the rifle from his shoulder. He knelt and aimed at Vandal. "You bastard," he said, and pulled the trigger, and the rifle's muzzle was lost in smoke, and when the smoke cleared, Vandal was still alive, still on his horse, and still using the flat of his sabre to drive his men onto Goff's Irishman. Sharpe swore. "Dan!" he called to Hagman. "Shoot that bastard!" "Sharpe!" the brigadier called again. "The gun!" Sharpe turned. He saw, without much surprise, that the veiled woman was Katerina, and he wondered what kind of bloody fool the brigadier was to bring a woman into this carnage. Then he looked at the abandoned French howitzer and saw that a priming tube was still sticking out of the vent. That meant the short-barreled cannon was loaded. He looked on the scorched grass for the linstock, but couldn't see it. The half-battalion of the 67th, the 2 companies of the Cauliflowers and the survivors of the Portuguese Caçadores were advancing beyond the gun, going to fight Laval's last reserve battalion, which was hurrying towards the left flank of the beleaguered 8th. The cannon, Sharpe thought, might be more useful if it was aimed at that reserve battalion, but then he remembered poor Jack Bullen. "Sergeant, I want this bloody gun round!" Harper, Galliana, Sharpe and Harris lifted the trail and turned the howitzer so it pointed at the 8th of the line. "Here, Sharpe!" The brigadier tossed him a tinderbox. "Out of the way!" Sharpe shouted to his other riflemen. Then he struck a light and blew the charred linen in the box so that it burst into flame. He took all the linen out of the box, scorching his fingers, and leaned over the gun's wheel to drop the burning mass onto the priming tube. He heard the powder fizz and ducked away. The howitzer crashed back, its wheels leaping off the ground as it recoiled. It was a 6-inch howitzer, and it had been loaded with canister, and the balls tore into the French flank with the force of a battalion volley. The cannon had been too close to spread the missiles wide, but where they struck, they gouged a bleeding hole in the packed ranks. And Sharpe, running aside, saw that Vandal had disappeared. Sharpe drew his sword again, then waited, wanting another sight of the colonel. Behind him, the men of the 67th and the 47th and the 20th Portuguese started their volleys against the reserve battalion. Duncan's guns flayed it with shell and shrapnel. Somewhere, a man howled like a dog. Colonel Vandal was on the ground. His horse was dying, screaming as its head thrashed the sandy soil.
Vandal himself was dazed, but he didn't think he was wounded, and he managed to stand, only to see that the redcoats were closing on his eagle.
"Kill them!"
he shouted, and the shout was a parched croak. A huge sergeant with a pike was slashing at the French sergeants protecting the standard.
"Kill them!"
Vandal shouted again, and just then a young and skinny redcoat officer leaped at the colour and cut with his sword at Sous-Lieutenant Guillemin, who had the honour of holding the Emperor's eagle. Vandal thrust his sabre at the thin officer and felt the blade's tip jar on the man's ribs. The redcoat ignored the thrust, and with his free hand grabbed the eagle's pole and tried to pull it from Guillemein's grasp. 2 French sergeants killed the man, piercing him with their long-bladed halberds, cursing him. Vandal saw the life fade from the redcoat's eyes before he had even hit the ground. Then one of the French sergeants recoiled, his left eye nothing but a pit of jellied blood, and a huge voice shouted at the Frenchman, "For Gabala!" Sergeant Masterson had seen Ensign Keogh killed, and now Masterson was angry. He had put down one of the killers with the spontoon's blade, and he slashed at the second, striking the man with the edge of the spear point, and he brought it back and rammed the pike at Guillemein's throat. The lieutenant began gurgling, blood bubbling at his gullet, and Vandal reached for the eagle, but Masterson ripped the spontoon sideways, so that Guillemein's dying body fell across the colonel, and then Masterson tore the eagle out of the Frenchman's grasp. Captain Lacroix shouted in incoherent rage and slashed his sword at Masterson, but a redcoat thrust his bayonet into Lacroix's ribs, and another hit him on the skull with a musket. And the last thing Lacroix saw in this world was the huge Irish sergeant flailing the precious standard. He was using the eagle to beat at the men trying to take it from him. And then a new rush of redcoats came on either side of Masterson, and their bayonets went to work.
"Lunge!"
a sergeant was shouting in a high, cracked voice.
"Recover! Stance! Lunge!"
A surge of Frenchmen tried to recover their eagle, but the Irish bayonets were in front of it now.
"Lunge! Recover!"
the sergeant was shouting, while behind him Masterson was bellowing incoherently and waving the eagle above his head.
"Lunge! Recover! Do your work properly!"
2 men seized Vandal by his shoulders and pulled him away from the blood-spattered Irishmen. The colonel wasn't badly wounded. A bayonet had cut into his thigh, but he felt unable to walk, to speak, even to think. The eagle. It had a laurel wreath about its neck, a wreath of gilded bronze presented by the city of Paris to those regiments that had distinguished themselves at Austerlitz. And now some prancing fool was waving the eagle in the air. Vandal felt a surge of fury. He wouldn't lose it. If he had to die in the attempt, he would take back the Emperor's eagle, and he screamed at the 2 men to drop him. He scrambled to his feet.
"Pour l'Empereur!"
he shouted. And he ran towards Masterson, thinking to cut through the men barring his way. But suddenly there were more enemy to his left, and he turned, parried a sword cut, lunged to kill the man, and saw to his surprise that it was a Spanish officer, who, in turn, parried Vandal's lunge and riposted fast. More Frenchmen came to help their colonel.
"Get the eagle!"
he screamed at them, and he slashed at the Spaniard, hoping to drive the man away so he could join the attack on the redcoat who had his eagle. And the slash ripped through coat and yellow sash to score a bloody wound on the Spaniard's belly. But just then the Spanish officer was thrust aside, and a tall, green-jacketed man beat down Vandal's sabre with a huge blade, then simply reached out and gripped the collar of the colonel's coat. The green-jacketed man hauled Vandal out of the melee, tripped him, then kicked the colonel in the side of the head. Rifles fired, then a rush of Irishmen drove the last few Frenchmen back. Vandal tried to roll away from his attacker, but he was kicked again, and when he looked up, the big sword was at his throat.
"Remember me?"
Captain Sharpe asked. Vandal swung the sabre, but Sharpe parried it with derisory ease.
"Where's my lieutenant?"
he asked. Vandal still held the sabre. He readied himself to sweep it up at the rifleman, but then Sharpe pressed the point of the heavy cavalry sword into the colonel's throat.
"I yield,"
Vandal said. The pressure relaxed.
"Give me your sabre,"
Sharpe said.
"I give my parole," Vandal said, "and under the rules of war, I may keep my sabre."
The colonel knew his battle was finished. His men had gone, and the Irish were harrying them further east with bayonets. All along the line the French were running, and all along the line blooded men were pursuing the enemy, though they did not pursue far. They had marched all night and fought all morning, and they were bone-tired. They followed the beaten enemy until it was certain that the broken army wouldn't stop to reform, and then they sank down and marvelled that they were still alive.
"I give my parole,"
Vandal said again.
"I said, give me the sabre,"
Sharpe snarled.
"He can keep his weapon," Galiana said. "He's given his parole."
Brigadier Moon watched and flinched as Sharpe kicked the Frenchman again, then stabbed down with the heavy cavalry sword to cut the man's wrist. Vandal let go of the sabre's snakeskin grip, and Sharpe bent and picked up the fallen blade. He looked at the steel, expecting to see a French name engraved there, but instead it said Bennett.
"You stole this, you bugger,"
Sharpe said.
"I give you my parole,"
Vandal protested.
"Then stand up,"
Sharpe said. Vandal, his sight blurred because of his tears that were not caused by physical pain but by the loss of the eagle, stood.
"My sabre,"
he demanded, blinking. Sharpe threw the sabre to Brigadier Moon, then hit Vandal. He knew he shouldn't, but he was consumed by fury, and so he hit him clean between the eyes, and Vandal fell again, his hands clutching his face, and Sharpe bent over him.
"Don't you remember, Colonel?" he asked. "War is war, and there are no rules. That's what you told me. So where's my lieutenant?"
Vandal recognized Sharpe then. He saw the bandage showing under the ragged shako and remembered the man who had blown the bridge, the man he thought he had killed.
"Your lieutenant," he said shakily, "is in Seville, where he is being treated with honor. You hear that? With honor, as you must treat me." "Get up," Sharpe said.
The colonel stood, then flinched as Sharpe dragged him round by tugging on one of his gilded epaulettes. Then Sharpe pointed.
"Look, Colonel," he said, "there's your bloody honor."
Sergeant Patrick Masterson, with a smile as broad as all Dublin, was parading the captured eagle.
"By Jesus, boys," he was shouting, "I've got their cuckoo!"
And Sharpe laughed. HMS Thornside cleared the Diamante Rock off Cadiz and headed west into the Atlantic. Soon she would alter course for the mouth of the Tagus and for Lisbon. On shore, a one-legged admiral watched her recede and tasted the bile in his throat. All Cadiz was praising the British now, the British who had taken an eagle and humiliated the French. No hope now of a new regency in Spain or of a sensible peace with the Emperor, because the war fever had come to Cadiz, and its hero was Sir Thomas Graham, and the admiral turned away and stumped towards his home. Sharpe watched the shore fade. He stood beside Harper.
"I'm sorry, Pat."
"I know you are, sir."
"He was a friend."
"And that he was," Harper said. Rifleman Slattery had died. Sharpe hadn't seen it happen, but while he and Galiana had run into the disintegrating column to find Vandal, a last errant musket shot had pierced Slattery's throat, and he had bled to death on Katerina's skirts.
"It wasn't our fight," Sharpe said. "You were right."
"It was a rare fight, though," Harper said, "and you got your man." Colonel Vandal had complained to Sir Thomas Graham. He protested that Captain Sharpe had wounded him after his surrender.
that Captain Sharpe had insulted him and assaulted him, and that Captain Sharpe had stolen his sabre. And Lord William Russell had told Sharpe of the complaint and shaken his head. "I have to tell you it's serious, Sharpe. You can't upset a colonel, even a French one. Think what they'll do to our officers if they learn what we do to theirs." "I didn't do it," Sharpe had lied stubbornly. "Of course you didn't, my dear fellow, but Van Dal's made his complaint, and I fear Sir Thomas insists there must be a court of inquiry." But the inquiry had never taken place. Brigadier Sir Barnaby Moon had written his own report of the incident, saying that he had been within 20 paces of the colonel's capture, that he had seen every action taken by Captain Richard Sharpe, and that Sharpe had behaved as a gentleman and an officer. Sir Thomas, on receiving Moon's report, had apologized to Sharpe in person. "We had to take the complaint seriously, Sharpe," Sir Thomas said. "But if that wretched Frenchman had known there was a brigadier watching, he'd never have made up such a pack of lies. And of course, Moon dislikes you. He's made that very clear, so he's hardly likely to exonerate you if there was even the smallest chance of making trouble for you. So you can forget it, Sharpe. And I have to say I'm glad. I didn't want to think you were capable of doing what Van Dal claimed." "Of course I'm not, sir." "But Brigadier Moon, eh?" Sir Thomas had asked, laughing. "Moon and the widow. Is she a widow? A proper one, I mean, not just Henry's leavings." "Not that I know of, sir. No." "Well, she's a wife now," Sir Thomas said, amused. "Let us all hope he never discovers who she really is." "She's a lovely lady, sir." Sir Thomas had looked at him with some surprise. "Sharpe," he had said, "we should all be as generous as you. What a kind thing to say." Sir Thomas had thanked him effusively then, and Henry Wellesley had thanked him again that evening, an evening during which Lord Pumphrey found he had business away from the embassy. Even Sir Barnaby Moon had thanked Sharpe, not just for the return of the precious sabre, but for saving his life. "And for Lady Moon's life, Sharpe." "Well, that was an honour, sir." "Her ladyship insists I must give your men some proper reward, Sharpe," Moon had said, and pressed coins into Sharpe's hand. "But I do it gladly on my own behalf as well. You're a brave man, Sharpe." "And you're a lucky one, sir. Her ladyship is beautiful." "Thank you, Sharpe," the brigadier had said. "Thank you." His leg had been broken again in the fall from the curricle, so he was staying a few more days in Cadiz. But Sharpe and his men were free to leave the city. And so they sailed to Portugal, to Lisbon, to the army, to the South Essex, and to the Light Company. They were sailing home.
The end. You've been listening to Sharpe's Fury, Richard Sharpe and the Battle of Barossa, March 1811, by Bernard Cornwell, narrated by Stephen Crossley. This audiobook is dedicated to the memory of the original narrator of this series, Patrick Tull, who passed away on September the 23rd, 2006. Patrick read his first recorded book in 1986. In the ensuing years, he masterfully narrated more than 100 titles, including all 21 volumes of the Aubrey Maturin series by Patrick O'Brien. We are saddened by his loss, but comforted in the knowledge that his voice will be heard by generations to come. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends the historical fiction of Alan First, including The World at Night, narrated by George Guidell. After the German occupation of Paris in 1940, film producer Jean Casson is offered a chance to take part in an operation of the British Secret Service. Never one to deny himself the pleasures of Parisian life, his idealism, however, gives him the courage to say yes. But his simple mission goes wrong, and Casson realizes that now he must gamble everything: his career, the woman he loves, and life itself. Beautifully written and exquisitely realized, the novels of Alan Furst bring to life the dark underworld of Europe during World War II. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalogue, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. Call us toll-free or log on to www.recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers, order another recorded book, or to read author interviews and narrator profiles. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.